41833. Women of Wonder, The Contemporary Years, Science Fiction by Women from the 1970s to the 1990s, edited by Pamela Sargent. Copyright 1995 by Pamela Sargent, all rights reserved. Read by Carole Jordan Stewart.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Library of Congress Annotation. 21 stories arranged chronologically, including Cassandra by C.J. Cherryh, The Thaw by Tanith Lee, Bloodchild by Octavia Butler, Fears by Pamela Sargent, Rachel in Love by Pat Murphy, and At the Rialto by Connie Willis. Sequel to Women of Wonder, The Classic Years, RC 41832. Descriptions of Sex and Some Strong Language, 1995. About the editor. Pamela Sargent sold her first science fiction story during her senior year at Binghamton University, where she earned a B.A. and M.A. in philosophy and also studied ancient history and Greek. Her novel Venus of Dreams, 1986, was listed as one of the 100 best science fiction novels by Library Journal. Earthseed, her first novel for younger readers, was named a 1983 Best Book for Young Adults by the American Library Association. Her other science fiction novels include Cloned Lives, 1976, The Sudden Star, 1979, Watchstar, 1980, The Golden Space, 1982, The Shore of Women, 1986, and Venus of Shadows, 1988. She has won a Nebula Award, a Locus Award, and has been a finalist for the Hugo Award. She also edited the anthologies Biofutures, 1976, and, with Ian Watson, Afterlives, 1986. Her most recent novel is Ruler of the Sky, 1993, a historical novel about Genghis Khan, in which the Mongol conqueror's story is told largely from the points of view of women. She lives in upstate New York. Contents. Introduction. Pamela Sargent. Side 1, Tone 2. Cassandra. C.J. Cherryh, 1978. Side 1, Tone 3. The Thaw. Tanith Lee, 1979. Side 1, Tone 4. Scorched Supper on New Niger. Suzy McKee Charnas, 1980. Side 2, Tone 1. Abominable. Carole Emshwiller, 1980. Side 3, Tone 1. Bluewater Dreams. Sidney J. Van Scyoc, 1981. Side 4, Tone 1. The Cabinet of Edgar Allan Poe. Angela Carter, 1982. Side 4, Tone 2. The Harvest of Wolves. Mary Gentle, 1984. Side 4, Tone 3. Bloodchild. Octavia E. Butler, 1984. Side 5, Tone 1. Fears. Pamela Sargent, 1984. Side 5, Tone 2. Webrider. Jayge Carr, 1985. Side 6, Tone 1. Alexia and Graham Bell. Rosaline Love, 1986. Side 6, Tone 2. Reichs-Peace. Sheila Finch, 1986. Side 6, Tone 3. Angel. Pat Cadigan, 1987. Side 7, Tone 1. Rachel in Love. Pat Murphy, 1987. Side 7, Tone 2. Game Night at the Fox and Goose. Karen Joy Fowler, 1989. Side 8, Tone 1. Tiny Tango. Judith Moffett, 1989. Side 9, Tone 1. At the Rialto. Connie Willis, 1989. Side 10, Tone 1. Midnight News. Lisa Goldstein, 1990. Side 11, Tone 1. And Wild for to Hold. Nancy Kress, 1991.
Side 11, Tone 2. Immaculate, Storm Constantine, 1991. Side 13, Tone 1. Farming in Virginia, Rebecca Orr, 1993. Side 13, Tone 2. About the Authors. Side 14, Tone 1. Recommended Reading. Science Fiction by Women, 1979 to 1993. Side 14, Tone 2.
Reader's Note. Reference notes found in the print edition are not included in this recording. End of note. Acknowledgements. I would like to thank the following people: Richard Curtis, Joseph Elder, Anne Freedgood, David Garnett, Martin H. Greenberg, Virginia Kidd, John Radjewitz, Shirley Sargent, Ian Watson, and Janine Webb. I am also extremely grateful to my editors, Michael Candle and Krista Malone, for their counsel and their patience. Vonda N. McIntyre deserves thanks for helping to guide the first Women of Wonder anthology to its original publisher. Special thanks are owed to Jack Dan for his brainstorming, and most especially to George Zabrowski, whose moral support, editorial advice, and library were invaluable. I also owe much to the late Janet Kafka, who offered me the chance to edit my first anthology 20 years ago, and who was the kind of editor all writers hope to have. Introduction. Pamela Sargent. In March of 1991, science fiction and fantasy writer Pat Murphy announced the establishment of a new award for science fiction that imaginatively examines gender roles, the James Tiptree Jr. Award. Tiptree died in 1987 at the age of 71. Murphy was assisted in the planning of this award by another writer, Karen Joy Fowler, and had the approval of the Tiptree estate. When James Tiptree Jr. revealed in 1977 that she was a woman named Alice Sheldon, the news came as a great surprise to most of the science fiction community. Her writing, despite its obvious sympathy and compassion for women, had seemed so male to many readers. For an award designed to honor the kind of science fiction that explores and expands the roles of women and men, the Tiptree name seemed an eminently suitable choice. In addition, as Pat Murphy pointed out, science fiction already had several awards named after men, among them the Hugo Award, named for Hugo Gernsback, the Theodore Sturgeon Award, given annually to an outstanding work of fantastic short fiction, the John W. Campbell Awards for Best Novel and for Best New Writer, named after the influential editor of Astounding and Analog, the Arthur C. Clarke Award for the Best Science Fiction Novel of the Year published in England, and the Philip K. Dick Award for the Best Science Fiction or Fantasy Book first published in paperback. It was time for an award to be named after a female writer, and the fact that the name was a female writer's male pseudonym added a nice touch of irony. The Tiptree Award has been given annually since 1992, financed largely by such typically female fundraising activities as bake sales and the selling of cookbooks. The Tiptree Award calls attention to works that fulfill one of the main purposes of science fiction, freeing the reader, at least temporarily, from the social and sexual assumptions of our culture. As Joanna Russ has stated, the myths of science fiction run along the lines of exploring a new world conceptually, not necessarily physically, creating needed physical or social machinery, assessing the consequences of technology or other changes, and so on. These are not stories about men qua man and women qua woman. They are myths of human intelligence and human adaptability. They not only ignore gender roles, but, at least theoretically, are not culture-bound. Some of the most fascinating characters in science fiction are not human. By 1991, the effect of the women's movement on science fiction had faded in the minds of many. There was a need by then for an award that specifically honored and called attention to works that dealt imaginatively and inventively with gender roles. Some of the writers who had created a stir in the 70s were being forgotten. Women were still writing science fiction and winning acclaim for their work. Indeed, some of the most honored, accomplished, and important writers in the field were women, so no one could say that the field excluded women or that they had no audience. The situation was more complicated and ambiguous than that. On the surface, it seemed that women writers were finally being accepted, with their gender being irrelevant. In 1980, Joan D. Vinge's popular novel The Snow Queen was published. This novel, about the ruler of the planet Tiamat and her cloned daughter, won a Hugo Award and the praise of Arthur C. Clarke. A year later, Julian May returned to science fiction, after almost 3 decades away from the field, with her novel The Many-Colored Land, 1981. Ursula K. Le Guin had become as important an influence on the genre as Arthur C. Clarke, Isaac Asimov, and Robert A. Heinlein. Anne McCaffrey had reached the bestseller lists. C.J. Cherryh and Tanith Lee were developing into 2 of science fiction's most prolific writers. Cherryh's Cassandra, 1978, is a moving portrayal of a woman gifted, or cursed, with precognition. Lee, one of the field's most versatile writers, is represented here by The Thaw, 1979, which tells of a woman who must deal with a cryonically preserved ancestor who is revived. In the late 70s and early 80s, it seemed that women in science fiction had overcome all gender barriers, and that even more of them would enter and be welcomed in the field. To a great extent, this is what happened. But in the late 70s, the most widely popular event in science fiction was not the publication of a written work, but the release of a motion picture, Star Wars, which derived its plot, characters, and settings largely from old pulp magazine science fiction. Indeed, there is only one important female character in Star Wars. This movie, diverting entertainment that it is, had a significant effect on written science fiction. The late 70s also saw the growth of conservatism in both the U.S. and Britain, which affected the genre as well. Publishers, influenced partly by Star Wars, were confronted with the fact that there was a much wider audience for traditional adventure stories than for innovative fiction. They became increasingly hostile to literary experimentation in science fiction, thus limiting the range of innovations in the field and the varieties of work available to readers. A conservative political climate that encouraged tradition brought more people to view feminism as a step in the wrong direction, even as an aberration. To discuss any literature, especially one as rooted in popular culture as science fiction, without taking market forces and the general cultural climate into consideration is a mistake. Science fiction derives from both the utopian literary tradition and pulp adventure fiction. Writers have used the tropes of the genre both to write serious literary work and to spin yarns. Some have argued convincingly that the television series and later movie series Star Trek, which won the devotion of many female fans, partly because Star Trek makes an effort to give women, as well as people of different races and backgrounds, important roles in its imagined future, may have attracted more women to science fiction than did the women's movement. Some science fiction succeeds in removing readers from their own culture, but some is simply our world or our past in disguise. There has always been a tension between the more intellectual purposes of the genre, the questioning of our society's assumptions, and what many readers seek in it, escapism that is diverting without being disturbing. Not surprisingly, the escapist variety of science fiction is the more popular, and is almost always more commercially successful. It is what most people unfamiliar with science fiction think of as science fiction, even though the more ambitious variety is in time pillaged to feed the commercial mills. Increasingly, the late 70s saw less room on publishers' lists for work that wasn't popular entertainment, or written by the genre's best-known authors. The 80s, for women in the science fiction community, as well as for their sisters in other spheres, was an ambiguous decade. Women were writing and publishing science fiction with regularity, but more were consciously or unconsciously trying to avoid the label of feminist, a term that had fallen into disrepute. Some people could be heard questioning whether or not the science fiction that women were writing was in fact real science fiction. In this context, the 70s no longer seemed such an innovative period for the genre. The contributions of women during that time, when not ignored, came in for some criticism. The writer Charles Platt typifies this attitude toward the 70s. Thus, from the new wave, via the Dangerous Vision series, thence Damon Knight's Orbit anthologies and Milford writing workshops, evolved a generation who used the props of science fiction, aliens, time travel, starships, without any real interest in plausibility as their predecessors had known it. A new soft science fiction emerged, largely written by women: Joan Vinge, Vonda McIntyre, Ursula Le Guin, Joanna Russ, Kate Wilhelm, Carole Emshwiller. Their concern for human values was admirable, but they eroded science fiction's one great strength that had distinguished it from all other fantastic literature: its implicit claim that events described could actually come true. This statement of Platt's, I would argue, actually demonstrates some progress. Once women were discouraged from being members of the science fiction community, and now they are influential enough to be blamed for the decline of the field. One wonders, however, why Platt aimed his criticism specifically at women, when many men writing science fiction were vulnerable to the same charges. Another view of the 70s, offered by writer Bruce Sterling, is unambiguous. I found most science fiction in the 1970s to be unreadably dull. The vast majority of published science fiction, then as now, is hollow pop entertainment. He did not single out women writers for blame, but one might ask how the highly talented Sterling, who published his own earliest novels during the 70s, could have such a poor impression of a decade in which accomplished science fiction was published by Samuel R. Delany, J.G. Ballard, Ursula K. Le Guin, Brian Aldiss, Thomas M. Disch, Kate Wilhelm, Harlan Ellison, Robert Silverberg, Octavia E. Butler, Joanna Russ, and Gene Wolfe. Maybe it's just that newcomers wanting to make a name for themselves find it to their advantage to sweep away the past, to call earlier accomplishments insignificant, or to demonstrate that all progress leads to them. Maybe it's only a sign that Americans in particular have a propensity for cultural and historical amnesia. But the publishing atmosphere and the political climate later on surely had an effect on how the science fiction of the 70s, and that decade in general, was viewed by some of those looking back. A backlash had developed. Much of the innovative writing of the 70s, including that by women, was neglected or had been forgotten. One could be left with the impression, if one had not been actively involved in science fiction during the 70s, that the science fiction of that decade was as dull as Sterling imagines it to be. In fact, what was happening during the 70s mirrored some of the divisions that marked the genre in previous decades. Jules Verne centered his books around feats of technology and engineering, although he offered some sociological and political criticism as well, while H.G. Wells became more utopian in his works. The exotic pulp adventures of the magazines of the 30s, with their lengthy descriptions and expository passages, were displaced during the 40s by crisply written science fiction rooted in realism. Robert Heinlein was perhaps the most influential of those new 40s writers. During the 50s, more writers were coming to use the genre as a vehicle for sociological extrapolation and for satire. The 60s saw a debate between more traditional writers and the advocates of literary experimentation. During the 70s, the questions raised by the women's movement offered new opportunities to imagine worlds that did not take our world's deeply rooted assumptions about the sexes for granted. All of these divisions and disputes served the purpose of shaking up the genre, keeping the best writers from becoming too complacent, and bringing new writers into the field. Some ignored such disputes and went on writing as they always had. Others became partisans of one side or another. Still others were influenced by the new approaches and adapted them to their own fiction without abandoning all of their former techniques. To its benefit, the genre tended to assimilate what was useful. It is in this context that one might begin to understand the worries expressed by Charles Platt. He expresses a concern for science fiction's realistic tradition when he claims that the only feature distinguishing science fiction from other fiction is its plausibility. Isaac Asimov offers as a definition of science fiction that it is fiction about the human impact of science and technology. Lose that as science fiction's center, one might argue, and nothing distinguishes it from any other kind of fantastic fiction. It becomes simply another kind of fantasy. Whether one agrees with this assertion or not, it is still difficult to understand why Platt directs his reproach at women writers unless he is simply looking for scapegoats. It's especially strange when some of the women on Platt's list, Kate Wilhelm and Vonda McIntyre in particular, write work that aims at realism and plausibility. Bruce Sterling's misgivings are also understandable as an expression of concern for realism and well-developed ideas. Looking at what much science fiction appeared to be, namely hollow pop entertainment, as, in fact, a lot of published science fiction has been during every period of the genre's history, he concludes that the science fiction of the 70s was dull. That the women's movement had had an effect on the best writing in the field, and later on even on some of the pop entertainment, escapes him. He is not alone in his view of the 70s. Others have expressed similar attitudes, as though excising certain kinds of writing from the genre's history altogether. Whatever view one holds of the 60s New Wave or other past movements in science fiction, few commentators would forget or deny that they existed. Yet the 70s, to some, seems a time when science fiction was unexceptional, and nothing innovative was taking place. This is demonstrably untrue. The 1980s were to be a time for another debate among science fiction writers. The momentum of the 70s had been lost. Old-fashioned commercial science fiction was rising in popularity, and although women writers were even more important to the genre than before, the women's movement had fallen on hard times. As it happened, the most distinctive literary movement in science fiction during the 80s would turn out to be cyberpunk science fiction, a form dominated by men. At the beginning of the 1980s, women still represented a minority of writers in the field, but they were no longer a minor voice. An impressive number of them were to become some of the most important new writers of science fiction. Connie Willis, who had published her first story in 1971, began winning attention and awards for her short fiction in the 80s. Among her most popular stories are Firewatch, 1982, A Letter from the Clearys, 1982, The Last of the Winnebagos, 1988, At the Rialto, 1989, a story using theoretical physics as a metaphor, and Even the Queen, 1992, a humorous tale about menstruation. She is a versatile writer whose accessible prose and feeling for her characters draw the reader into her complexly plotted stories. She is also the author of two novels, Lincoln's Dreams, 1987, and Doomsday Book, 1992, a novel of time travel set in 14th century England. Willis has the distinction of being the only writer ever to be honored with Nebula Awards in all 4 categories of fiction for which the award is given. In fact, she has won more awards than almost any writer in the genre. Yet a recent reviewer of her work remarks about her, "Willis is so good at characterization that the mild SF elements in her stories seem like no more than an excuse for it, and so the stories feel more like mainstream than SF. She's a great writer, but not, for my part, a great SF writer." This reviewer, I suspect, would have made the same charge against a man writing science fiction stories that seemed insufficiently science-fictional. This particular case isn't one of a woman being singled out for blame because she is a woman. But what is interesting about the charge is that it echoes one that has been made against several women writers in the genre, and that is less often made against men when they write the same sort of story. In fact, Connie Willis presents an excellent example of one of the directions in which science fiction has traveled in recent years. The science-fictional ideas and details in her stories are often more metaphorical than realistic, although she has also proven her talent at more traditional science fiction, while her writing and characterization are skilled enough to lead the reviewer previously quoted to think that they can overwhelm the science-fictional elements in her work. One can argue about whether or not science fiction should go in this direction. Some insist that the ideas in a story be on the same level and as well developed as the writing, and that a well-written story with a weak or almost non-existent idea still fails as science fiction. But a number of writers have taken Willis's more literary road, and they have had predecessors along this path. In a recent essay, Willis acknowledged her debt to earlier writers who stretched science fiction's boundaries. Shirley Jackson's and Mildred Klingerman's and Kit Reed's and Margaret St. Clair's stories, along with Damon Knight's and Jerome Bixby's and Theodore Sturgeon's, influenced me. In her essay, she also deplores the fact that so many of science fiction's women writers have been neglected, but perhaps that should not have surprised her. Some of these writers were also seen as being insufficiently science-fictional. Clearly more readers, given Willis's awards and popularity, are prepared to overlook traditional strictures on what science fiction should be. Karen Joy Fowler, who was hailed almost immediately after the publication of her first stories as an important new voice, and whose first collection of short fiction, Artificial Things, 1986, was widely praised, often approaches her material obliquely. Some of her stories seem to straddle the border between science fiction and magic realism. She is represented here by Game Night at the Fox and Goose, 1989, a story that plays with the notion of alternative history. Her first novel, Sarah Canary, 1991, bewildered some science fiction readers, perhaps because they could not see how a novel set in the late 1800s with a mysterious central character who remains an enigma even at the end of the book, could be science fiction. Other readers had no problem. Critic John Clute said about the book, Karen Joy Fowler's Sarah Canary traces with steely, smiling delicacy the ways in which it might be possible to understand and to misconstrue a speechless but bird-like female creature as she drifts through the Pacific Northwest, gathering round her a congeries of other outcasts, a Chinese, a suffragette, an Indian, an idiot. As far as the male imperial mind is concerned, they are all outside the pale, and must be coerced into being understood. Sarah Canary herself may, in fact, be a true alien. As far as most SF readers are concerned, she almost certainly is. As far as the book is concerned, she is certainly other. To ask this novel to explain its alien in a manner common to more conventional science fiction is to miss the point. One might as well ask characters in an opera to talk instead of sing. Pat Murphy began publishing both science fiction and fantasy in the late 70s. She won Nebula Awards for her novel The Falling Woman, 1986, and for her novelette Rachel in Love, 1987, the story of a chimpanzee with imprinted human thoughts and memories. Her collection of short fiction, Points of Departure, 1990, and her third published novel, The City Not Long After, 1989, which is set in a near-future San Francisco, show a writer whose work often pushes beyond the traditional boundaries of science fiction, and in fact Murphy has had to endure accusations of not being a real science fiction writer. Despite the scientific theme in her story, Rachel in Love, one critic contended that there was nothing in it apart from one detail that was at all science-fictional. Theodore Sturgeon has defined a science fiction story as one that could not have been told without the science-fictional elements. By this criterion, Rachel in Love is clearly science fiction. Murphy herself related the following anecdote about another reaction to her work. I was at a dinner. The writer sitting beside me started talking about The Falling Woman. He asked me quite politely if I minded if he pointed out a problem with the book. I said, "Sure, I'd like to hear it." And he said there are no strong male characters anywhere in it. Now, I found it interesting that he perceived this as a problem. I've never heard anyone criticize Moby Dick on the ground that it has no strong female characters. No female characters at all, except for a couple of whales with bit parts. The writer was interpreting my work according to an underlying set of expectations and assumptions. A good novel has strong male characters. So, of course, the absence of such characters was a problem. Lisa Goldstein, whose first novel, The Red Magician, was published in 1982, is, like Murphy, a writer who moves easily between science fiction and fantasy. Among her novels are The Dream Years, 1985, set in Paris during the 1920s and the late 1960s, A Mask for the General, 1987, a story of a future dictator and those resisting him, and Tourists, 1989, in which some American travelers find themselves in a mysterious country. Her story, Midnight News, 1990, takes a character belonging to that often ignored category of people, old women, and makes her the most important person in the world. Nancy Kress, whose earliest novels were fantasies, moved to science fiction in her novel An Alien Light, 1988. Most of her work is solidly realistic and rooted in plausibility. In the novel Brain Rose, 1990, the novella Beggars in Spain, 1991, and much of her short fiction, Kress demonstrates her ability to combine speculation about possible biological advances with a consideration of the ethical issues such advances might raise. Compared with Willis, Fowler, Murphy, and Goldstein, Kress probably adheres most closely to the traditional realistic strictures of science fiction, but she does not sacrifice strong characterization and literary grace to do so. In And Wild for to Hold, 1991, she makes the historical figure of Anne Boleyn her central character, then thrusts her into an alternative history. What these five writers have in common with one another, and with other writers of science fiction in recent years, is that they have pushed beyond the conventional limitations of the form. Their writing styles are diverse and vary widely, as do their subjects. They can take certain assumptions, such as female characters engaged in a variety of pursuits, for granted, as their predecessors could not. They can also be seen simply as writers, and not as the special cases their predecessors were often perceived to be. Other writers also pushing at science fiction's perceived limitations were grouped, sometimes willingly, sometimes not, under the label of cyberpunks. What is cyberpunk science fiction? John Kessel, a writer of science fiction who is also a perceptive observer of the genre, offers one explanation.
The movement can be described as a fusion of high-tech ambience with a countercultural, third-world, or even cheerfully nihilistic denial of middle-class American values.
Like rock music's punks, who went back to the crude instrumentation and energy of 1950s rock and roll, injecting it with a contemporary political or anti-political message, the cyberpunks returned to the technological SF of the 1940s and 1950s, of Isaac Asimov and Robert A. Heinlein, but with a radical sensibility. Some of the most interesting of the new writers of the 80s had soon divided themselves, or were divided by others, into two groups, cyberpunk writers and those described as the new humanists. The differences between the two groups are delineated by writer Michael Swanwick in his essay A User's Guide to the Postmoderns, a term he applies to both groups. The first group, the humanists, produce literate, often consciously literary fiction, focusing on human characters who are generally seen as frail and fallible, and using the genre to explore large philosophical questions, sometimes religious in nature. The other group has been tagged the cyberpunks. Their fiction is characterized by a fully realized high-tech future, crammed prose, punk attitudes including antagonism to authority, and bright, inventive details. The book generally claimed as the earliest cyberpunk novel is William Gibson's Neuromancer, 1984, while writer Bruce Sterling soon became the movement's chief advocate. Other writers who have been associated with cyberpunk science fiction to a greater or lesser degree are K.W. Jeter, Rudy Rucker, Mark Laidlaw, Greg Bear, Paul D. Filippo, Louis Shiner, John Shirley, and Pat Cadigan. In other words, this particular movement resembles earlier science fiction not only in its embrace of technology, but also in being dominated by men. During the 80s, Pat Cadigan was the only female writer to be grouped with the cyberpunks. Her novels Mind Players, 1987, Fools, 1992, and Sinners, 1991, which won the Arthur C. Clarke Award, and most of her short stories share the streetwise sensibility and fascination with technology characteristic of the cyberpunks. Her hard and savvy women characters are taken for granted, not seen as unusual. Her writing is strong and direct. A fine example of her art is the story Angel, 1987, with its tough yet vulnerable narrator. It is interesting to note that the talented Cadigan, in relation to the cyberpunk school, occupied a place analogous to the one that earlier women science fiction writers, such as Lee Brackett, did in the field as a whole. She was the exception, the woman who could write as well and in the same manner as the men did.
The cyberpunk writers shook up science fiction, definitely a worthwhile end, and opened the field to new ways of looking at the future. The traditional infatuation with technology was still there, without the conventional baggage and genre clichés. But most of the female characters in cyberpunk fiction occupied secondary or standard roles. A standard role in this context often being a leather-clad dominatrix, a sex object, a whore, or a victim, as opposed to being a housewife. There were exceptions, among them the protagonist in Bruce Sterling's Islands in the Net, 1988, but not many. The noisiest new movement in science fiction ended up, however unintentionally, largely devoid of women. While a few cyberpunk and new humanist science fiction writers were issuing manifestos, others, many of them women, were contributing to the body of utopian science fiction. Among them were Joan Slonczewski, Margaret Atwood, Suzette Haydn Elgin, and Cherryh S. Tepper. Joan Slonczewski's The Door into Ocean, 1986, winner of the John W. Campbell Award, drew on the author's training as a biologist to depict a pacifist female society and a more aggressive masculine culture. In a sense, Slonczewski's novel can be seen as a response to Frank Herbert's Dune, 1965. If Herbert's desert world of Arrakis breeds warriors, Slonczewski's ocean world of Shora has produced pacifists. Margaret Atwood, a writer not usually associated with science fiction, wrote The Handmaid's Tale, 1985, a dystopia about a future in which women have no legal rights and are restricted to rigid roles. Disturbingly, many of these women assist in their own repression. This novel won acclaim both inside and outside the genre, and was honored with the first Arthur C. Clarke Award. Ursula K. Le Guin's innovative Always Coming Home, 1985, which could almost serve as a guidebook to the world it shows, models its fictional future on tribal societies of the past. This novel rejects conventional narrative and instead gives the reader tales, poetry, drawings, reports, a short narrative, even music, on a tape cassette included with the book, of the Kesh, Le Guin's imagined matriarchal society. Suzette Haydn Elgin, who won earlier praise for her story For the Sake of Grace, 1969, in which a brilliant young woman on a male-dominated world must take a great risk for the chance at an education, continued to write throughout the 70s. During the 80s, she published her most influential novels, Native Tongue, 1984, and Native Tongue II, The Judas Rose, 1987. In these novels, women living in a future in which they have no rights developed their own language, La Adan. Although they have no legal rights, they are still valued as Earth's translators and interpreters in dealing with alien civilizations. Elgin's invented language of La'adan has since taken on a life of its own, with fans of the novels contributing to its development. Cherryh S. Tepper has a strong didactic streak in her work and has become an important science fiction novelist. Although her first novel was not published until the early 80s, she had been writing for some time before then. In The Gate to Women's Country, 1988, she depicts a world where men and women, with few exceptions, live entirely separate lives. She followed this book with a trilogy of novels, Grass, 1989, Raising the Stones, 1990, and Sideshow, 1992, in which overpopulation and fundamentalist religion are soundly criticized within the tale of settlers on an alien world. All these works confront the relationships between men and women, and the ways in which different societies might alter them. They are not sterile blueprints for ideal societies, novels heavily burdened by messages, or polemics where an author's outrage has overwhelmed her story. They are passionately felt stories that move and involve the reader while seeking to address important issues. In recent years, women writers in science fiction have been largely responsible for keeping the utopian tradition alive, as these novels demonstrate. A necessarily incomplete list of other women writers who contributed to science fiction during the 80s includes Kim Antio, Jayge Carr, Jo Clayton, Storm Constantine, Grania Davis, Diane Duane, M.J. Ng, Zoe Fairbairns, Cynthia Felice, Esther Friesner, Mary Gentle, Molly Gloss, Eileen Gunn, Gwyneth Jones, Lee Kennedy, Lee Killow, R.A. McAvoy, Anne Maxwell, Ardath Mehar, R.M. Mellick, Rachel Pollack, Elizabeth Ann Scarborough, Jody Scott, Susan Schwartz, Nancy Springer, S.C. Sykes, Sidney J. Van Scyoc, Sharon Webb, Cherry Wilder, M.K. Wren, and Jane Yolen. Two eminently worthwhile anthologies of science fiction by women published during that decade are Isaac Asimov's Space of Her Own, 1984, edited by Shauna McCarthy, a book that includes stories by women that were published in Isaac Asimov's science fiction magazine, and Dispatches from the Frontiers of the Female Mind, 1985, edited by Jen Green and Sarah Lefanu. While some women were extending the boundaries of science fiction, others were succeeding as writers of more conventional narratives. Lois McMaster Bujold, who published her first novel, Shards of Honor, in 1986, was quickly hailed as one of the most entertaining new writers of traditional science fiction adventure. Her books are entertainments, but also stories with depth. Miles Vorkosigan, one of her most popular characters, may be a military genius, but he is also a man with physical disabilities. Falling Free, 1988, is the story of human beings genetically engineered to work in space, people who can function in the weightlessness of space, but who would be seriously disabled on Earth. Bujold, like C.J. Cherryh, is as popular among male science fiction readers as among women. This does not mean that readers of adventure science fiction, hard science fiction, or military science fiction in particular welcome books by women even now. There is some anecdotal evidence that a few editors are reluctant to publish hard or military science fiction by writers whose bylines are clearly female. This may mean only that these particular sub-genres of science fiction are often treated by publishers as popular fiction for men, much in the same manner as romance novels, with their almost exclusively female bylines, are seen as popular fiction for women. But it is also a sign that there is still some separatism within the genre as a whole. In the meantime, the late 80s and early 90s have seen the increasing popularity of large sagas that are superficially science fiction or fantasy, but also resemble, in their packaging and subject matter, romantic historical novels. Most of the readers of such sagas are assumed to be women. The same, judging by their bylines, is true of those who write these books, which are often centered around a love story of some kind. This may be an economic advance for the women who write them. The books are fairly popular. But the rise of a subgenre of women's science fiction is an ambiguous trend at best. The fragmentation of the genre into cyberpunk, new humanism, romantic sagas, military techno-thrillers, magic realism, postmodernism, and other approaches mirrors what, in a broader literary context, has been called the balkanization of literature. There is no longer a common literary culture that all writers can be assumed to share, or an accepted canon of classics, and this is true of science fiction as well. We live in a world where old systems have been shattered, conflicts are both closer to home and increasingly bitter, and old certainties have vanished. It is not surprising that science fiction, like many nations, is also fragmenting into widely differing styles, approaches, techniques, and subgenres, for better or worse. Science fiction, although still far from being a model of diversity, white men and boys are still the majority of writers and readers, has become more diverse than it once was. The proliferation of subgenres means that authors allegedly working in the same genre often have little in common as writers. What can the term science fiction actually mean in such a context? Not much of what is written seems to fit into the mold of hard science fiction, which scientist and writer Gregory Benford has defined as that which highly prizes fidelity to the physical facts of the universe, while building upon them to realize new fictional works. It sticks to the facts, unless some crucial new experiment or discovery changes those, but can play fast and loose with theory as it likes. Benford has expressed a wish that this kind of science fiction remain at the center of the genre as an aspiration, even if it remains a paradigm more often honored in the breach than not. Few women have written hard science fiction, and some critics point to this fact when asserting that women do not write real science fiction. Often ignored is the fact that most men who write science fiction don't write this sort of work either. One cannot write hard science fiction without some understanding of science, and women have traditionally been discouraged from pursuing educations and careers in science. But much of Catherine MacLean's work qualifies as hard science fiction, and more women with backgrounds in the sciences now are writing in the genre. Jayge Carr is a former NASA physicist, Joan Slonczewski is a research biologist, and Vonda N. McIntyre and Pat Murphy hold degrees in biology. Kate Wilhelm, Nancy Kress, Lois McMaster-Bujold, and Maureen F. McHugh are just a few of the writers who have written work that can qualify as hard science fiction. Some may, in their assessments, unfairly and inaccurately exclude women from this core of the genre because they don't see that some women are writing a subtler kind of hard science fiction. Isaac Asimov's definition of science fiction as a literature about the human impact of science and technology is certainly less rigid and more inclusive and encompasses many more writers. One critic, Tom Shippey, has described science fiction this way. It is the steady, cumulative creation of a mindset and a readership that is accustomed to change and ready to accept that technological change will inevitably bring social and political change as well. Science fiction is peopled with acute observers who take a long view. It is inherently unpredictable. Its authors are committed, with exceptions, to the belief that unpredictability is as true of the future as it has been in the recent past. But we are still talking about a literature rooted in realism, and there are writers who don't quite fit into these limits. For some of them, science fiction is essentially another kind of fantasy, the difference being that science fiction draws its symbols from science and technology, while fantasy uses magic and myth as its wellsprings. A story with only a trace of a science-fictional notion can thus qualify as science fiction. To have such a broad definition, one that might allow for almost any kind of fantastic fiction, has the virtue of bringing more writers, and often very gifted ones, into the genre, and encouraging others to be more literarily ambitious. But some would argue that this definition ignores, and may even destroy, those features that distinguish science fiction from other kinds of literature. In this view, there would be no distinctive literature reflecting, however faintly, the spirit of scientific inquiry, and the belief that certain tools can give us insights into reality and what the universe in fact is. A reader could no longer assume that certain science-fictional details denoted imagined possible realities. They might be only metaphors, as they are in other kinds of writing. The debate about what science fiction is and should be is likely to continue, as it has throughout the genre's history. With that in mind, a couple of important points should be made here. It is no longer possible to discuss science fiction without mentioning the women who have contributed to it. Conversely, it is also impossible to give an account of women science fiction writers and their work without discussing the genre as a whole. The topic of women and science fiction is not an ancillary topic anymore, one to be set aside from the history of the literature as a kind of sidebar or footnote. To discuss women and science fiction is, of necessity, to discuss the entire field. Perhaps eventually, if sexism and racism diminish sufficiently, we may finally discuss only writers. The number of women writing science fiction and influencing the field has been increasing during the early 90s. The influence of women as editors has also increased. Christine Catherine Rush, who won the John W. Campbell Award for Best New Writer in 1990 for her own writing, edited the small magazine Pulp House for several years before becoming the editor of the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction. She joined an impressive list of women who have affected the genre as editors, among them Judith Merrill, Cecile Goldsmith, editor of Amazing Stories during the 60s, Shauna McCarthy, editor of Isaac Asimov's science fiction magazine in the early 80s, Ellen Datlow, fiction editor of Omni magazine for over a decade, and science fiction editors at several publishing houses. Writers actively writing science fiction now include Patricia Anthony, Wilhelmina Baird, Maya Catherine Bonoff, Emma Bull, Mary Carricker, Susan Casper, Paula Downing, Julia Ecklar, Kate Elliott, Nancy Etchemendy, Sharon Farber, Nancy Farmer, Maggie Flynn, Carolyn Ives Gilman, Karen Haber, Nina Karicki Hoffman, Janet Kagan, Catherine Eliska Kimbrell, Sonia Oren Liris, Lisa Mason, Bridget McKenna, Linda Nagata, Michaeline Pendleton, Mary Rosenblum, Michelle Sagara, Melissa Scott, Martha Sokup, Lois Tilton, Mary A. Terzillo, and Deborah Wheeler. Had I added the names of writers who have written a little science fiction but are primarily fantasy or horror writers, the list would be longer. Among the strongest science fiction novels of the early 90s were three that were honored with the James Tiptree Jr. Award. The British writer Gwyneth Jones, in her award-winning novel White Queen, 1991, depicts an alien invasion in which the aliens remain ambiguous. Jones is also known for an earlier novel about a post-Holocaust matriarchy, Divine Endurance, 1984. Eleanor Arneson, who has been publishing science fiction since the 70s, was honored for A Woman of the Iron People, 1991, which manages the difficult tasks of showing a detailed alien culture in which the sexes are almost completely separated, revealing the dilemmas of the human anthropologists studying their world, and creating a socialistic future Earth that is a convincing extrapolation, even in our current conservative political climate. Maureen F. McKee, one of the most promising new writers of science fiction, won the Tiptree Award for China Mountain Zhang, 1992, in which her central character is a homosexual man in a homophobic society. McKee extrapolates her imagined science and technology in the context of a future world dominated by China, a difficult job for a Western writer. The future of science fiction and of science fiction written by women should be extremely bright. Unfortunately, a number of factors now threaten the genre as a whole. One is a publishing industry increasingly devoted to the production of bestsellers or brand-name books. Within science fiction, this has resulted in great popularity and large sales for the best-known writers of science fiction, among them Arthur C. Clarke, Isaac Asimov, Anne McCaffrey, Ursula K. Le Guin, and several others, most of whom are writers of long standing. Other extremely profitable science fiction books are those based on movies and television programs, such as Star Wars and Star Trek. These series often take up much of the shelf space of science fiction sections in bookstores. Other popular books include novels or series in which a lesser-known writer writes a book set in a background created by a well-known writer. Some of these novels are true collaborations in which the two authors work together, while others are almost entirely written by the lesser-known writer. Some of these books are better than others, and some serve to attract new readers to the genre, but what they all have in common is that they exist primarily to trade on a famous writer's name or on a trademark. I pointed out earlier that it's a mistake to look at any literature apart from the culture around it. Ironically, for people who have prided themselves on looking forward, authors of science fiction are now being encouraged either to look back and mine the genre's past, or to work in backgrounds or imagined worlds developed by others. Newer writers who set their tales in someone else's world have less chance to develop their own. Writing that isn't obviously commercial has a harder time getting published. More important, we exist in a society where the written and printed word has less and less influence. Various observers have talked about the death of print or the twilight of the written word. One can argue about whether this is too pessimistic a view. Most human societies of the past had a large percentage, often a majority, of people who were illiterate. Still, the fact remains that people have many more distractions than they once did, and fewer of those who are literate choose to spend their time with books. Science fiction once had a large number of adolescents among its readers, many of whom would give up reading such stories in adulthood. Now, the teens who might in other times have been avid readers of science fiction have gaming, computers, television, popular music, and other possible pursuits competing for their attention. Various surveys, including those done by the science fiction trade magazine Locus of its subscribers, indicate that the genre's readership is steadily growing older. The most innovative science fiction ideas and the most imaginative scenarios have always been found in print. Movies, television, comics, and other popular forms draw heavily on science fiction, but lag behind the printed word in the development of their ideas. It may be that science fiction writers will increasingly have to embrace some of these forms and the more diverse audiences they draw in order to reach more people. In addition, writers, and women writers in particular, are now contending with what has been called the post-feminist era, a misleading term since it assumes women have already achieved most of their goals. The critic Joan Gordon has written about what this means for science fiction. Feminism has reached the stage of denial, since its detractors have so successfully defined it as a rabid, humorless policing of gender attitudes, a kind of dreaded political correctness. The very people who seem to sympathize with its most sensible aims, equal treatment under the law, for instance, have begun to deny membership. In such a climate, overtly feminist SF, as so magnificently practiced by Joanna Russ and Suzy McKee Charnas, has been replaced for the most part by a more covert brand. Female characters are strong, active, given to non-gender-linked jobs, but although these characters may live as feminists have striven for women to be allowed to live, their right to live that way is not the central issue of the writing. Recent female writers don't neglect feminist thought. They assume, apply, and subsume it in their texts. In other words, more science fiction writers are writing almost as if there is no question about the justice of equal rights for women, even though the goals of the women's movement have provoked questions, second thoughts, resentment, and a backlash in some Western nations, while women in much of the world still have no real rights. Constructive as it is to imagine worlds where matters are otherwise and to enable readers to live vicariously in these worlds, maybe there is still a place for the more polemical brand of writing as well. As Joan Gordon goes on to say, post-feminism cannot afford to be smug. Benign neglect can become malign. Women, as writers and as editors, have made important contributions to the literature of science fiction. Feminist ideas and concerns have influenced this contribution, although few writers of science fiction, even the most strongly feminist ones, ever towed anything resembling a party line, and at least a few writers would probably deny that they are feminists at all. Women have unquestionably made advances. It remains to be seen whether these advances are subtle and pervasive, but not yet easily discerned, or are instead ambiguous. A word about the stories in this anthology and its companion volume, Women of Wonder, The Classic Years. My purpose is to present thoughtful, entertaining, well-written science fiction by women in which female characters, human or alien, play important roles. Although some stories are likely to strike the reader as feminist in tone, no ideological ruler was used to measure them for selection. One of my goals is to present stories that reflect the variety of different literary paths women have taken in writing science fiction and the varied imaginary worlds they have created. This requires including stories that some may see as pre-feminist, post-feminist, or not feminist at all. It would have been impossible, even in a much larger volume, to include every accomplished writer. My hope is that the reader will be moved to seek out other stories and books by the writers who appear here, and also by those who do not. Intending that no one worthy be overlooked, I have provided a list of recommended reading, with bibliographic information at the back of each Women of Wonder volume. Science fiction, by both women and men, now encompasses such a wide variety of styles and such a diversity of approaches that almost any reader can find at least a few authors to treasure. In addition to the stories already mentioned, the reader will find Octavia E. Butler's award-winning Bloodchild, 1984, and Rebecca Orr's Farming in Virginia, 1993, both of which depict some of science fiction's more memorable aliens. Butler is becoming one of the most important writers in the genre, while Orr is a genuinely different and unique voice. Webrider, 1985, by Jayge Carr, a writer who deserves more attention than she has been paid, and Scorched Supper on New Niger, 1980, by Suzy McKee Charnas, which uses African motifs, are detailed and intelligent science fiction adventures. Bluewater Dreams, 1981, by Sidney J. Van Scyoc, is a moving story of a young settler and her alien friend, while My Own Fears, 1984, speculates about the kind of world present-day biological developments might bring about. The Cabinet of Edgar Allan Poe, 1982, by Angela Carter, one of the major British fantasists, is a meditation on an author whom Brian Aldiss has placed in the pantheon of science fiction's ancestors. In The Harvest of Wolves, 1984, Mary Gentle offers a glimpse into one small corner of a bleak, near-future society. The Australian writer Rosaline Love wittily plays with both alternative history and the nature of time in Alexia and Graham Bell, 1986, while Sheila Finch offers an alternative history in Reichs-Peace, 1986, that uses the notion of a triumphant Nazi Germany and gives it an unexpected twist. Storm Constantine's Immaculate, 1991, does a riff on popular media, biological science, and artificial intelligence. Judith Moffat's Tiny Tango, 1989, shows an accomplished writer who is not afraid to provoke and disturb her readers, and Carole Emshwiller in Abominable, 1980, views the relationship of women and men in her own original way. In the past, women may have shown good sense by not being interested in science fiction. Why read a literature in which the future was often made by men for men? Why be interested in worlds that excluded women from any meaningful activities? But in the serious science fiction of the past, and in that being written today, we may find an art that life can imitate. Cassandra, C.J. Cherryh. Fires. They grew unbearable here. Alice felt for the door of the flat and knew that it would be solid. She could feel the cool metal of the knob amid the flames, saw the shadow stairs through the roiling smoke outside clearly enough to feel her way down them, convincing her senses that they would bear her weight. Crazy Alice. She made no haste. The fires burned steadily. She passed through them, descended the insubstantial steps to the solid ground. She could not abide the elevator, that closed space with the shadow floor that plummeted down and down. She made the ground floor, averted her eyes from the red, heatless flames. A ghost said good morning to her. Old man Willis, thin and transparent against the leaping flames. She blinked, bade it good morning in return, did not miss old Willis's shake of the head as she opened the door and left. Noon traffic passed, heedless of the flames, the hulks that blazed in the street, the tumbling brick. The apartment caved in, black bricks falling into the inferno, hell amid the green, ghostly trees. Old Willis fled, burning, fell, turned to jerking, blackened flesh, died daily. Alice no longer cried, hardly flinched. She ignored the horror spilling about her, forced her way through crumbling brick that held no substance, past busy ghosts that could not be troubled in their haste. Kingsley's cafe stood whole, more so than the rest. It was refuge for the afternoon, a feeling of safety. She pushed open the door, heard the tinkle of a lost bell. Shadowy patrons looked, whispered, "Crazy Alice." The whispers troubled her. She avoided their eyes and their presence, settled in a booth in the corner that bore only traces of the fire. "War," the headline in the vendor said in heavy type. She shivered, looked up into Sam Kingsley's wraith-like face. "Coffee," she said. "Ham sandwich." It was constantly the same. She varied not even the order. Mad Alice. Her affliction supported her. A check came each month, since the hospital had turned her out. Weekly she returned to the clinic, to doctors who now faded like the others. The building burned about them. Smoke rolled down the blue antiseptic halls. Last week a patient ran, burning. A rattle of china. Sam set the coffee on the table, came back shortly, and brought the sandwich. She bent her head and ate, transparent food on half-broken china, a cracked, fire-smudged cup with a transparent handle. She ate, hungry enough to overcome the horror that had become ordinary. 100 times seen, the most terrible sights lost their power over her. She no longer cried at shadows. She talked to ghosts and touched them, ate the food that somehow stilled the ache in her belly, wore the same too large black sweater and worn blue shirt and gray slacks, because they were all she had that seemed solid. Nightly she washed them and dried them and put them on the next day, letting others hang in the closet. They were the only solid ones. She did not tell the doctors these things. A lifetime in and out of hospitals had made her wary of confidences. She knew what to say. Her half-vision let her smile at ghost faces, cannily manipulate their charts and cards, sitting in the ruins that had begun to smolder by late afternoon. A blackened corpse lay in the hall. She did not flinch when she smiled good-naturedly at the doctor. They gave her medicines. The medicines stopped the dreams, the siren screams, the running steps in the night past her apartment. They let her sleep in the ghostly bed, high above ruin, with the flames crackling and the voices screaming. She did not speak of these things. Years in hospitals had taught her. She complained only of nightmares and restlessness, and they let her have more of the red pills. War, the headline blazoned. The cup rattled and trembled against the saucer as she picked it up. She swallowed the last bit of bread and washed it down with coffee, tried not to look beyond the broken front window, where twisted metal hulks smoked on the street. She stayed, as she did each day, and Sam grudgingly refilled her cup, which she would nurse as far as she could, and then she would order another one. She lifted it, savoring the feeling of it, stopping the trembling of her hands. The bell jingled faintly. A man closed the door, settled at the counter. Whole, clear in her eyes. She stared at him, startled, heart pounding. He ordered coffee, moved to buy a paper from the vendor, settled again, and let the coffee grow cold while he read the news. She had view only of his back while he read, scuffed brown leather coat, brown hair a little over his collar. At last he drank the cooled coffee all at one draught, shoved the money onto the counter, and left the paper lying, Headlines turned face down.
A young face, flesh and bone among the ghosts. He ignored them all and went for the door. Alice thrust herself from her booth. "Hey!" Sam called at her. She rummaged in her purse as the bell jingled, flung a bill onto the counter, heedless that it was a 5. Fear was coppery in her mouth. He was gone. She fled the cafe, edged round debris without thinking of it, saw his back disappearing among the ghosts. She ran, shouldering them, braving the flames, cried out as debris showered painlessly on her, and kept running. Ghosts turned and stared, shocked. He did likewise, and she ran to him, stunned to see the same shock on his face, regarding her. "What is it?" he asked. She blinked, dazed to realize he saw her no differently than the others. She could not answer. In irritation, he started walking again, and she followed. Tears slid down her face, her breath hard in her throat. People stared. He noticed her presence and walked faster, through debris, through fires. A wall began to fall, and she cried out despite herself. He jerked about. The dust and the soot rose up as a cloud behind him. His face was distraught and angry. He stared at her as the others did. Mothers drew children away from the scene. A band of youths stared, cold-eyed and laughing. "Wait," she said. He opened his mouth as if he would curse her. She flinched, and the tears were cold in the heatless wind of the fires. His face twisted in an embarrassed pity. He thrust a hand into his pocket and began to pull out money, hastily, tried to give it to her. She shook her head furiously, trying to stop the tears, stared upward, flinching, as another building fell into flames. "What's wrong?" he asked her. "What's wrong with you?" "Please," she said. He looked about at the staring ghosts, then began to walk slowly. She walked with him, nerving herself not to cry out at the ruin, the pale, moving figures that wandered through burned shells of buildings, the twisted corpses in the street where traffic moved. "What's your name?" he asked. She told him. He gazed at her from time to time as they walked, a frown creasing his brow. He had a face well worn for youth, a tiny scar beside the mouth. He looked older than she. She felt uncomfortable in the way his eyes traveled over her. She decided to accept it, to bear with anything that gave her this one solid presence. Against every inclination, she reached her hand into the bend of his arm, tightened her fingers on the worn leather. He accepted it. And after a time he slid his arm behind her and about her waist, and they walked like lovers. "War," the headline at the newsstand cried. He started to turn into a street by Tan's hardware. She balked at what she saw there. He paused when he felt it, faced her with his back to the fires of that burning. "Don't go," she said. "Where do you want to go?" She shrugged helplessly, indicated the main street, the other direction. He talked to her then as he might talk to a child, humoring her fear. It was pity. Some treated her that way. She recognized it and took even that. His name was Jim. He had come into the city yesterday, hitched rides. He was looking for work. He knew no one in the city. She listened to his rambling awkwardness, reading through it. When he was done, she stared at him still and saw his face contract in dismay at her. "I'm not crazy," she told him, which was a lie that everyone in Sudbury would have known, only he would not, knowing no one. His face was true and solid, and the tiny scar by the mouth made it hard when he was thinking. At another time she would have been terrified of him. Now she was terrified of losing him amid the ghosts. "It's the war," he said. She nodded, trying to look at him and not at the fires. His fingers touched her arm gently. "It's the war," he said again. "It's all crazy. Everyone's crazy." And then he put his hand on her shoulder and turned her back the other way,
toward the park, where green leaves waved over black skeletal limbs. They walked along the lake, and for the first time in a long time she drew breath and felt a whole, sane presence beside her. They bought corn and sat on the grass by the lake and flung it to the spectral swans. Wraiths of passers-by were few, only enough to keep a feeling of occupancy about the place. Old people mostly, tottering about the deliberate tranquility of their routine despite the headlines. "Do you see them?" she ventured to ask him finally. "All thin and gray?" He did not understand, did not take her literally, only shrugged. Warily she abandoned that questioning at once. She rose to her feet and stared at the horizon, where the smoke bannered on the wind. "Buy you supper?" he asked. She turned, prepared for this, and managed a shy, desperate smile. "Yes," she said, knowing what else he reckoned to buy with that, willing and hating herself and desperately afraid that he would walk away tonight, tomorrow. She did not know men. She had no idea what she could say or do to prevent his leaving, only that he would when some day he recognized her madness. Even her parents had not been able to bear with that. Visited her only at first in the hospitals, and then only on holidays, and then not at all. She did not know where they were. There was a neighbor boy who drowned. She had said he would. She had cried for it. All the town said it was she who pushed him. Crazy Alice. Fantasizes, the doctors said. Not dangerous. They let her out. There were special schools, state schools, and from time to time hospitals. Tranquilizers. She had left the red pills at home. The realization brought sweat to her palms. They gave sleep. They stopped the dreams. She clamped her lips against the panic and made up her mind that she would not need them, not while she was not alone. She slipped her hand into his arm and walked with him, secure and strange, up the steps from the park to the streets. And stopped. The fires were out. Ghost buildings rose above their jagged and windowless shells. Wraiths moved through masses of debris, almost obscured at times. He tugged her on, but her step faltered, made him look at her strangely, and put his arm about her. "You're shivering," he said. "Cold?" She shook her head, tried to smile. The fires were out. She tried to take it for a good omen. The nightmare was over. She looked up into his solid, concerned face, and her smile almost became a wild laugh. "I'm hungry," she said. They lingered over a dinner in Graben's, he in his battered jacket, she in her sweater that hung at the tails and elbows. The spectral patrons were in far better clothes and stared at them, and they were set in a corner nearest the door, where they would be less visible. There was cracked crystal and broken china on insubstantial tables, and the stars winked coldly in gaping ruin above the wan glittering of the broken chandeliers. Ruins. Cold, peaceful ruin. Alice looked about her calmly. One could live in ruins, only so the fires were gone. And there was Jim, who smiled at her without any touch of pity, only a wild, fey desperation that she understood, who spent more than he could afford in Graben's, the inside of which she had never hoped to see, and told her, predictably, that she was beautiful. Others had said it. Vaguely she resented such triteness from him whom she had decided to trust. She smiled sadly when he said it, and gave it up for a frown, and, fearful of offending him with her melancholies, made it a smile again. Crazy Alice. He would learn and leave tonight if she were not careful. She tried to put on gaiety, tried to laugh. And then the music stopped in the restaurant, and the noise of the other diners went dead, and the speaker was giving an inane announcement. "Shelters! Shelters! Shelters!" Screams broke out, chairs overturned.
Alice went limp in her chair, felt Jim's cold, solid hand tugging at hers, saw his frightened face mouthing her name as he took her up into his arms, pulled her with him, started running. The cold air outside hit her, shocked her into sight of the ruins again, wraith figures pelting toward that chaos where the fires had been worst. And she knew. "No!" she cried, pulling at his arm. "No!" she insisted, and bodies half-seen buffeted them in a rush to destruction. He yielded to her sudden certainty, gripped her hand, and fled with her against the crowds as the sirens wailed madness through the night, fled with her as she ran her sighted way through the ruin. And into Kingsley's, where cafe tables stood abandoned with food still on them, doors ajar, chairs overturned. Back they went into the kitchens and down into the cellar, the dark, the cold safety from the flames. No others found them there. At last the earth shook, too deep for sound. The sirens ceased and did not come on again. They lay in the dark and clutched each other and shivered, and above them for hours raged the sound of fire, smoke sometimes drifting in to sting their eyes and noses. There was the distant crash of brick, rumblings that shook the ground, that came near, but never touched their refuge. And in the morning, with the scent of fire still in the air, they crept up into the murky daylight. The ruins were still and hushed. The ghost buildings were solid now, mere shells. The wraiths were gone. It was the fires themselves that were strange, some true, some not, playing above dark, cold brick, and most were fading. Jim swore softly over and over again, and wept. When she looked at him, she was dry-eyed, for she had done her crying already. And she listened as he began to talk about food, about leaving the city, the two of them. "All right," she said. Then clamped her lips, shut her eyes against what she saw in his face. When she opened them, it was still true. The sudden transparency, the wash of blood. She trembled, and he shook at her, his ghost face distraught. "What's wrong?" he asked. "What's wrong?" She could not tell him, would not. She remembered the boy who had drowned, remembered the other ghosts. Of a sudden she tore from his hands and ran, dodging the maze of debris that this morning was solid. "Alice!" he cried, and came after her. "No!" she cried suddenly, turning, seeing the unstable wall, the cascading brick. She started back and stopped, unable to force herself. She held out her hands to warn him back, saw them solid. The brick rumbled, fell. Dust came up, thick for a moment, obscuring everything. She stood still, hands at her sides, then wiped her sooty face and turned and started walking, keeping to the center of the dead streets. Overhead clouds gathered, heavy with rain. She wandered at peace now, seeing the rain spot the pavement, not yet feeling it. In time the rain did fall, and the ruins became chill and cold. She visited the dead lake and the burned trees, the ruin of Grabens, out of which she gathered a string of crystal to wear. She smiled when, a day later, a looter drove her from her food supply. He had a wraith's look, and she laughed from a place he did not dare to climb, and told him so. And recovered her cash later when it came true, and settled among the ruined shells that held no further threat, no other nightmares, with her crystal necklace and tomorrows that were the same as today. One could live in ruins, only so the fires were gone, and the ghosts were all in the past, invisible. The Thaw, Tanith Lee. "Ladies first," they said. That was okay. Then they put a histotrace on the lady in question and called me. "No thanks," I said. "Listen," they said. "You're a generative bloodline descendant of Carla Bryce. Aren't you interested, for God's sake? This is a unique moment, a unique experience. She's going to need support, understanding, a contact. Come on, don't be frigid about it. I guess Carla is more frigid than I'm ever likely to be. They laughed to keep up the informalities. Then they mentioned the Institute grant I'd received, just for hanging around and being supportive. To a quasi-unemployed artist, that was temptation and a half. They also reminded me that on this initial bout there wouldn't be much publicity, so later, if I wanted to capitalize as an eyewitness, and providing good old Carla was willing, I had a sudden vision of getting very rich very quick, and with the minimum of effort, and I succumbed ungracefully.
Which accurately demonstrates my three strongest qualities: laziness, optimism, and blind stupidity.
Which in turn sums up the whole story, more or less. And that's probably why I was told to write it down for the archives of the human race. I can't think of a better way to depress and wreck the hopes of frenzied, shackled, bleeding humanity. But to return to Carla. She was, I believe, my great-great-great-great-great-grandmother. Give or take a great. Absolute accuracy isn't one of my talents either. The relevant part is, however, that at 33, Carla had developed the rare heart complaint she'd developed it. She had a few months or less, and so she opted, along with 70 other people that year, to undergo cryogenic suspension till a cure could be found. Cryosus had been getting progressively more popular ever since the 1980s. Remember? It's the freezing method of holding a body in refrigerated stasis, indefinitely preserving thereby flesh, bones, organs, and the rest, perfect and pristine in a frosty crystal box. Just stick a tray of water in the freezer and see for yourself. It may not strike you as cozy anymore, but that's hardly surprising. In 1993, 71 persons, of whom 4 or 5 or 6 great Granny Carla was one, saw it as the only feasible alternative to death. In the following 200 years, 4,000 others copied their example. They froze their malignancies, their unreliable hearts, and their corroding tissues, and as the light faded from their snowed-over eyes, they must have dreamed of waking up in the fabulous future. Funny thing about the future. Each next second is the future, and now it's the present, and now it's the past. Those altogether 4,091 who deposited their physiognomies in the cold storage compartments of the world were looking forward to the future, and here it was, and we were it. And smack in the middle of this future, which I naively called now, was I, Tacy Bryce, a rotten little unskilled artist, painting gimcrack flying saucers for the Spaceens. There was a big flying saucer sighting boom that year of 2193. Either you recollect that or you don't. Nearly as big as the historic boom between the 1930s and 90s. Psychologists had told us it was our human inadequacy, searching all over for a father-mother figure to replace God. Besides, we were getting desperate. We'd penetrated our solar system to a limited extent, but without meeting anybody on the way. That's another weird thing. When you read the speculativia of the 1900s, you can see just how much they expected of us. It was going to be all or nothing. Either the world would become a miracle of rare device with plastisteel igloos balanced on the stratosphere and metal giblets, or we'd have gone out in a blast of radiation, neither of which had happened. We'd had problems, of course. Over 200 years, problems occur. There had been the fission tragedy and the world flood of 14. There'd been the huge pollution clear-ups, complete with the rationing that entailed, and one pretty nasty pandemic. They had set us back, that's obvious, but not halted us. So we reached 2193 mostly unscathed, with a whiz-bang technology not quite as whiz or bang as prophesied. A place where doors opened when they saw who you were, and with a colony on Mars, but where they hadn't solved the unemployment problem or the geriatric problem. Up in the ether there were about 600 buzz-wuzzes headed out into nowhere, bleeping information about Earth.
but we hadn't landed on Alpha Centauri yet. And if the waste disposal jammed, brother, it jammed. What I'm trying to say, superfluously because you're ahead of me, is that their future, those 4,091, their future, which was our present, wasn't as spectacular as they'd trusted or feared, excepting the selenic vena derivative drugs, which had rendered most of the diseases of the 1900s and the 2000s obsolete. And suddenly, one day, someone had a notion. "Hey, guys," this someone suggested. "You recall all those sealed, frosty boxes the medic centers have? You know, with the on-ice carcinomas and value-ditums in 'em? Well, don't you think it'd be grand to defrost the lot of them and pump 'em full of health?" "Crazy," said everybody else, and wet themselves with enthusiasm. After that, they got the thing organized on a global scale. And first off, not wanting to chance any public mishaps, they intended to unfreeze a single frost box in relative privacy. Perhaps they put all the names in a hat. Whatever. They picked Carla Bryce, or Bryce, if you liked that Newsies tableau tape pun. And since Carla Bryce might feel a touch extra chilly coming back to life 200 years after she crionized out of it, they dredged up a bloodline descendant to hold her cold old 33-year hand. And that was Tacy Bryce. Me. The room below was pink, but the cold pink of strawberry ice cream. There were 40 doctors of every gender prowling about in it and round the crystal slab. It put me in mind of a pack of wolves with a carcass that couldn't quite decide when to eat. But then I was having a nervous attack up on the spectator gallery where they'd sat me. The countdown had begun 2 days ago, and I'd been ushered in at noon today. For an hour now, the crystal had been clear. I could see a sort of blob in it, which gradually resolved into a naked woman. Straight off, even with her lying there stiff as a board and utterly defenseless, I could tell she was the sort of lady who scared me dizzy. She was large and well-shaped, with a mane of dark red hair. She was the type that goes outdoor swimming at all seasons, skis, shoots rapids in a canoe, becomes the coordinator of a moon colony, the type that bites. Value-ditums had got her, but nothing else could have done. Not child, beast, nor man. Certainly not another woman. Oh, my. And this was my multiple great-granny that I was about to offer the hand of reassurance. Another hour, and some dial and click mechanisms down in the strawberry ice room started to dicker. The wolves flew in for the kill. A dead lioness, that was Carla. Then the box rattled, and there was a yell. I couldn't see for scrabbling medics. What happened? The young medic, detailed to sit on the spec gallery with me, sighed. I'd say she's opened her eyes. The young medic was black as space and beautiful as the stars therein, but he didn't give a damn about me. You could see he was in love with Carla the lioness. I was simply a pain he had to put up with for 2 or 3 hours while he stared at the goddess beneath. But now the medics had drawn off. I thought of the Sleeping Beauty story and Snow White. Her eyes were open indeed, coppery brown to tone with the mane. She didn't appear dazed. She appeared contemptuous, precisely as I'd anticipated. Then the crystal box lid began to rise. "Jesus," I said. "Strange you should say that," said the black medic. His own wonderful eyes fixed on Carla, he'd waxed profound and enigmatic. The manner in which we all still use these outdated religious expletives, God, Christ, hell, long after we've ceased to credit their religious basis as such. The successful completion of this experiment in life suspense and restoration has a bearing on the same matter, he murmured, his inch-long lashes brushing the Plaste's pane. You've read of the controversy regarding this process. It was seen at one era as an infringement of religious faith. Oh, yes? I kept on staring at him, infinitely preferable to Carla, with her open eyes, and the solitary bending medic with the supodermic.
"The idea of the soul," said the medic on the gallery. "The immortal part which survives death. But what befalls a soul trapped for years, centuries, in a living yet statically frozen body? In a physical limbo, a living death? You see the problem this would pose for the religious?" But of course today—" He spread his hands. "There is no such barrier to lucid thought. The life force, we now know, resides purely in the brain, and thereafter in the motor nerves, the spinal cord, and attendant reflexive centers. There is no soul." Then he shut up and nearly swooned away, and I realized Carla had met his eye. I looked, and she was sitting, part reclined against some medic's arm. The medic was telling her where she was, and what year it was, and how, by this evening, the valued diddums would be no more than a bad dream, and then she could go out into the amazing new world with her loving descendant, whom she could observe up there on the gallery.
She did spare a glance for me. It lasted about 0.9 of a mini-instant. I tried to unglue my mouth and flash her a warming, welcoming grin, but before I could manage it, she was back to studying the black medic. At that moment, somebody came and whipped me away for celebratory alcohol, and 2 hours later, when I'd celebrated rather too much, they took me up a plushy corridor to meet Carla, skin to skin. Actually, she was dressed on this occasion. She'd had a shower and a couple of post-defrosting tests and some shots and the anti-value diddums stuff. Her hair was smoldering like a fire in a forest. She wore the shiny smock medical centers insisted that you wore, but on her it was like a design original. She'd even had a tan frozen in with her, or maybe it was my dazzled eyes that made her seem all bronzed and glowing. Nobody could look that good, that healthy, after 200 years on ice, and if they did, they shouldn't. Her room was crammed with flowers and bottles of scent and exotic light paintings, courtesy of the Institute, and then they trundled me in. Not astoundingly, she gazed at me with bored amusement, like she'd come to the dregs at the bottom of the wine. "This is Tacy," somebody said, making free with my forename. Carla spoke in a voice of maroon velvet. "Hello, Tacy." Patently, my cognomen was a big mistake. Never mind, she'd overlook it for now. "I gather we are related." I was drunk, but it wasn't helping. "I'm your Yes, we are, but—" I intelligently blurted. The "but" was going to be a prologue to some nauseating placatory crawler's drivel about her gorgeousness and youth. It wasn't necessary, not even to let her know how scared I was. She could tell that easily, plus how I'd shrunk to a shadow in her high-voltage glare. Before I could complete my hiccuping sycophancy anyway, the medic in charge said, "Tacy is your link, Ms. Bryce, with civilization as it currently is." Carla couldn't resist it. She raised one manicured eyebrow, frozen, exquisite for 2 centuries. If Tacy was the link, civilization could take a walk. "My apartment," I went on blurting, "it's medium, but—" What was I going to say now? About how all my grant from the Institute I would willingly spend on gowns and perfumes and skis and automatic rifles or whatever Carla wanted? How I'd move out and she could have the apartment to herself? She wouldn't like the spacey murals on the walls. "It's just a bridge, I managed, till you get acclimatized. She watched me as I made a fool of myself, or rather displayed my true foolishness. Finally, I comprehended the message in her copper eyes. Don't bother. That was all. Don't bother. You're a failure, Carla's copper irises informed me, as if I didn't know. Don't make excuses. You can alter nothing. I expect nothing from you. I will stay while I must in your ineffectual vicinity, and you may fly around me and scorch your wings if you like. When I am ready, I shall leave immediately, soaring over your sky like a meteor. You can offer no aid, no interest, no grain I cannot garner for myself." "How kind of Tacy," Carla's voice said. "Come, darling, and let me kiss you." Somehow I'd imagined her still as very cold from the frosty box, but she was blood heat. Ashamed, I let her brush my cheek with her meteoric lips. Perhaps I'd burn. "I'd say this calls for a toast," said the medic in charge. "But just rose juice for Miss Bryce, I'm afraid, at present." Carla smiled at him, and I hallucinated a rosebush, thorns, too, eviscerated by her teeth. Lions drink blood, not roses. I got home paralyzed and floundered about trying to change things. In the middle of attempting to re-spray paint over a wall, I sank on a pillow and slept. Next day I was angry, the way you can only be angry over something against which you are powerless. So, damn it, let her arrive and see space shuttles, mother ships, and whirly bug-eyed monsters all across the Plastays. And don't pull the ready cook out of the alcove to clean the feed pipes behind it that I hadn't seen for 3 years, or dig the plant out of the cooled water dispenser, or buy any new garments, blinds, rugs, sheets. And don't conceal the wage increment checks when they skitter down the chute, or prop up the better space scenes I'd illustrated on the table where she won't miss them. I visited her one more time during the month she stayed at the Institute. I didn't have the courage not to take her anything, although I knew that whatever I offered would be wrong. Actually, I had an impulse to blow my first grant check and my WI together and buy her a little antique stiletto of Toledo steel. It was blatantly meant to commit murder with, and as I handed it to her, I'd bow and say, "For you, Carla. I just know you can find a use for it." But, naturally, I didn't have the bravura. I bought her a flagon of expensive scent she didn't need, and was rewarded by seeing her put it on a shelf with 3 other identically packaged flagons, each twice the size of mine. She was wearing a recliner robe of amber silk, and I almost reached for sunglasses. We didn't say much. I tottered from her room, sunburned and peeling, and that night I painted another flying saucer on the wall. The day she left the Institute, they sent a mobile for me. I was supposed to collect and ride to the apartment with Carla to make her feel homey. I felt sick. Before I met her, though, the medic in charge wafted me into his office. "We're lucky," he said. "Ms. Bryce is a most independent lady. Her readjustment has been, in fact, remarkable. None of the traumas or rebuttals we've been anxious about. I doubt if most of the other subjects to be revived from cryogenesis will demonstrate the equivalent rate of success." "They're really reviving them, then?" I inquired lamely. I was glad to be in here, putting off my 4th Congress with inadequacy. "A month from today, dependent on the ultimately positive results of our post-resuscitation analysis of Miss Bryce, but, as I intimated, I hardly predict any hitch there." "And how long—" I swallowed. "How long do you think Carla will want to stay with me?" "Well, she seems to have formed quite an attachment for you, Tacy. It's a great compliment, you know, from a woman like that, a proud, volatile spirit. But she needs an anchor for a while. We all need our anchors. Probably her proximity will benefit you in return, don't you agree?" I didn't answer, and he concluded I was overwhelmed. He started to describe to me that glorious scheduled event, the global link-up, when every single cryogone was to be revived, as simultaneously with each other as they could arrange it. The process would be going out on 5 channels of the spatials, visible to us all. Technology triumphant yet again, bringing us a minute or two of transcendental catharsis. I thought about the beautiful black medic and his words on religion. And this is how we replaced it, presumably, when we weren't saucer sighting. shedding tears sentimentally over 4,090 idiots fumbling out of the deep freeze. "One last small warning," the medic in charge added. "You may notice, or you may not, I can't be positive, the occasional lapse in the behavioral patterns of Miss Bryce." There was a fantasy for me. Carla lapsed. "In what way?" I asked, miserably enjoying the unlikelihood. "Mere items, a mood, an aberration, a brief disorientation even. These are to be expected in a woman reclaimed by life after 200 years, and in a world she is no longer familiar with. As I explained, I looked for much worse and far greater quantity. The odd personality slip is inevitable. You mustn't be alarmed. At such moments the most steadying influence on Miss Bryce will be a non-institutional normalcy of surroundings, and the presence of yourself." I nearly laughed. I would have, if the door hadn't opened, and if Carla, in mock red lynx fur, hadn't stalked into the room. I didn't even try to create chatter. Alone in the mobile, with the auto driving us along the cool concrete highways, there wasn't any requirement to pretend for the benefit of others. Carla reckoned I was a schmoil, and I duly schmoiled. Mind you, now and again she put out a silk paw and gave me a playful tap, like when she asked me where I got my hair done. But I just told her about the ready-set parlors, and she quit. Then again she asked a couple of less abstract questions. Did libraries still exist? That was one. The second one was if I slept well. I went along with everything in a dank stupor. I think I was half kidding myself. It was going to be over soon. Then the mobile drove into the auto lift of my apartment block. The gates gaped, and we got out. As my door recognized me and split wide, it abruptly hit me that Carla and I were going to be hand-in-glove for some while. A month at least, while the Institute computed its final tests. Maybe more, if Carla had my lazy streak somewhere in her bronze and permasteel frame. She strode into my apartment and stood flaming among the flying saucers and the wine-ringed furniture. The fake fur looked as if she'd shot it herself. She was a head taller than I was ever going to be. And then she startled me, about the only way she could right then. "I'm tired, Tissy," said Carla. No wisecracks, no vitriol, no stare from Olympus. She glided to the bedroom. Okay, I'd allocated the bed as hers, the couch as mine. She paused, gold digit on the panel that I'd preset to respond to her finger. "Will you forgive me?" she wondered aloud. Her voice was soporific. I yawned. "Sure, Carla." She stayed behind the closed panels for hours. The day reddened over the city. Colors, as usual, heightened by the weather control that operates a quarter of a mile up. I slumped here and there, unable to eat or rest or read or doodle. I was finding out what it was going to be like, having an apartment and knowing it wasn't mine anymore. Even through a door, Carla dominated. Around 19, I knocked. No reply. Intimidated, I slunk off. I wouldn't play the septiphones, even with the earpieces only, even with the volume way down. Might wake Granny. You see, if you could wake her from 200 years in the freezer, you could certainly wake her after 8 hours on a dormadias. At 24 midnight, she still hadn't come out. Coward, I knocked again and feebly called, "Night, Carla. See you tomorrow." On the couch I had nightmares, or night Carlas, to be explicit. Some were very realistic, like the one where the trust bonds Carla's estate had left for her hadn't accumulated after all, and she was destitute, and going to remain with me forever and ever. Or there were the comic strip ones, where the fake red lynx got under the cover and bit me. Or the surreal ones, where Carla came floating toward me, clad only in her smoldering hair, and everything caught fire from it, and I kept saying, "Please, Carla, don't set the rug alight. Please, Carla, don't set the couch alight." In the end, there was merely a dream where Carla bent over me, hissing something like an anaconda, if they do hiss. She wanted me to stay asleep, apparently, and for some reason I was fighting her, though I was almost comatose. The strange thing in this dream was that Carla's eyes had altered from copper to a brilliant topaz yellow, like the lynx's. It must have been about 4 in the morning that I woke up. I think it was the washer unit that woke me, or it could have been the septiphones, or the waste disposal, or the dryer, or any of the several gadgets a modern apartment was equipped with, because they were all on. It sounded like a madhouse, looked like one. All the lights were on, too. In the middle of chaos, Carla. She was quite naked, the way I'd seen her at the first, but she had the sort of nakedness that seems like clothes, clean-cut, firm, and flawless, the sort that makes me want to hide inside a stone. She was reminiscent of a sorceress in the midst of her sorcery, the erupting mechanism sprawling around her in the fierce light. I had a silly thought. Carla's going nova. Then she turned and saw me. My mouth felt as if it had been security sealed, but I got out, "You okay, Carla?" "I am, darling. Go back to sleep now." That's the last thing I remember till 10 a.m. the next day. I wondered initially if Carla and the gadgets had been an additional dream, but when I checked the energy meter, I discovered they hadn't. I was plodding to the ready cook when Carla emerged from the bedroom in her amber recliner robe. She didn't say a word. She just relaxed at the counter and let me be her slave. I got ready to prepare her the large breakfast she outlined. Then I ran her bath. When the water meter shut off half through, Carla suggested I put in the extra tags to ensure the tub was filled right up. As she bathed, I sat at the counter and had another nervous attack. Of course, Carla was predictably curious. Back in 1993, many of our gadgets hadn't been invented, or at least not developed to their present standard. Why not get up in the night and turn everything on? Why did it have to seem sinister? Maybe my sleeping through it practically non-stop was the thing that troubled me. All right, so Carla was a hypnotist. Come to consider, should I run a histotrace myself in an attempt to learn what Carla was? Had been? But let's face it, what really upset me was the low on the energy meter, the water meter taking 1/3 of my week's water tags in one morning, and Carla luxuriously wallowing, leaving me to foot the bill. Could I say anything? No. I knew she'd immobilize me before I'd begun. When she came from the bathroom, I asked her did she want to go out. She said no, but I could visit the library if I would and pick up this book and tape list she'd called through to them. I checked the call meter. That was down too. "I intend to act the hermit for a while, Tacy," Carla murmured behind me as I guiltily flinched away from the meter. "I don't want to get involved in a furor of publicity. I gather the news of my successful revival will have been leaked today. The tabloid tapes will be sporting it. But I understand by the news publishing codes of the 80s that unless I approach the newsies voluntarily, they are not permitted to approach me." "Yes, that's right." I gazed pleadingly into the air. "I guess you wouldn't even consider that, Carla. It could mean a lot of money. That is, not for you to contact the newsies, but if you'd all allow me to on your behalf." She chuckled like a lioness with her throat full of gazelle. The hair rose on my neck as she slunk closer.
With her big, warm, elegant hand curved over my skull, I shuddered. No, Tacy, I don't think I'd care for that. I don't need the cash. My estate investments, I hear, are flourishing. I was thinking of me, Carla. I could use the tags. The hand slid from my head and batted me lightly. Somehow I was glad I hadn't given her the Toledo knife after all. No, I don't think so. I think it will do you much more good to continue as you are. Now, run along to the library, darling. I went mainly because I was glad to get away from her. To utter the spineless whining I had drained entirely my thin reserves of courage. I was shaking when I reached the auto lift. I had a wild plan of leaving town and leaving my apartment with Carla in it and going to ground. It was more than just inadequacy now. Hunter and hunted. And as I crept through the long grass, her fiery breath was on my heels. I collected the 20 books and the 50 tapes and paid for the loan. I took them back to the apartment and laid them before my astonishing amber granny. I was too scared even to hide, much too scared to disobey. I sat on the sun patio, though it was the weather-control day for rain. Through the Plastace panels I heard the tapes educating Carla on every aspect of contemporary life, social, political, economic, geographical, and carnal. When she summoned me, I fixed lunch. Later, drinks and supper. Then I was too nervous to go to sleep. I passed out in the bathroom, sitting in the shower cubicle. Had night Carlas of Carla eating salad. Didn't wake up till 10 a.m. Checked. All meters down again. When I trod on smashed Plastace, I thought it was sugar. Then I saw the cooled water dispenser was in 95 bits. Where the plant had been, there was only soil and condensation and trailing roots. I looked, and everywhere beheld torn-off leaves and tiny clots of earth. There was a leaf by Carla's bedroom. I knocked, and my heart knocked to keep my hand company. But Carla wasn't interested in breakfast, wasn't hungry. I knew why not. She'd eaten my plant. You can take a bet I meant to call up the Institute right away. Somehow I didn't. For one thing, I didn't want to call from the apartment and risk Carla catching me at it. For another, I didn't want to go out and leave her in case she did something worse. Then again, I was terrified to linger in her vicinity. A lapse, the medic in charge had postulated. It was certainly that. Had she done anything like it at the Institute? Somehow I had the idea she hadn't. She'd saved it for me, out of playful malice. I dithered for an hour, till I panicked, pressed the call button, and spoke the digits. I never heard the door open. She seemed to know exactly when to strike. Yes, that is the word I want. I sensed her there. She didn't even touch me. I let go the call button. "Who are you calling?" Carla asked. "Just a guy I used to pair with," I said, but it came out husky and gulped and quivering. "Well, go ahead. Don't mind me." Her maroon voice, bored and amused and indifferent to anything I might do, held me like a steel claw. And I discovered I had to turn around and face her. I had to stare into her eyes. The scorn in them was killing. I wanted to shrivel and roll under the rug, but I couldn't look away. "But if you're not going to call anyone, run my bath, darling," Carla said. I ran her bath. It was that easy. Of course. She was magnetic, irresistible. I could not. Partly it had all become incredible. I couldn't picture myself accusing Carla of houseplant eating to the medics at the Institute. Who'd believe it? It was nuts. I mean, too nuts even for them. And presently I left off quite believing it myself. Nevertheless, somewhere in my brain I kept on replaying those sentences of the medic in charge. The occasional lapse in the behavioral patterns, a mood, an aberration. And against that, point counterpoint, there kept on playing that phrase the beautiful black medic had reeled off enigmatically as a cultural jest. But what befalls a soul trapped for years, centuries, in a living yet statically frozen body? Meanwhile, by sheer will, by the force of her persona, she'd stopped me calling. And that same thing stopped me talking about her to anybody on the street, sent me tongue-tied to fetch groceries, sent me groveling to conjure meals. It was almost as if it also shoved me asleep when she wanted and brought me awake, ditto. Doesn't time fly when you're having fun? 20 days, each more or less resembling each, hurried by. Carla didn't do anything else particularly weird, at least not that I saw or detected. But then I never woke up nights any more. And I had an insane theory that the meters had been fiddled, because they weren't low, but they felt as if they should be. I hadn't got any more plants. I missed some packaged paper lingerie, but it turned up under Carla's bed, where I'd kicked it when the bed was mine. 20 days, 25. The month of Carla's post-resuscitation tests was nearly through. One morning I was stumbling about like a zombie, cleaning the apartment because the dusties had jammed, and Carla had spent 5 minutes in silent comment on the dust. I was moving in that combined sludge of terror, mindlessness, and masochistic cringing she'd taught me, when the door signal went. When I opened the door, there stood the black medic with a slim case of file tapes. I felt transparent, and that was how he treated me. He gazed straight through me to the empty room where he had hoped my granny would be. "I'm afraid your call doesn't seem to be working," he said. Why had I the notion Carla had done something to the call? "I'd be grateful to see Miss Bryce if she can spare me a few minutes. Just something we'd like to check for the files." That instant, splendid on her cue, Carla manifested from the bathroom. The medic had seen her naked in the frosty box, but not a naked that was vaguely and fluently sheathed in a damp towel. It had the predictable effect. As he paused, transfixed, Carla bestowed her most gracious smile. "Sit down," she said. "What check is this? Tacy, darling, why not arrange some fresh coffee?" Tacy, darling, went to the coffee cone. Over its bubbling, I heard him say to her, "It's simply the doctor something was a little worried by a possible amnesia. Certainly none of the memory areas seem physically impaired, but you see here and there on the tape." "Give me an example, please," drawled Carla. The black medic lowered his lashes as if to sweep the tableau tape. "Some confusion over places and names. Your second husband, Francis, for instance, who you named as Frederick. And there, the red mark, Dr. something else, mentioned the satellite disaster of 91, and it seems you did not recall." "You're referring to the malfunction of the Ixion 11, which broke up and crashed in the Midwest, taking 300 lives," said Carla. She sounded like a purring textbook. She leaned forward, and I could watch him tremble all the way across from the coffee cone. "Dr. something and Dr. something else," Carla said, "will have to make allowances for my excitement at rebirth. Now, I can't have you driving out this way for nothing. How about you come to dinner? The night before the great day. Tacy doesn't see nearly enough people her own age. As for me, let's say you'll make a 200-year-old lady very happy." The air between them was electric enough to form sparks. By the great day she meant, patently, the 5-channel spatial event when her 4,090 confrères got liberated from the Sub-Zero. But he plainly didn't care so much about defrosting anymore. The coffee cone boiled over. I noticed with a shock I was crying. Nobody else did. What I wanted to do was program the ready cook for the meal, get in some wine, and get the hell out of the apartment and leave the two of them alone. I'd pass the night at one of the all-night populars and creep in around 10 a.m. the next morning. That's the state I frankly acknowledged she had reduced me to. I'd have been honestly grateful to have done that, but Carla wouldn't let me. "Out?" she inquired. "But this whole party is for you, darling." There was nobody about. She didn't have to pretend. She and I knew I was the slave. She and I knew her long refrigerated soul, returning in fire, had scalded me into a melty on the ground. So it could only be cruelty, this. She seemed to be experimenting, even, as she had with the gadgets, the psychological dissection of an inferior inhabitant of the future. What I had to do, therefore, was to visit the ready-set hair parlor and buy a dress with my bi-monthly second WI check. Carla, though naturally she didn't go with me, somehow instigated and oversaw these ventures. Choosing the dress, she was oddly at my elbow. That one. Her detached and omnipresent aura instructed me. It was expensive, and it was scarlet and gold. It would have looked wonderful on somebody else, but not me. That dress just sucked the little life I've got right out of me. Come the big night, before the big day, for which the countdown must already have in fact begun, there I was, done up like a New Year parcel, and with my own problematical soul wizened within me. The door signal went, and the slave accordingly opened the door, and the dark angel entered, politely thanking me as he nearly walked straight through me. He looked so marvelous I practically bolted. But still, the aura of Carla and Carla's wishes, which were beginning to seem to be communicating themselves telepathically, held me put. Then Carla appeared. I hadn't seen her before that evening. The dress was lion skin, and it looked real, despite the anti-game hunting laws. Her hair was a smooth auburn waterfall that left bare an ear with a gold star dependent from it. I just went into the cooking area and uncorked a bottle and drank most of it straight off. They both had good appetites, though hers was better than his. She'd eaten a vast amount since she'd been with me, presumably ravenous after that long fast. I was the waitress, so I waited on them. When I reached my plate, the food had congealed because the warmer in the table on my side was faulty. Anyway, I wasn't hungry. There were 2 types of wine. I drank the cheap type. I was on the 2nd bottle now, and sufficiently sad I could have howled, but I'd also grown uninvolved, viewing my sadness from a great height. They danced together to the septiphones. I drank some more wine. I was going to be very, very ill tomorrow, but that was tomorrow, verily. When I looked up, they danced themselves into the bedroom, and the panels were shut. Carla's cruelty had had its run, and I wasn't prepared for any additions, such as ecstatic moans from the interior to augment my frustration. Accordingly, garbed in my New Year parcel frock, hair in curlicues, and another bottle in my hand, I staggered forth into the night. I might have met a thug, a rapist, a murderer, or even one of the numerous police patrols that roam the city to prevent the activities of such. But I didn't meet anyone who took note of me. Nobody cared. Nobody was interested. Nobody wanted to be my friend, rob me, abuse me, give me a job or a goal, or make me happy, or make love to me. So if you thought I was a Judas, just you remember that.
If one of you slobs had taken any notice of me that night. I didn't have to wait for morning to be ill. There was a handsome washroom on Avenue East. I'll never forget it. I was there quite a while. When the glamorous weather-control dawn irradiated the city, I was past the worst, and by 10 a.m. I was trudging home, queasy, embittered, hard done by, but sober. I was even able to register the tableaus everywhere and the holoid neons telling us all that the great day was here, the day of the 4090, Thaw Day. I wondered dimly if Carla and the Prince of Darkness were still celebrating it in my bed. She should have been cold. Joke. All right, it isn't. The door to my apartment let me in. The place was as I'd abandoned it. The window blinds were drawn, the table strewn with plates and glasses, the bedroom door firmly shut. I pressed the switch to raise the blinds, and nothing happened, which didn't surprise me. That in itself should have proved to me how far the influence had gone, and how there was no retreat. But I only had this random desultory urge to see what the apartment door would do now. What it did was not react, not even when I put my hand on the panel, which method was generally reserved for guests. It had admitted me, but wouldn't let me out again. Carla had done something to it, as she had to the call, the meters, and to me. But how? Personal power? Ridiculous! I was a spineless dope. That was why she'd been able to negate me. Yet 41 medics, with a bevy of tests and questions, some of which apparently she hadn't got right, ate from her hand. And maybe her psychic ability had increased. Practice makes perfect. What befalls a soul trapped for years, centuries, in a living yet statically frozen body? It was dark in the room, with the blinds irreversibly staying down and the lights irreversibly off. Then the bedroom door slid wide, and Carla slid out, naked again and glowing in the dark. She smiled at me, pityingly. "Daisy, darling, now you've gotten over your sulks, there's something in here I'd like you to clear up for me." Dichotomy once more. I wanted to take root where I was, but she had me walking to the bedroom. She truly was glowing, as if she'd lightly sprayed herself over with something mildly luminous. I guessed what would be in the bedroom, and I'd begun retching, but already despoiled of filling. That didn't matter. Soon I was in the doorway, and she said, "Stop that, Tacy." And I stopped retching, and stood and looked at what remained of the beautiful black medic, wrapped up in the blood-stained lion skin. Lions drink blood, not roses. Something loosened inside me then. It was probably the final submission, the final surrender of the fight. Presumably I'd been fighting her subconsciously from the start, or I wouldn't have gained the ragged half-freedoms I had. But now I was limp and sodden, so I could ask humbly. A plant was salad, but a man, what was he? "You don't quite get it, darling, do you?" Carla said. She stroked my hair friendlily. I didn't shudder any more. Cowed dog, I was relaxed under the contemptuous affection of my mistress. One was green and vegetable. One was black, male, and meat. Different forms. Local dishes. I had no inclination to sample you comprehend, since you are approximate to my own appearance. But of course others who find themselves to be black and male may wish to sample pale-skinned females. Don't worry, Tacy. You'll be safe. You entertain me. You're mine. Protected species.
Still don't understand, Carla, I whispered meekly. Well, just clear up for me, and I'll explain. I don't have to apologize to you for what I did then, because of course you know all about it. The will-less indifference of the absolute slave. I bundled up the relics of Carla's lover breakfast and dumped them in the waste disposal, which dealt with them pretty efficiently. Then I cleaned the bedroom and had a shower and fixed Carla some coffee and biscuits. It was almost noon, the hour when the 4,090 were going to be roused and to step from their frost boxes in front of 7/8 of the world's spatial viewers. Carla wanted to see it too, so I switched on my set minus the sound. Next, Carla told me I might sit, and I sat on a pillow, and she explained. For some reason, I don't remember her actual words. Perhaps she put it in a technical way, and I got the gist, but not the sentences. I'll put it in my own words here, despite the fact that a lot of you know now anyway. After all, under supervision, we still have babies sometimes. When they grow up, they'll need to know. Know why they haven't got a chance, and why we hadn't, and to level with you, know why I'm not a Judas, and that I didn't betray us, because I didn't have a chance either. Laziness, optimism, and blind stupidity. I suppose optimism more than anything. 4,091 persons lying down in frozen stasis, aware they didn't have souls and couldn't otherwise survive, dreaming of a future of cures and of a reawakening in that future, and the earth dreaming of benevolent visitors from other worlds, father-mother figures to guide and help us, sending them buzzwuzzes to bleep over and over, "Here we are. Here. Here." I guess we do have souls. Or we have something that has nothing to do with the brain, or the nerve centers, or the spinal cord. Perhaps that dies too when we die. Or perhaps it escapes. Whatever happens, that's the one thing you can't retain in cryogenic suspension. The body, all its valves and ducts and organs, lies pristine in limbo, and when you wake it up with the correct drugs, impulses, stimuli, it's live again, can be cured of its diseases, becoming a flawless vessel of nothing. It's like an empty room, a vacant lot, the tenant skipped. Somewhere out in the starry night of space, one of the bleeping buzzwuzzes was intercepted. Not by pater-mater figures, but by a predatory, bellicose alien race. It was simple to get to us. Hadn't we given comprehensive directions? But on arrival they perceived a world totally unsuited to their fiery, gaseous, incorporeal forms. That was a blow, that was. But they didn't give up hope. Along with their superior technology, they developed a process whereby they reckoned they could transfer inside of human bodies and thereafter live off the fat of the terrain. However, said process wouldn't work. Why not? The human consciousness, soul, was too strong to overcome. It wouldn't let them through. Even asleep, they couldn't oust us. Dormant, the consciousness, soul, is still present, or at least linked. As for dead bodies, no go. A man who had expired of old age, or with a mobile on top of him, was no use. The body had to be a whole one, or there was no point. Up in their saucers, which were periodically spotted, they spat and swore. They gazed at the earth and drooled, pondering mastery of a globe and entire races of slaves at their disposal. But there was no way they could achieve their aims until
until they learned of all those cryogenic suspensions in their frost boxes, all those soulless lumps of ice, waiting on the day when science would release and cure them and bring them forth healthy and void. If you haven't got a tenant, advertise for a new tenant. We had, and they'd come. Carla was the first. As her eyes opened under the crystal, something looked out of them. Not Carla Bryce, not any more, but something. Curious, cruel, powerful, indomitable, alien, deadly. Alone, she could handle hundreds of us humans, for her influence ascended virtually minute by minute. Soon, there were going to be 4,090 of her kind, opening their eyes, smiling their scornful thank yous through the spatials at the world they had come to conquer, the world they did conquer. We gave them beautiful, healthy, movable houses to live in, and billions to serve them and be toyed with by them, and provide them with extra bodies to be frozen and made fit to house any leftover colleagues of theirs, and our green, depolluted meadows wherein to rejoice. As for Carla, she'd kept quiet and careful as long as she had to. Long enough for the tests to go through and for her to communicate back telepathically to her people all the data they might require on Earth prior to their arrival. And now she sat and considered me. Meteoric, fiery Carla who wasn't Carla. Her eyes, in the dark, gleaming topaz yellow through their copper irises, revealing her basic inflammable nature within the veil of a dead woman's living flesh. They can make me do whatever they want, and they made me write this. Nothing utterly bad has been done to me, and maybe it never will, so I've been lucky there. To them, I'm historically interesting, as Carla had been historically interesting to us, as a first. I'm the first slave. Possibly I can stay alive on the strength of that and not be killed for a whim. Which, in a way, I suppose means I'm a sort of a success, after all. Scorched supper on New Niger. Suzy, McKee, Charnas. Bob W. Nutchke wanted my ship, and I was damned if I was going to let him have it. It was the last of the Steinway space fleet that my sister Nita and I had inherited from our Aunt Juno. Aunt Juno had been a great tough lady of the old days, and one hell of an administrator, far better alone than us two Steinway sisters together. I was young when she died, but smart enough to know that I was a hell of a pilot, so I hired an administrator to run the line for Nita and me. Bob Nutchke administrated himself a large chunk of our income, made a bunch of deliberately bad deals, and secretly bought up all my outstanding notes after a disastrous trading season. I threw him out, but he walked away with 6 of my ships. I lost 9 more on my own. Then my sister Nita married the bastard and took away with her all the remaining ships but one, my ship, the Sealyham Egg-Beater. And I'd mortgaged that to raise money for a high-risk, high-profit cargo in hopes of making a killing. But there were delays on Droslo, repairs to be made at Coyote Station, and the upshot was that Bob had gotten his hands on my mortgage. Now he was exercising his rights under it to call it early, while I was still racing for the one nearby dealer not trade treaty to my competitors. His message was waiting for me when I woke that morning, someplace between Rico and the Touchgate system. Ripety had checked in the message for me. He sat on the console, chewing imaginary burrs out from between his paw pads. No comment from him. He was probably in one of those moods in which he seemed to feel that the best way to preserve his cat-like air of mystery was keeping his mouth shut and acting felinely aloof. I read my message, smacked the console, and bounced around the cabin, yelling and hugging my hand. Then I said, "This is short range from the Steinway Legal Department, which means that creep Riley in Cabin D of our flagship, I mean the Netchke pirate ship. They're close enough to intercept me before I can reach my buyer on Touchgate Center. Bob will get my ship and my cargo and find a way to keep both." Rippety yawned delicately, curling his pink tongue. I wiped the console and cut every signal, in or out, that might help Bob to home in on me again. Then I set an automatic jig course to complicate his life. Fast evasive tactics would cost me heavily in fuel, but still leave me enough to get to Redjoy Power Station, an outpost on Touchgate 6 that was closer to me than my original buyer. Redjoy is an arm of Eastern Glory, the China combine that is one of the great long-hauling companies. I could make Redjoy before Bob caught me, dump my cargo with the Chinese for the best price they would give me, and nip out again. The Chinese run an admirable line, knowing how to live well on little in these times of depression. They're arrogant in a falsely humble way, lack daring and imagination, as Aunt Juno taught me to define those terms, and think very little of anything not Chinese. But they are honest, and I could count on them to give me fair value for my cargo. On the other hand, though the Steinway ships are short-haulers, they are the only short-haulers that can travel among star systems without having to hitch costly rides with long-haulers like the Chinese. We are in competition of a sort. The Chinese don't like competition on principle, so they don't much like Steinways. Rippety was observing the course readouts glowing on the wall. "Redjoy," he remarked, "used to be the trademark of underwear marketed in China in the days of Great Mao." "At worst they would impound my ship," I said, "but they'd still pay me for what's in it." Rippety coughed. "About our cargo," he said. His tail thumped the top of the console. "I was mouse-hunting this morning in the hold. I kept mice on the egg beater to eat up my crumbs, and to keep Rippety fit and amused. All that pod is souring into oatmeal." I sat there and spattered my instruments with tears. Pod is one of the few really valuable alien trade items to have been found in the known universe. It integrates with any living system it's properly introduced to, and realigns that system into a new balance that almost always turns out to be beneficial. People are willing to pay a lot for a pod treatment. But if pod gets contaminated with organic matter, it integrates on its own and turns into oatmeal, a sort of self-digested sludge, which quickly becomes inert and very smelly and hard to clean up. I hadn't had the time or the money to compartmentalize the hold of the egg beater. If some of the pod was soured, it was all soured. "New Niger," Rippety murmured. His eyes were sleepy blue slits, contemplating the wall charts. "We could reach New Niger faster than Netchke could. They would buy the egg beater and fight Bob afterward to keep it." I sat paralyzed with indecision. The New Nigerians certainly would buy the Sealyham egg beater given the chance. It was to keep my ship out of such hands as theirs that Bob was so anxious to take it over. All the other Steinways are later models, set to blow themselves up if strangers go poking around in their guts. This protects the Steinway secret. What Aunt Juno did to fit her short-haul ships for travel between systems without hitching rides at the extortioners' rates that long-haulers charge. An engineer could dig into my ship, though, and come out unscathed to report that Aunt Juno had simply modified the straight-and-tally system in a particular manner with half a dozen counterclock Holbein pins, without disturbing the link-up with the stabilizers and the degreasing works. Everybody knows the general principles, but nobody outside of us Steinways knows the exact arrangement. The Chinese, long haulers exclusively, wouldn't be interested. They would only take my ship to tuck it away out of commission so its secret couldn't be used by anybody else to cut down their income from giving hitches. But the Africans of New Niger ran short-haul ships and were long-time competitors of the Steinway line on the in-system short-haul routes. They could use Aunt Juno's secret, if they had it, to bounce from system to system cheap, as we did, and wipe out our advantage. Ripety said, "Or you could just give up and let Niger have the ship. A lot of people would say you should. He's a good administrator." I took a swipe at him, but he eluded me with a graceful leap onto the food synthesizer, which burped happily and offered me a cup of steaming ersatz. "He's a North American," Ripety continued, "a go-getter who's trying to rebuild North American prestige." "To build himself, you mean, on my ships and my sister's treachery?" "The captain's always right," Ripety said, "in her own ship." I drank the ersatz and glared at the wall, ignoring for the moment the instrument's blinking disaster warnings at me. Bob's ship was following my jig course already. If I was starting to pick him up, he would be picking me up too, first in signals and then in reality. Among the instruments that gave the walls their Baroque look of overdone detail, I had stuck a snapshot of a new Nigerian captain I had encountered once, closely. What were the chances that somebody down there would know where Barnabas was these days? It would make a difference to know that I had one friend on New Niger. My console jumped on, and there was a splintery image of Bob Niger's swarthy, handsome face. He looked grave and concerned, which made me fairly pant with hatred. "You got my offer, Dee," he said in a honey voice. If I turned off again, he would think I was too upset to deal with him. I looked him in the eye and did not smile. "Did you?" he pressed. He faced me full on, obscuring the predatory thrust of his beaky features. "I know all about this final stage of your grab project, yes," I said. He shook his head. "No, Dee, you don't understand. I'm thinking about the family now." He had changed his name to Steinway on marrying Nita, which was good for business but bad for my blood pressure. I've talked this over with Nita, and she agrees. The only way to handle it right is together, as a family. I said, "I have no family." Nita came and looked over his shoulder at me, her round, tanned face reproachful. I almost gagged. Nita, charter member of the new Lamb Chop League, sweet and slinky and one pace behind her man, pretending she knew nothing about business. She had dumped me as a partner for this ambitious buccaneer because he would play along with her frills and her "protect me, I'm weak" line. I think Aunt Juno had hoped to lead her in another direction by leaving half of the Steinway fleet to her. But Nita was part of the new swing back to romance, a little lost lamb chop, not an admiral of the spaceways. "We're still sisters, Dee." She blinked her black eyes at me under her naked brows. She had undergone face-stiffening years ago to create the supposedly alluring effect of enormous liquid orbs in a mysterious mask. "You may be somebody's sister," I snapped. "I'm not." She whispered something to Bob. He nodded. "I know. You see how bad things have gotten, Dee, when you get into a worse temper than ever at the sight of your own sister. Sometimes I think it's a chemical imbalance, that temper of yours. It's not natural. Nita has to go. She's got things to do. I just wanted you to know that anything I suggest has already been run past her, and she's in complete agreement. Isn't that right, Nita?" Nita nodded, fluttered her tapered fingers in my direction, and whisked her svelte, body-suited figure out of the picture. Where she had been, I saw something I recognized behind Bob's shoulder, one of those stretched guts from the whaleys of Chan that's supposed to show images of the future if you expose it to anti-gravity. It had never shown Aunt Juno these two connivers running her flagship. "Well," I said. I sipped the cold dregs of my ersatz. Bob lowered sincerely at me. "Look, Dee, I'm older than you and a lot more experienced at a lot of things, like running a successful trade business, and I'm very concerned about the future of the Steinway name. You and I have been at odds for a long time, but you don't really think I've gone to all this trouble just to junk the line, do you? I did what I had to do. That's all." He stopped and glared past me. I turned. Ripety had a hind foot stuck up in the air and was licking his crotch. He paused to say loudly, "I'm doing what I have to do, too." "Get that filth off the console!" Bob yelled. I chortled. He got control of himself and plowed on. "Already I've restored your family's reputation. Steinway is once again a name held in commercial respect. And I can do more. You don't realize. Things are going to get rougher than you can imagine, and it won't be any game for a freelance woman with nobody to back her up. Look around you. Times are changing. It's a tougher and tougher short-haul market, and women are pulling back into softer, older ways. What will you be out there? One of a handful of female freaks left over from the days of Juno and her type? Freaks don't get work. Not when there are good, sound men around to take it away from them. You'll be a pauper. I don't want that. Nita doesn't want it. You don't want it. Give up and face facts." He paused. The picture of a man carried away by his own eloquence. And a pleasure to look at, too, if I hadn't been burning up with loathing for his very tripes. Even without the frame of curling black hair and high collar, the subtly padded shoulders and chest, the new lamb chops weren't the only ones looking back in time to more romantic eras. Bob was handsome, and very masculine-looking in a hard, sharp-cut way. He knew it and used it, posing there all earnest drama, to give me a minute to react, to cue him as to how all this was setting with me. I said, deadpan, "What's the deal?" He looked pained. "Not a deal. A way for us all to come out all right. You give me the Sealyham egg beater, pull out of the business, take a holiday someplace, grow out your hair. In exchange for your ship, I'll give you a 1/3 inalienable interest in the Steinway stock and a nice desk job for income. But I get to run things my own way without interference. You keep your mouth shut and let me do what I know how to do, and I take care of you and your sister." I was so mad I could hardly work my jaw loose enough to utter a sound. But I don't get to do what I know how to do, which is to pilot a short-haul ship. My answer is no. I wiped the console and punched a new jig. Then I plugged in a tingle of electrocom and a light dose of anti-stress because I needed my head clear. Ripety lay stretched out along the sill of a viewport, curved within its curve, one paw hanging down. He liked to keep his distance when I was upset. His sapphire eyes rested on me, intent, unreadable. He had either found that he could not or decided that he would not learn to use his facial muscles for expressiveness on the human model. I couldn't interpret that masked, blunt-muzzled visage. I said, "Ripety, what do you know about New Niger?" His tail started swinging, lashing. That was something he had never been able to control. He was excited, on to something. "Jungle," he said. "Tall trees and vines and close underbrush. Good smells, earth and voidings and growth. Not like here." "You've got cabin fever," I snorted. I was already setting up a fast but indirect course for Singlet, New Niger's main port. "Aren't your mice entertaining you enough anymore?" I reached out to pat his head, but he jerked away. He didn't say "don't do that," though he could have. Sometimes he was pleased to show me the superfluity of that human invention, speech. We had been in space a longish while. Rippety got just as irritable as anyone else. As me. The autodrives took over at full speed on a wild, zigzag course. Strapping in tight, I signaled Rippety over the shout of the engines to get into his harness. I tried to cut the gravies, but the switch stuck. It was going to be a rough ride. I felt reckless. Bob was close. If he tried to grab the egg beater now, he'd run a good chance of collision and of getting himself killed, if not all of us. There was a lot of buffeting and slinging as the ship shunted from course to course. I kept my eyes on Rippety, not wanting to see evidence of impossible strain, of damage, of imminent ruin on the dials that encrusted the walls. He lay flat in his nest of straps secured to a padded niche over the internal monitor banks, his claws bradded into the fibers. He was Siamese, fawn beneath and seal-brown on top, a slight shading of stripes on his upper legs, cheeks, and forehead. He had street blood in him, none of your overbred mincing and neurosis there. I hoped he wasn't about to come to a crashing end on account of my feud with Netchke. I am a natural pilot, but not what they call a sheepherder, the kind who thrives on being alone in space. A good short-haul ship can be managed by one operator and can carry more cargo that way, and I don't like crowding. So I had acquired Rippety instead of a human partner. He had been a gift as a kitten, along with a treatment contract on him for a place out in the Tic-Tacs where they use pod infections to mutate animals upward, if humanizing their brains is actually a step in that direction. He came out of his pod fever with a good English vocabulary and a talent for being aggravating in pursuit of his own independence. Even at his worst, he was the companion I needed, a reminder of something besides the bright sterility of space and its stars. There wasn't anything else. We had yet to find alien life of true intelligence. Meanwhile, the few Earth animals that had survived the oil age were all the more important to us, to those of us who cared about such things, anyway. The ship dropped hard, slewing around to a new heading. Straps bit my skin. I thought of the time when, after a brush with some name-proud settlers on the Clue, I had asked Rippety, "Do you want to change your name? Maybe you don't like being called Rippety?" I was thinking that it was hard for him to pronounce it, as he had some trouble with T's. He had said, "I don't care. I don't have to say it. I can say I, just like a person. Anyway, Rippety isn't my name. It's just your name for me." Only later I wondered whether this proud statement covered not some private name he had for himself, but the fact that he had no name except the one I had given him. I could hardly draw breath to think with now, and I was very glad to have had no breakfast but that cup of ersatz. Another hard swing, and I smelled rotting pod. A cargo seal must have broken, and who knew what else. Rippety let out a sudden wail, not pain, I hoped, just fear. I kept my eyes closed now. If he'd been shaken loose from his harness, he could be slammed to death on the walls, just as I would be if I tried to go and help him. One thing about Rippety that neither of us nor his producers in the Tic-Tacs knew was how long he had to live. He was approaching his first watermark, the 8th year, which, if successfully passed, normally qualifies a domestic cat for another 7 or 8. In his case, we had no idea whether the pod infection had fitted him with a human lifespan to go with his amplified mind, or, given that, whether his physical, small animal frame would hold up to such extended usage. One thing was sure, enough of this battering around, and he would end up just as punchy as any human pilot would. I blacked out twice. Then everything smoothed down, and my power automatically cut as the landing beams locked on. A voice sang a peculiarly enriched English into my ears over the headset, looping vowels, a sonorous timbre, reminding me of Barnabas's voice. "Singlet port. So now you will be boarded by a customs party. Please prepare to receive." Prepare to give up, but never to bob. Ripety was first out on New Niger. I sprung the forward hatch, and a group of people came in. He padded right past them, tail in the air, none of your hanging about, sniffing to decide whether or not it was worth his time to go through the doorway. Normally he's as cautious as any cat, but he is also given to wild fits of berserker courage that are part existential meanness and part tomcat. He paused in his progress only to lay a delicate line of red down the back of a reaching hand. Just an eye-blink swipe of one paw, an exclamation from the victim, and Ripety was off, belly stretched in an ecstatic arc of all-out effort above the landing pad. Well out of reach, he paused with his tail quirked up in its play mode, glanced back, and then bounded sideways out of sight behind a heap of cartons and drums. I had to pay a quarantine fine on him, of course. They were very annoyed to have lost any organisms he might have brought in with him that could be useful in pod experiments. The fine was partly offset by some prime Wrigley's they got out of me, leftovers from a visit to the swamps of Putt. There were forms to fill out and a lot of dash to pay for hints on how to fill them out with the least chance of expensive mistakes. I stood in the security office, my head still fuzzy from the rough flight, and I wrote. A young man with a long, thin face like a deer's came and plucked me by the sleeve. He said in soft, accented English, "You are asked for, Miss Suzy. Come with me, please." "Who?" I said, thinking, "Damn it! Bob has landed! He's on to me already!" I stalled. "I have these forms to finish." He looked at the official who had given me these books of papers and said, "Mrs. Helen will see to it that everything is put right." The official reached over, smiling, and eased the papers out from under my hand. "I did not know that Captain Steinway was a friend of Mrs. Helen. Do not worry of your ship. It goes into our clean-out system because of the oatmeal." My guide led me through corridors and once across a landing surface brilliant with sun. I wondered if this Mrs. Helen was the famous Helen who had been trading from New Niger as far back as Aunt Juno's own times, a top competitor. We went to a hangar where a short hauler stood surrounded by half-unpacked bales and boxes and spilled fruit. For a barnyard flavor, chickens, the African lines would carry anything, ran among the feet of the passengers, who shouted and pawed through everything, looking, I supposed, for their own belongings mixed in with the scattered cargo. The mob, rumpled and steamy with their own noise and excitement, was all black except for one skinny, shiny-bald white man in the stained white sari of a holy holist missionary. He stood serenely above it all. I picked my way along after my guide, trying not to wrinkle my nose. After all, I'd had no more opportunity for a thorough bath and fresh change of clothing than these folks had. To tell the truth, I felt nervous in that crush and scramble of people. There were so many, and I had lived without other humans for a long time. A knot of argument suddenly burst, and a little woman in a long, rose-colored dress stepped out to meet me, snapping angrily over her shoulder at a man who reached pleadingly to restrain her. "And I tell you, it is for you some of my cargo was dumped cheap at Lagos port to make room for this, your cousin." I am surprised you did not want my very ancestors' bones thrown away so you could bring your whole family. You will pay back for my lost profits, or I will make you very sorry. Speak there to my secretary." She faced me, one heavily braceleted arm cocked hand on hip, her bare, stubby feet planted wide. Her hair, a tight, springy pile of gray, was cut and shaped into an exaggerated part, like two steep hills on her head. She tipped her head back and looked down her curved, broad, delicate nose at me. "Die Steinway, you do not look at all like your Aunt Juno." "I favor my father's side." "As well," she said. "Juno ran to fat in her later years. I knew her well. I am Helen Wanyarua, head of Heaven Never Fail Short-Hauling Limited. Why are you here? And why did Bob Netchke land right behind you, waving pieces of paper under the noses of customs?" Well, that was straight out, and it shook me up a little bit. Most trading people talk around things to see what all the orbits are before they set a plain course. I looked nervously at the intent faces surrounding us. I said, "He wants to take my ship." She grimaced. "With papers, that means with laws." "I'd rather sell the ship to you before he can slap those papers on me," I said. "What ship?" "Not just any ship. The Steinway Eggbeater." Her eyes were very bright. "Then it is good. I have set some friends of mine here to wrapping Bob Netchke in many, many yards of bright red tape. If you knew how often I tried to get Juno to trade me a ship of hers." She looked me up and down, scowling now. "I don't want to have to discuss this over Netchke's papers, so we must hide you. Hey!" She spoke rapidly in her own language to one of her attendants, who hurried away. Helen watched the attendant engage in an animated conversation with the holy holist. "See that missionary?" she commented. "How he waves his arms. He is all rattled about. He outrages as if back in his own place now, not a foreign planet. I tell you, some of these white priest people think they are still in 19th century Africa when they throw their weights around. Ah, there, something is agreed. Now, tell me about this ship." I started to tell her. Somewhere in the second paragraph, one and then the other of my legs were tapped and lifted as if I were a horse being shod. I looked down. My space boots had been deftly removed. Before I could object, I was wrapped in an odorous garment which I recognized disgustedly as the yards and yards of the holy holist's grubby sari. The holist himself was gone. "A trade," said Helen calmly, adjusting a fold of this raggedy toga into a pretty tuck at my waist. "What? My mag shoes for his clothes? Come on!" Space boots, mag shoes we call them, are valuable in industry for walking on metal walls and such. "Not so simple," she said, "but in the end, yes. He said he would take nothing for his sari but a permit to preach in the markets where we do not like such interferences. I know an official who has long wanted a certain emblem for the roof of his air car, for which he would surely give a preaching permit. And among my own family there is a young man upon whose air sled there is fixed this same fancy metal emblem, which he was willing to swap for my mag shoes," I said. "But how did you work it all out so fast?" "Why, I am a trader. What else?" Helen said. "Did your aunt never teach you not to interrupt your elders in the middle of a story?" "Sorry," I muttered. Got annoyed with myself for being so easily chastened, and added defiantly, "But I'm not going to shave my head as bare as the holist for the sake of this fool disguise. I go bald-headed in space, rather than fuss with hairnets and stiffeners and caps to keep long hair from swimming into my eyes in non-gravity. Approaching landfall, I always started growing out again." Helen shrugged. Then she whirled on her attendants and clapped her hands, shouting, "Is there no car to take these passengers to town?" The passengers grabbed their things and were herded toward an ancient gas truck parked outside. The Heaven Never Fails short-hauling line seemed to deal in some very small consignments. The area was still littered with boxes and sacks. These were being haggled over by Helen's people and the drivers of air sleds, who loaded up and drove off. Helen caught my arm and took me with her to a raised loading platform from which she could observe the exodus while she asked me about the Sealyham egg beater. She knew all the right questions to ask about construction, running costs, capacity, maintenance record, logged travel history, and unlogged. When she heard of the long hauls that the little ship had made, she nodded shrewdly. So it has Juno's modifications. Unshielded, as I have heard. It can be examined? Yes. You do not know the specifications of the modifications yourself, do you? I'm a pilot, not an engineer, I said huffily. It embarrasses me that I can't keep that sort of thing in my head. She asked about the name of the ship. I shrugged. I don't know about Sealyham, but Eggbeater dates from when the Kootenai line ran ships shaped like eggs, and it became a great fashion. Aunt Juno didn't want to spend money to modify our own ships, so we stuck with our webby, messy look and renamed all of them some kind of Eggbeater. Helen smiled and nodded. Now I remember. At the time I suggested taking slogans for her ships as we do here. You know my ship's names. In God's starry hand, No Rich Without Tears, Pearl of the Ocean Sky. I have 27 ships. She waved at the hangar floor. You see how quickly my cargo is gone. I have a warehouse too, but only small, and this is my one hangar. My goods move all the time, and my ships are moving them. Yams in the yam house start no seedlings. Yams? I said. I was beginning to feel a little feverish, probably from the antipodes I'd taken before landing. You must scatter yams in the ground, Helen said impatiently. In old Africa. Yams don't grow here, we must import. But the saying is true everywhere. So my ships fly, my goods travel. I named the ships in old-style pigeon talk from Africa, in honor of my beginnings, in my ancestors' lorry lines. All the lorries bore such fine slogans. My personal ship is Let Them Say. It means I care nothing how people gossip on me, only how they work for me. She fell abruptly silent. Alarmed, I looked where she was looking. A machine was in the doorway I'd come in by, its scanner turning to sweep the hangar, while its sensor arm patted about on the floor and door jambs. Helen signaled to one of the freight sleds with a furious gesture. It lifted toward us. She tapped at her ear. That was when I noticed the speaker clipped there in the form of an earring, and said bitingly into a mic on her collar, "Robot sniffers are working this port. Why were they not spotted? Why was I not told?" Jerked out of the spell of her exotic authority, I remembered my danger, and I remembered Ripety. I had a companion, a cat. It must find you, then. These machines come from the Steinway flagship. I looked around frantically for some sign of Ripety. Don't you have to stay a little to make sure everything gets done right here? My people will do for me. Sit down. That sniffer is turned this way. With surprising strength, Helen yanked me onto the sled beside her. The sled, driven by a heavy girl in a bright blue jumper, slewed around and sped us swiftly out into the bright sunshine. We headed toward a cluster of domes and spires some distance away. The sled skimmed over broad, stubbly fields between high, shaggy green walls that were stands of trees and undergrowth, outposts of the jungle Ripety had spoken of. Other sleds followed and preceded ours, most of them fully loaded. "Where are we going?" I said. "To market, of course." I remembered that Helen was an old opponent in the marketplaces of the world, and it occurred to me that perhaps she was simply keeping me scarce until she could trade me in for a good profit. I checked the driver's instruments out of the corner of my eye, gauging the possibility of jumping for it and hiding out on my own in the jungle or something just in case I had to. Helen must have seen me because she laughed and patted my knee. "Ah, my runaway white girl. What are you looking for? Is it that you are suspicious of me now? Nichke flashes his papers about, claiming that you are space-sick and need to be protected from yourself. Or why would you flee from your own family to the home of the trade rivals of the great Steinway line? You'd think I might sell you to Bob Nichke. Foolish. I am your friend here, and not only because of Juno and her invention, which can make me very much richer. Not even only for the sake of the Steinway line as it was in its heyday, all those bright, sharp little ships running rings around the big men and their big plans. Yes, not only for these reasons am I your friend, but because women know how to help each other here. The knowledge comes in the blood, from so many generations that lived as many wives to one man. They all competed like hell, but if the husband treated one wife badly, the others made complaint and were sick and scorched his food until he behaved nicely again. So here is Bob Nichke being nasty with you. I will play co-wife, and for you I will scorch bad Bob's supper. Now, why couldn't my own sister Nita take that line? That man is a fungus, I muttered. Now, that is the proper tone, Helen said approvingly, for a missionary talking about one of another sect. Then she added with serene and perfect confidence, As for Nichke, I will shortly think what to do about him. First tell me just what you yourself want out of it. My ship back, and some money to start flying. On a sudden inspiration, I added, My mag shoes were worth much more than this holy rag I'm wearing. You have to count them in any deal between us. She let that pass, and leaned forward to snap out an order to our driver. There is a market, she said to me, indicating a high, translucent dome with landing pads hitched round it in a circle, like a halo on a bald head. I scowled. I know you have business there, but what good is the market to me? Bob Nichke's robot sniffers cannot enter on your trail. No servos are permitted on the market floor. They are not agile enough for the crowds and always get trampled and pushed about until they break, and then they sit there in the way with their screamers on for assistance, driving everyone mad. In there you must play missionary a little. White missionaries are not remarkable here on New Niger. If those sniffers ask of you outside the market from people coming out, they will learn nothing. Sit still and be quiet till we land. I must listen to the trading reports. She turned up the volume on the button communicator in her earring and ignored me. I studied her as we neared the market building. She didn't look old enough to have known Aunt Juno, but it never occurred to me to doubt that she had. I thought I saw in her the restless, swift energy of my aunt. In Helen it was keen ambition, right out there on the surface for all to see. Helen even had the same alert, eager poise of the head that Aunt Juno had so noticeably developed, along with her progressive nearsightedness. She shooed me out onto a ribbon lift which lowered me to the edge of the immense seethe and roar of the jam-packed market floor. She herself boarded a little floater. That way she could oversee the trading at her booths, darting like an insect from one end of the hall to the other. I took up a position as deep within the crowd as I could elbow myself room. On my right, a fat woman hawked chili fruits from Novi Nussbaum. On my left, squawking chickens were passed over the heads of the crowd to their purchasers. Women carrying loads on their heads strode between buyers and sellers, yelling at each other in the roughly defined aisles between stalls. I shouted myself what I imagined might be the spiel of a holy holist. The sky of New Niger is the sky of old earth. Our souls are pieces of one great eggshell enclosing the universe, and similar rubbish. Some of the crowd stopped around me, about a dozen women, and 2 men with red eyes and the swaying stance of drunks. Suddenly there was a shriek from the chili fruit woman. Over a milling of excited marketers, I could just glimpse her slapping among her wares with her shoe. Helen's floater zipped in. She seized the shouting woman by the arm and spoke harshly into her ear, reducing her to silence. I managed to insinuate myself through the crowd, which was already beginning to disperse in search of more interesting matters. Helen said to me in a venomous whisper, "Did you hear it? This woman says she saw moving maybe a sweet-sucker among the chili fruits. A sweet-sucker, can you imagine? Carried all the way from Novi Nussbaum with my cargo." The vendor, eyes cast down, muttered, "I saw it. I am telling you, sweet-sucker or not. A long thing, like what they call snake in Igbo land, but hairy and making a nasty sound." And she drew her lips back and made clicking sounds with her tongue and widely chomping teeth, like a kid who hasn't learned yet to chew with its mouth closed. It was just the sound Ripety makes when he's eating. Helen rounded on the woman again, snarling threats. "If you spread rumors of sweet-suckers drying up my Novi Nussbaum fruits, I will see you not only never sell for me again, but find every market on New Niger closed to you." I bent down and hunted quietly around the stand, calling Ripety's name. Not quietly enough. Some friendly people at the next stall over turned to watch and saw my religious attire. Identifying my behavior as some exotic prayer ceremony, they cheerfully took up my call as a chant, clapping their hands. "Ripoti! Ripoti!" Helen took me firmly by the wrist. "What are you doing?" "This vending woman must have seen my cat." "And by now many people in the market have your cat's name in their mouths, which is very foolish and not good for us. Netchke is clever, and I just now get word that seeing he could not introduce his machines here to find if you are at the market, he has sent instead your own sister, Nita Steinway. She will know that cat's name if she hears it spoken, and she will look for you. So we must go at once, though it means I break my business early, which I do not like at all." She propelled me on to the floater with her, hovering there a moment to give curt orders to the vending woman. "Go take these chili fruits to put water in them and plump them up, so no one will believe this nonsense about sweet-suckers." We rose straight for one of the roof hatches. I said, "Helen, my cat—" "Oh, your cat! This cat is driving me mad!" she cried, shooting us out onto one of the landing pads again and bustling me sharply into a waiting town skipper. It was an elegant model with hard wood and bright silver fittings inside. She drove it herself, shying us through the sky in aggressive swoops that made other skippers edge nervously out of our way. "Now listen. Is it this cat you want to talk about, or diddling Bob Netchke? If you are interested, I have arranged it. I have set engineers to copying the Steinway modification from your ship. When plans are drawn, we will show them to Netchke. If he wants them sold to every short-hauler in the business, he can continue to worry you. If he agrees to leave you alone, he will have only one competitor with the secret of long-hauling in short-haul ships. Myself." Chuckling, she side-slipped us past a steeple that had risen unexpectedly before us. "Oh, he will grind his teeth to powder, and I will be the one to carry on the true spirit of the Steinway line." I looked down at the bubble buildings we were skimming over, interspersed with what looked like not very satisfactorily transplanted palm trees, all brown and drooping. I felt lonesome and exposed in the hands of Helen Nwanyarua above that alien townscape. We landed on the roof of a square, solid cement building. Helen shouted for attendants to come moor the skipper, and for a guide to show me to my room. She said kindly, "Go there now. I have made a surprise for you. Maybe then you will stop wailing after this cat and enjoy my party tonight." The surprise was Barnabas, sitting on the bed and grinning. He had grown a curl of beard along his jawline, and wore not a captain's jumper, but tan-cord pants and a gown-like shirt of green and black. "Barnabas," I said, "what in the world's—" "Everybody here knows you, and I have met and made connection before. New Niger is the marketplace of gossip." "Better to make connection than to just talk about it," I said, and began tossing off my clothes. I'd forgotten that peculiarly electrical expression of New Nigerian English. It set me off. I was suddenly so horny I could hardly see straight. In space, I forget. Most of us do, though we like to keep up the legend of rampant pilots whooping it up in free fall. Actually, all that is inhibited out there, maybe by stress. But it comes back fast and furious when you are aground again. Barnabas had the presence of mind to get up and shut the door. He knew right away what was happening, and threw himself into it with a cheerful, warm gusto that had me almost in tears. I finally had to beg off because he was making me sore with all that driving, and he tumbled off me sideways, laughing. "Sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you, but it is long since I did this with a crew-cut woman." "It's the first thing I've done on New Niger that didn't feel all foreign and strange," I said. "Let's do it again, but this time I'll get on top." Later on, a small boy came padding in with his eyes downcast, bringing us towels, and padded out again. 2 towels. Pilots tend to be a little prudish about these things, which are, after all, more important and isolated incidents for us than for your average planet bunny with all his or her opportunities. "Don't you people know what servomechs are for?" I grumbled. Barnabas was stroking my throat. "You have a beautiful neck, just like the belly of a snake. No, that is compliment. Don't mind the youngsters. Helen gives employment to many children of relatives. She is very rich, you know." How did he know there were 2 of us needing towels? Everyone knows I was up here, and what else does a man do with a woman? They forget that I am a captain myself, and might have business to talk with you. To people here I am just a man, good only for fun and fathering. At his sudden glance of inquiry and concern, I shook my head. "Lord, no, Barnabas. I shot myself full of antibodies before leaving the ship. Otherwise I'd be nailed to the toilet with the runs. All pilots use antis on landfall. You have to make a special effort to conceive." "I have several children now," Barnabas said, and his voice took a bitter edge. "But, unfortunately, no ship. A falling out with my employer." He smiled wryly. "I am sorry for myself. What have you been doing, Dee Dee? I hear you have a lot of trouble with Bob Netchke and your sister." I explained. He grimaced and shook his head, half condemning, half admiring. "I told you long ago, that man is to be watched. He has plenty of brains and drive, and with your clever sister to help him, he is making a great company to rival even the Chinese." "He's a fungus," I said. I liked that word. Barnabas laughed. "Let's not argue in the shower." We stood in the wet corner under the fine spray shooting in from the walls and talked, rubbing and sponging each other and picking our hairs out of the drain. Then we toweled off, got back on the bed, and soon had to clean up all over again. "Can you stay a while?" I asked, stroking the long muscles woven across his back. "You're doing me a lot of good, Barnabas." "Me too," he said. "To be free of the worry, you know, of not making babies. They like a man to be fertile here." He shrugged and changed the subject. "Tell me about Ripoti. I was thinking of him just now. He used to complain that it was disgusting, us 2 together." I think he was just jealous, not really overcome with horror at our inordinate hugenesses rolling around together. I tried taking a female cat aboard for him, but he couldn't stand her. I started to cry. Barnabas hugged me and made soothing sounds into my frizz of new-grown hair. I blubbed out how Rippety had left the ship before I could do anything, even shoot him with antes. He was in one of his crazy daring-do fits. He kept up with me as far as the market, but since then, I don't know. Helen doesn't care. Maybe she's already heard that he's been caught and eaten. From what I've seen, no animals survive here except humans and chickens. People must be crazy for a taste of red meat. Not cat meat. It is awful, Barnabas exploded. We curled up together and talked about Rippety. I told Barnabas how it made me feel so peculiar to think back to the days when Rippety had been a dumb cat that I could shove around and tickle and yell at, as people do with cats, without a thought. I'd teased him, called him all kinds of names, grabbed him up and scrubbed him under the chin till he half fainted with delight. I didn't do things like that any more. "Don't be put off," Barnabas said. "It is only his pride that keeps him from flopping down for a chin rub just as he used to do, and he would love for you to push him over and rub his chin anyway." I shook my head. "He's changed since you knew him. I think it's all that reading. When he lies relaxed with his eyes half shut, looking at nothing, I know he's not falling asleep any more. Now he's brooding, like a person." Barnabas stood up and pulled on his shorts. "He is luckier than a person. If he were a mere man, he would be protesting always how all he needs are his mates. He must have good fellows to drink with and gossip and play cards." "This afternoon you and I certainly proved that's a lie," I said smugly. He didn't smile. He wrinkled his nose and sat down again, putting his arm around my shoulders. "But this is what they say here. And the women of New Niger can make it stick, too, I tell you. You know, Dee, I might have inherited wealth as you did, but my great-grandfather was too ambitious. He was seduced by the big trade of international business like many other men in Nigeria. He jumped to put his money into the big boom of Europe and America, just as he had jumped right into Christianity and having only one wife at a time. So then the wars and the bad weather came and broke all the high finance, and him with it, among all the rest. He was left nothing but a worn-out yam farm in an overcrowded, overworked corner of Igbo land in the eastern region. Nobody had much of anything in Nigeria then, except some of the women traders with lorry fleets, the lorry mammies, and those who went even on foot from market to market, dealing hair-combs and matches and sugar by the cube. They became the ones with funds to put into space travel. So here I am, on the world they settled, trying to get rich myself, and who do you think is my boss, the one that is giving me trouble at keeping me grounded? A woman, I guessed. A cousin of Helen's, and a woman, yes." He slipped on one of his plastic sandals. "The other men say, take it easy, relax, and enjoy some drinking." I felt less than completely sympathetic. I heard that angry, self-pitying tone again, and didn't like it. I said lightly, "These women of New Niger are some tough ladies." He answered with a grudging pride, "Listen, long ago, when your ancestor mothers were chaining themselves to the gates of politicians' houses, my ancestor mothers were rousing each other to riot against the English colonials' plan to take census of women and women's property. It was thought this would lead to special taxing of these women, for even then there were many wives who were farmers and petty traders on their own. They made what is still called the Women's War. Thousands rose up in different places to catch the chiefs the English had appointed and to sit on them. It means to frighten and belittle a man with angry, insulting songs and to spoil his property. They tore some public buildings to the ground. In all, some 50 women were shot dead by the authorities, and many more were wounded. That is how frightened the government were. No tax was applied, and the English had a big inquiry in their parliament on how to rule Igbo land. Helen herself is named for the woman who began the war. On being told in her own yard to count her goats and children, this woman shouted to the official who said it, 'Was your mother counted?' and seized him by the throat." I could well believe it, and said so. Barnabas got up again.
"Where are you off to?" I said. Talking with him like this was almost like old times together in space.
"I must get ready for the party. You should, too. Tonight, Helen Nwanyarua holds a feast for the spirit of her ancestor, the Lori Mammy. Wealthy Mississippi Helen had the ancestor bones brought here on one of her ships. The spirit would not dare to displease her by staying behind."
He bent and rested both hands on my shoulders, looking intently into my face.
"It is very good to see you, Dee.
The outer surfaces of the house were illuminated so that the walled courtyard was brilliantly lit for the party. Family and guests milled around on the quicky grass, grown for the evening in an hour, to cover where the plastic paving had been rolled back. Wrapped in my holy holist sari, worn properly this time, with nothing underneath — it didn't bother me, I often go naked in my ship — I milled around with the best of them. As a missionary, I was not expected to join the dancing, for which I was grateful. I felt nervous and shy and alien, and I wandered over toward where Helen sat on a huge couch beside the shrine she had erected, a concrete stele with the image of a truck on it. On the way I passed a line of men and a line of women dancing opposite each other, and Barnabas stepped to my side out of the men's line. His skin was shiny with sweat. He caught me around the waist and murmured in my ear, "You and I do our own private dancing, Dee, later on." As we approached, Helen patted the slow-flow plastic next to her, making room for me, but not for Barnabas. He joined the crowd of retainers on her right. Helen wore African clothing of sparkling silver weave, and a piece of the same cloth tied around her head into an elaborate turban. Even her white plastic sandals couldn't spoil the effect. She was beautiful. By comparison, those around her who affected the fashionable, billowing Victorian look of the New Romanticism seemed puny and laughable. Sitting beside her wiry, tense body on the surface that slowly molded to my shape, I felt protected by her feisty energy. Yet her boldness in having me up there in full view endangered me. Suppose Bob had spies here? The drums thundered in the spaces of the courtyard. I gulped down the drink she handed me. It tasted like lemonade filtered through flannel. I shivered. Helen, what if an enemy hears the drums and comes to your party? She looked at me out of the corner of her eye and said with haughty dismissiveness, "No enemy has been invited." This was repeated among the others around us and brought much laughter. Of course, she must have robot guards, computer security systems, and so on, I thought, but I felt edgy. Barnabas leaned toward us. "Even so, Mississy Helen, it might be wise to take extra care. I myself and a few friends have devised a special power hookup." Helen set down her drink and turned to him. "Don't worry yourself about these things, Barnabas. You will only get in the way. You are a good, strong young man, and Mississy Alicia tells me you have fathered a fine baby in her family. Go and drink from my private casks over there, you and your friends. Go amuse yourselves." Barnabas spun and forced his way out through the crowd toward the dancers, then swerved sharply back toward the bar. "Why are you so hard on him?" I said. "These boys get too big ideas of themselves, especially the young ones who have been out in space," Helen replied, reaching for a fresh drink from a tray offered her. "They begin thinking their fathers ran fleets of lorries, too." Everybody whooped over this. Helen was excited, feeding off the high spirits of those who fed off her own. She flung out her arm, pointing at a young man in the forefront of a huddle of others who had been looking our way on and off for quite a while. He resisted his friend's efforts to push him forward. "You see that boy there?
she said, pitching her voice so that everyone near the ancestor shrine must hear. "He has been chasing after that girl, my Anne, who is still nearly a baby, but he has not taken up his courage to speak to me about her. And he boasts that his father hunts lions with a spear in old Africa, where there are fewer lions than here on New Niger." She snatched up a pebble and pitched it, not to strike, but to startle into squawking flight one of the ubiquitous chickens pecking for scraps around a food table. "See what kind of lions we have here? Just such as that boy's father hunts, just so fierce." At last something familiar. The suitor who didn't suit Mother. "Anne is one of your daughters?" "Oh, no," Helen replied proudly. "One of my wives." I didn't know what to say. Helen grinned at me, plainly pleased with the effect of her words. "I have lots of wives," she added with great satisfaction. It was always Igbo custom that a woman rich enough to support wives could marry so, and I am very rich. My Anne will find herself a young man who makes her happy for a while. No fear. In time she will bring me a child of that union to be brother or sister to the children of my own body and my other wives." She gave me an affectionate hug, chuckling. "Just as you look now, so shocked. That is how your aunt looked when I married my first wife. Even once I told her, 'Juno, you should have daughters to comfort your old age and inherit your goods. Do as I do. There must be some white way with many documents.' But she said, 'I only have time for one creation, and that is the Steinway line.' Then she laughed, because it was the kind of grand talk men used to impress each other. We both knew the petty trading would go on as always, while the men heroes choke on their grand schemes. I live by that petty trading, and I live well, as you see. Come make fast to my own good fortune, as in one of our African sayings. If a person is not successful at trading in the market, it would be cowardly to run away. Instead, she should change her merchandise. Give up wishing to be admiral of a trading fleet, and say you will come work for my company, my bold white flyer." I was looking at Barnabas. He danced, his shoulders rippling like water, shunting down a long container, first to one end and then to the other. A bit wobbly, in fact. As he turned without seeing me, I realized that it was not only the ecstasy of the dance that sealed his eyes. He was drunk. I was alone among strangers. I shook my head. "You are too stubborn," Helen said, giving me a thump in the side with her elbow. But she didn't look unhappy. Maybe she thought I was just making a move in a complicated bargaining game, and approved. If I were any good at that kind of thing, I wouldn't have been in this spot with Bob. It's not the dealing I love, it's the piloting. Helen didn't know me well enough yet to really understand that. "Well," she added, "you must do what suits you, and let them say." Somebody screamed. There was a swirling in the crowd as one of the food tables crashed down, and a girl came flying toward us, shrieking. I leaped up, thinking, "Netchke has come, someone has been hurt because of him," but I was fuddled with drink and couldn't think what to do. Helen strode to meet the screaming girl. "It spoke to me, the spirit of your ancestor," the girl gibbered, twisting her head to stare wide-eyed over her shoulder at the tumbled ruin of the food table. "I was serving food, Mississy Helen, as you told me, and a little high voice said from someplace down low behind me, 'A piece of light meat, please, cut up small on a plate.' I looked in the dark by the wall. I saw eyes like red-hot coins." I hurried unsteadily over to where two servos were already sucking up the mess and getting in each other's way. Behind me I heard the girl. "I was afraid, Miss Sissy. The spirit repeated, so I put down food, but then someone passed behind me, and I heard the spirit cry, 'Get off my tail,' and it vanished. Mary thinks she stepped on it. Oh, Miss Sissy Helen, will Mary and me be cursed?" I shoved one of the servos aside, looking for the poor, crushed remains of Ripety. I found nothing but a hole in the wall, low, rounded, and utterly puzzling. I rapped on the nearest servo, which was busily wiping at some sauce with the trailing end of my sari, apparently under the impression that this was a large, handy rag. "What's this?" I said into the speaker of the servo, pointing at the hole. "Where does it lead to?" "Madam or sir, it is hole for fowl," creaked the servo. "Madam or sir, it leads in for chickens seeking entry to this compound for the night, and leads out for—" All right, I said. While addressing me, the tin fool had decided the sari was beyond salvage, and had begun ingesting it into its canister body for disposal. I yanked. The servo clicked disapprovingly, and sheared off the swallowed portion of my garment with an interior blade. I made my way back through the crowd toward Helen, rearranging the remains of my clothing and swearing to myself. "Not possible that my ancestor has returned as an animal," Helen was saying in an ominous voice. "Felicity, remember this. I took you from your mother for a good bride price. I put you to school. I have adopted your children for my own. Now think what you are saying to me of my own ancestor here before all my guests." Silence. I elbowed near enough to see just as the girl dropped suddenly full length on the ground, her hands spread flat beside her shoulders like someone doing the down part of a push-up. The crowd gave a satisfied sigh, but Helen stamped her foot in exasperation and said, "We are not in old Africa now. I will not have you prostrating to me. Just get up and ask my pardon nicely." She looked pleased, though. Felicity scrambled to her feet and whispered an apology. Helen came and linked her arm through mine, saying loudly, "If it was somebody's ancestor, it must go find food at the house of its proper descendants." In a lower voice she continued, "Monitors have been found under some of the spilled serving dishes. Netchke will know you are here. You must leave for a mission church away from Singlet, just until my engineers have finished work on your ship. One of my freight sleds will take you. It goes at mid-morning tomorrow to tour the market towns. By the time you return— Helen, listen. I can't just take off again like this. My cat is still hanging around here someplace. Oh, cat! You must get your mind to business now." She fiddled impatiently with her ear speaker. "Do you think I can keep track of all that happens here? I have a dozen wives to attend to. This is only an animal, after all. Ripety is my friend. Then you must hope for the best for your friend, and meanwhile go and rest. You have a journey tomorrow." And she walked away, and stepped into the center of one of the lines of dancing women, stamping and whirling and flipping her head to the different parts of the complex beat, lithe as a girl. When Barnabas came to my room, it was not to tumble into my bed. I had fallen asleep, still in my sari, despite the music and voices from the courtyard. He shook me awake in the half-lit room. It was quiet now, near dawn, and whispered, "Dee, you can stop worrying about Ripety. I have him safe for you, outside, with a friend of mine who found him." His breath smelled of liquor, but he seemed steady and alert, and I could have hugged him for the news he brought. I followed him downstairs. Someone murmured from within another room with its door ajar, "Barnabas?" A woman's voice, and I thought, he has other beds to sleep in at Helen's house than mine. No wonder he can visit as he likes. I ran with him across the courtyard, holding up my hem to keep from tripping. As we passed out of the gateway, a long air car swept silently toward us and stopped. A door opened. I bent to look inside, and Barnabas grabbed both my arms from behind and thrust me forward into the interior, where not Rippety, but someone else waited. I tried to twist away, but Barnabas shoved in beside me, pinning me hard with his hip and shoulder. The other person was Nita, my sister. While I was still caught in the first breathless explosion of shock and incredulous outrage, she slapped a little needle into my neck. She may be a lamb chop, my sultry sister, but she is quick. Quicker than I am, who had never stopped to wonder in my sleepy days why Barnabas hadn't just brought Rippety up to me himself. Too much in the needle, Barnabas was saying in underwater tones. I could feel breath on each cheek, and on one side was a tinge of wine odor. Barnabas. I was sitting wedged between them. It occurred to me that the antibodies I had taken might have buffered the effect of the drug. I hoped so, and hoped that Barnabas, out of practice at the transition from space to land, would forget about the effects of antis. "You've never fought with D," Nita said. "She's strong as a servo, and I'm not taking any chances." She fidgeted next to me, trying to get at something tucked into her clothing, doubtless another needle. Barnabas said firmly, "If you give another needle, this is all finished. I will go back to Helen and tell everything. Mr. Netchke and I made particular agreement that there would be no risk of harm to D." A moment of frigid tenseness. Good. Fight or something. Shoot me again, Nita. It would be worth it if only Barnabas would then go to Helen as he threatened. She didn't, and he didn't. I smelled dust, smoke, and was that rocket fuel? The car stopped, and I slumped helplessly there until he hauled me out with a fair amount of grunting. True to her chosen style, Nita let Barnabas do the work. He was the man, after all. I was set down on a metal surface in what felt like an enclosed space. There was a nasty odor in the air. Barnabas's hands moved mine to set them comfortably under my cheek, as if I lay sleeping. He whispered in my ear. I shut out the words, knowing what they would be, that he was sorry, that the only way he could go out as a pilot again was to work for a foreigner like Netchke, that this was his only chance, that he would be sure nothing terrible happened to me, and so on. I didn't blame him exactly. I just felt sick and sorry. There isn't a captain alive who wouldn't understand the feeling of sitting on a planet for years, going soft in the head on a soft life, while good reflexes and knowledge soak away. Nita was another story. I wondered if she hated me, if she meant to do me some hideous injury while I lay there defenseless. "Please leave me alone with my sister, Captain," she said. Barnabas made no more apologies to me. I heard his quiet steps recede. Nita folded herself neatly, with poise, beside me. I didn't see her, but I knew, for her, there would be nothing so inelegant as a squat. Warm drops wet my cheek. "You look awful," she groaned. "Dressed like a fanatic of some skinhead sect and smelling like a savage. Honestly, Dee, you are so crazy. Why don't you let us take care of you? Bob's not a bad man. He did take the Steinway line, but he saved it from ruin. Won't you credit him with that?" She paused, snuffling forlornly. I wanted to cry myself, and in her accustomed manner she was making it very hard for me to hate her. Nita never let anything happen the easy way for others, only for herself. It was very easy for her to betray me because she had fooled herself into believing she was doing the right thing. "I hope there are no rats in here," she said miserably. "But I had to talk to you. Once Bob comes, it'll be all shouting and cursing and nobody getting in a sensible word. There's going to be a war. The independent short-haul traders have had enough of being wrung dry by the Chinese long-haulers, and Bob has finally gotten them together on a plan to take the Chinese long-haul trade into American hands. So for a while there aren't going to be any nifty little short-haul ships operating on their own, flitting around as they please and calling themselves freelancers, your way. It's going to be too dangerous. Everyone will have to choose a side and stick with it. But you've got no sense. You'll hold out on your own in some old ship and end up getting blown up by us or the other side, and I'm not going to tolerate it. She patted my fuzz of hair and pulled at my wrap, arranging me as a more modest heap on the floor. She blew her nose and added resentfully, "Bob says it's no more than you deserve, charging around the way you do. He should have known Aunt Juno, the awful example she set us, as if every girl could be like that, or should be. She may not have meant to get you killed, but that's just what it will turn out to be by leaving you spaceships to run. She thought you were tough as a man, like her." More sniffling. "She never thought much of me, but then I was always the realist." "Sure. If realism means you just coast along looking for somebody to notice how pretty you make yourself, so they take the burden of your own life off your shoulders for you." I almost told her that before reminding myself that my best chance was to fake being more knocked out by the drug than I was, so she wouldn't give me another shot. While I burned, she prattled on, fixing up my wayward life, and Aunt Juno's wayward life, too, for that matter, her own way. "You and Bob and I would make a great team once you got off your high horse and left the strategy to him. Bob's a natural leader. He'll do well, you'll see. But you have to come in with us. You have to stop fighting us and charging off in any crazy direction you feel like. Honestly, sometimes I think I must be the older one and you the younger. I haven't had even a minute to sit down and talk to you in more than 4 home years. Do you realize that? I bet you don't even notice." So she shot me after all, if only with guilt, an old lamb-chop trick. I was the older sister. It was all my fault, whatever it happened to be. "Bullshit!" I yelled silently. "Help somebody!" "I'm warning you, Dee. If you insist on bucking Bob, I'll side with him. We'll see that you spend the war out of harm's way in nice, quiet seclusion somewhere, and so drugged up for your own good that you'll never get your pilot's license renewed again. Grounded forever. Think about it, Dee, please. This isn't just what you want and what I want anymore. You've got to be realistic." Then she leaned down and kissed me. My sister, who knew how to set all my defense alarm systems roaring in a panic, and I swear the kiss was honest. I was so glad when she got up and walked out that I nearly bawled with relief. A little while passed. I lay there trying to flex my sluggish muscles, thinking about being locked up, thinking about being grounded for good, so I wouldn't worry Nita or inconvenience Bob. I wondered if Barnabas would repent and go tell Helen what had happened, and what, if anything, Helen would or could do about me. The place had a real stink to it, laced with the faint pungence of Barnabas's sweat and Nita's perfumes. Later on there was another smell. Stinky cat breath, by the stars! Rippety. I strained to see. By this time the drug had begun to wear off. There had to be some light in the place, because there were the reflections in Rippety's eyes not a foot from my face. Just as Felicity had said, 2 burning red coins. I couldn't reach out to him, and he came no closer. "Are you hurt?" I cried. "I'm fine, but hungry. At your party someone tramped on my tail before I could get anything to eat, and there's nothing here. They cleaned out my mice with the oatmeal." What a pleasure it was to hear his voice. Any voice, most particularly 2 voices, instead of Nita's sugary tones foretelling my ruin. I tried to sit up. My hand encountered a line of rivets in the wall beside me. "What is this? Where has Bob had me locked up? Rippety said, "We're in the hold of the Sealyham egg-beater." "Shit!" I said. Now I recognized the smell. Pod rot plus cleanzymes. So Bob had the egg-beater, and he had me, and he had Rippety too now, which made me feel very stupid, very tired, and a little mean. Rippety elaborated. "Bob is outside. He took the flagship up last night. Now he's trying to buy clearance so he can take the egg-beater up too, even though it's still officially in the cleaning process." He was angry. His tail kept slapping the floor. It annoyed me that he could see me in that darkness and I couldn't see him. Sitting there blind, holding myself up against the wall, I said, "How was the jungle, Rippety?" "Hot," he said, "and tangled and full of bugs. Some of them are living in my ears. You smell of medicine. Drug. It's almost all worn off." I could hear his tail flailing away at the floor and the wall, and the faint click of his claws as he paced. I said, "Why did you stay away like that? I was worried to death about you." "I just wanted to be on my own out there in the jungle, like the big cats used to be on old Earth. It was lonesome. There was nobody there but chickens. I got mad and hungry, and I ate some. People chased me." He coughed, minute explosions. I could see the blurry red discs of his eyes again. "I wanted to land here, but there isn't anything here for me, like there isn't anything here for you. What I really wanted," he added fiercely, "was a fight, as a matter of fact. Another cat to fight with." This was solid ground. I knew how he loved to go tomming it at any landfall we made, coming home bloody and limping and high on adrenaline. I think he liked the instinctual speed and strength and ferocity of the contest, no chance to think, let alone talk, which contradicted the last thing he'd said about the jungle, but he's just as capable of wanting two opposing things at the same time as I am. "You just couldn't stand it that I was out there on my own," he raged. "You were scared I'd turn wild or something. A fish dropping back into the water will swim away and forget. That's all you thought I'd do. Well, even when my brain was just kiddie brains, it was bigger than that." "I was worried about you," I yelled. "Poor Rippety, dumb Rippety, can't possibly manage on his own." He was pacing again. "In the jungle, his ancestors ruled like kings. He needs his soft-bodied human to look after him and protect him. Go marry some rich man so you can retire from space and look after him." "Oh, Rippety, don't talk to me." His agitated voice wound right up into a real old-fashioned Siamese yowl. That yowl was heard. The hatch was swung open, letting in a sweep of light, and Bob stood framed against the afternoon outside. What a blast of energy it gave me to see that tall, strong, masterful silhouette. Just what I needed to nerve me up for a fight. "If it isn't the voice of the talking cat," he said. "I'd know it anywhere. Damned unnatural noise. Nita's worried about the shot she gave you, Dee, but if you're trading mouse stories with the jumped-up lap-warmer, you must be okay." He didn't seem to have people with him, but I thought I heard voices outside. Or was it only the cackling of the inescapable chickens of New Niger? He read my admittedly obvious thoughts. "I have friends with me. Oh, yes, your friends are here, too, I wouldn't lie to you. But there's nothing they can do for a foreigner in the face of Trade Federation papers, except obstruct and annoy me. When your friends run out of obstruction and annoyance, my friends will be free to come in here where you can't duck me again, and they'll be my witnesses and hold you down while I serve you with these papers." One thing was certain, and that was that my friends couldn't help me as long as they were outside and I was trapped in here. I said, "Go to hell," while padding madly around on the floor in search of something, anything, to use as a weapon. All I had was the holy sorry, so I pulled that off and rested there on my knees with it in my hands, wondering how much Bob could see in the dimness of the hold. I could see him fairly well. He was wearing one of those wide, light capes popular in the upper ranks of Federation office. It can disguise the fact that many of the members come from worlds where the human form has been pretty heavily engineered to fit alien environments. Bob let his hang loose to the floor, so that anyone could see what a fine, straight figure of a man he was. And he was, too. Nita has good taste. In appearances. Myself, I have good taste in disasters, which was what led me to be crouching naked in front of my enemy, nothing but a bunch of wrinkled cloth in my fists, nothing at all in my head. Rippety minced over and rubbed against Bob's ankle. I held my breath. He said, "Something to tell you, Uncle Bob," using the twee little voice and baby talk that Bob always wanted from him. With his head up so that he could keep an eye on me, Bob sank onto his haunches. He wasn't dumb enough to try to pick Rippety up, something that even I seldom did, and never without an invitation. He hunkered there in the doorway, one hand braced on the floor, the other hooked into his belt, a dashing figure even on his hams. Rippety said, "I want to go away with you, Uncle Bob. Will you take me for a secret? A secret about the Steinway modification?" Bob bent a little lower, bringing his dark, Byronic curls closer to Rippety's narrow face. Rippety did what a fighting Tom does. He shot up so high on his hind legs that he stood for an instant on the tip of his extended tail, and he let go a left and right too swift to see. Bob screamed and reared up, both hands clapped to his face, and Rippety leaped between his legs and out of the hatchway. Holding my garment stretched out in front of me, I flung myself at the light, bowling Bob out onto the ground with me, entangled in folds of cloth. I am not a giant, regardless of Rippety's opinion, but I am solid, and I landed on top, knees and elbows first. People came rushing over and pried us apart, lifting me to my feet and trying to wrap me up. I think some thought Bob had gotten my clothes off me for some nefarious purpose and were somewhat miffed by my own lack of concern. As I said, I float around naked in space a lot, and I carried it off pretty coolly. When Bob panted that he was all right, his eyes hadn't been touched, I thought, thank gods. It was enough to be able to laugh freely at the sight he made, scrubbing at his blood-smeared face with his prettily embroidered cuffs. At my side, Helen said rapidly, "He has a Federation warrant to suspend your license and immobilize you pending mental exam. It applies at once, as you are not a citizen here." Shaking bright drops onto the soiled white cloth heaped on the ground at his feet, Bob groped for the paper held out by one of his minions. I spoke first. "Helen, you'd make any girl a wonderful husband. Will you marry me?" Helen swooped down on a chicken that was scrabbling around by our feet. She bit off its head and spit it out, held up the fluttering corpse, and sprinkled us both with blood. Then she tossed the bird away, threw her arms around my waist, and announced loudly, "Robert Wilkie Netchke Steinway. That is your name on those papers? You and your people are invited to my house tonight to celebrate this wedding I have just made here with D. Steinway. It is sudden, but here in New Niger we have very hot blood, and we do things suddenly. I myself am surprised to find that I have married again. As for your papers, they cannot be executed on a woman of New Niger. Try going through the local courts if you wish. You will find many of my relatives there hard at work, just as I have numbers of cousins and grown children working also here at Singlet Port, where you docked your big ship illegally yesterday." "Docked illegally?" snapped Bob. "Your own port people let me in and let me out again." "Someone made a mistake," said Helen blandly. "Your flagship was too big for our facilities. Some damage has been done, and certain other traders were prevented from landing and have suffered losses on that account. There will be a large fine, I fear. If you do not come tonight, she added, I will be very insulted, and so too will all my hard-working relatives. Also, you would miss a fine trade we are arranging for you to make you happy at our celebration. As we walked away amid Helen's voluble crowd of supporters, I looked back. There was the egg beater, freshly plated and rewired, ports open to let in the air. There was Bob, trying to push Nita off him as she clung and wailed. And there was Rippety, trotting along behind us, a few feathers stuck to his whiskers. As the bride, I didn't have anything to do at the wedding feast but dance around. Helen and a few of her kindred skilled in law and business sat at a table with Bob, Nita, a mess of papers, and a records terminal. They talked while platters of food were brought, notably the specialty of the evening, yams Wrigley, an Oriental dish. The Wrigleys came from a Red Joy tariff delegation. Bob himself didn't eat much. His face looked as if whatever they served him was burned. I danced, badly, with Rippety clinging to my shoulders. We threw the whole line of dancers off. Our guests from the flagship got up to leave rather early, seen out personally by their host and the beaming bride. Bob looked at me coolly, with an unbloodied eye. He'd had fast, first-rate treatment of the scratches, and showed not a mark, and said, If you ever grow up, Dee, you'll be welcome at home. I laughed in his face. He was trembling ever so slightly, with pure rage, I sincerely hope. As he turned and started to steer Nita away with him in an iron grip, she burst into tears and cried, "Oh, Dee, what will become of your life? My sister has turned into a naked savage." I was wearing my jumper, as a matter of fact, trimmed with bright patterns that a couple of Helen's junior wives had applied to the chest, back, and bottom. But I suppose Nita was still seeing me as I had burst from the ship that afternoon, bare and blood-spattered. Other guests began leaving, hurried out by Helen's loud, laughing complaints that she was being ruined by 2 parties on successive nights. She drew me over to the long table where she and Bob and Nita had feasted. Rippety jumped down from my shoulder. "I'm going off for a walk. Don't get worried about me this time. I'll meet you in the morning at the, hole for fowl." Helen called sharply after him, "Food will be left out for you. Please confine your eating to cold chicken." She turned to me. "Here are your ship papers and your debt agreements. Niger paid his fine with your ship, since that was the only currency the port would accept, and I did a bit of dealing so that the ownership papers end in my hands and now in yours." I was pretty well bowled over by this, and I found that now that we had done it, diddled Bob and saved my neck, it wasn't going to be so simple just to accept my salvation at the hands of an old trading rival. I was suddenly worried about some hidden twist, some pitfall, in the already odd situation in which I had landed myself. Into the awkward silence, awkward for me, though Helen was grinning triumphantly, came noise from an adjoining courtyard, where many of the guests seemed to have congregated on their way out. Singing it was, and loud laughter. "They are sitting on Barnabas," Helen said with relish. "Helen, let him go work for Niger if that's what he wants. He's earned it." "He's just desserts." She laughed. "White people are terrible to work for." "Oh, yes. I worked for your Aunt Juno once, on the computer records of the Steinway line, making sure they were fit for the eyes of certain officials. I learned a lot working for Juno, but she would not learn much from me, or even about me. She was so surprised when I went my own way to make my own fleet. Perhaps she thought I would spend my life as a faithful retainer. I took a deep breath. Look, Helen, I like to hear about Aunt Juno, but things can't be left like this between you and me. You paid no bride wealth for me, and maybe I can't bring you any children to add to your family, and I'll never learn local ways enough to be comfortable or to be a credit to you. Helen threw back her head and screamed with laughter. She slapped my arm. She hugged me. "Oh, you child, you!" she crowed, dashing tears of mirth from her eyes. "Listen, you silly white girl. What do you think we get married like that? A marriage is an alliance of families, planned long in advance. The bride comes and works for years first in the husband's house, so the husband's family can see is she worth marrying. We are not impulsive like you people, and we do not marry with chicken blood. But that is what a man like Bob Netchke would believe." "Then I'm not—" "You are not. Nor am I so foolish as to marry a foreigner, bringing nothing but trouble and misunderstanding on all sides." "But then it's all pure gift," I said, getting up from the table. "I can't accept, Helen, my freedom, my ship—" "Sit down, sit, she said, pulling me back down beside her. "You forget. There are still the plans for the Steinway modifications, which are worth a great deal to me. Also, I act in memory of certain debts to your Aunt Juno, and because you are a woman, and not a puny weed like that sister of yours, and to black the eye of my rival Netchke in front of everyone, and also for the pleasure of doing a small something for a white girl, whose race was once so useful in helping my people to get up. But I could also say, Dee, that I hope to make you just enough beholden to me so that you will bend your pride, not much, only small, and a Steinway will fly her ship for me out there in space that she loves better than any world." I leaned forward and made wet circles on the plastic table with the bottom of my glass. An image of Aunt Juno came into my mind. A plump dynamo of a woman with her hair piled high on her head to make her look taller, and pretty even after her neck thickened and obliterated her shapely little chin, and age began to freckle her hands. She had come tripping into my shop class in the learning center where I was raised, and batting her long lashes above a dazzling smile that left the teaching team charmed and humbled, she had summoned me away with her, because she believed I could become a pilot. Helen murmured, "Do you know, I myself never fly. All my dealings are made from here, from landfall. In Igbo land it was taboo forever for women to climb up above the level of any man's head. It brought sickness. Now we are bolder. We have discarded such notions. We climb easily to the top floors of tall buildings, and nobody falls ill. But I am old-fashioned, and I am still not comfortable climbing into black space among the stars." I said, "I'll fly for you." And so I have done ever since, with brief visits to my family on New Niger. I think sometimes how sharp Ripety was to see that there was no living there for either of us. But I don't tell him. He thinks well enough of himself as it is. Abominable. Carole Emshwiller. We are advancing into an unknown land with a deliberate air of nonchalance, our elbows out, or our hands on hips, or standing 1 foot on a rock when there's the opportunity for it. Always to the left, the river, as they told us it should be. Always to the right, the hills. At every telephone booth we stop and call. Frequently the lines are down because of high winds or ice. The commander says we are already in an area of the sightings. We must watch now, he has told us over the phone. for those curious two-part footprints, no bigger than a boy's, and of a unique delicacy. Climb a tree, the commander says, or a telephone pole, whichever is the most feasible, and call out a few of the names you have memorized. So we climb a pole and cry out, Alice, Betty, Elaine, Jean, Joan, Marilyn, Mary, and so on, in alphabetical order. Nothing comes of it. We are 7 manly men in the dress uniform of the Marines, though we are not, except for one, Marines. But this particular uniform has always been thought to attract them. We are 7 seemingly blasé, our collars open at the neck in any weather, experts in our fields. We, the research team for the Committee on Unidentified Objects that whiz by in pursuit of their own elusive identities. Our guns shoot sparks and stars and chocolate-covered cherries and make a big bang. It's already the age of frontal nudity, of why not instead of maybe. It's already the age of devices that can sense a warm, pulsing, live body at 75 yards and home in on it, and we have one of those devices with us. I might be able to love like that myself some day. On the other hand, we carry only a few blurry pictures in our wallets, most of these from random sightings several months ago. One is thought to be the wife of the commander. It was taken from a distance, and we can't make out her features. She was wearing her fur coat. He thought he recognized it. He has said there was nothing seriously wrong with her. So far there has been nothing but snow. What we put up with for these creatures! Imagine their bodies as you hold this little reminder in the palm of your hand, this fat, 4-inch Venus of their possibilities. The serious elements are missing. The eyes, simple dots. The characteristic hairdo almost covers the face. The feet, the head, inconsequential. Imagine the possibility of triumph, but avoid the smirk. Accept the challenge of the breasts, of the outside hips, and then the biggest challenge of all. If we pit ourselves against it, can we win? Or come off with honorable mention, or, at the least, finish without their analysis of our wrong moves? Here are the signs of their presence that we have found so far. We might almost think these things had been dropped in our path on purpose if we didn't know how careless they can be, especially when harassed or in a hurry. And since they are nervous creatures, easily excited, they usually are harassed and/or in a hurry. Found in our path, then. 1 stalk of still-frozen asparagus, a simple recipe for moussaka using onion soup mix, carelessly torn out of a magazine, a small purse with a few crumpled-up dollar bills, and a book of matches. It is clear that they do have fire. We take comfort in that. And now the commander says to leave the river, and to go up into the hills, even though they are treacherous with spring thaws and avalanches. The compass points up. We slide on scree and ice all day sometimes, well aware that they may have all gone south by now, whole tribes of them, feeling worthless, ugly, and unloved. Because the possibilities are endless, any direction may be wrong, but at the first sign of superficialities, we'll know we're on the right track. One of us is a psychoanalyst of long experience, a specialist in hysteria and masochism. Even without case histories, he is committed to the study of their kind. He says that if we find them, they will probably make some strange, strangling sounds, but that these are of no consequence and are often mistaken for laughter, which, he says, is probably the best way to take them. If, on the other hand, they smile, it's a simple reflex and serves the purpose of disarming us. It has been found that they smile 2.5 times as often as we do. Sometimes, he says, there's a kind of nervous giggle, which is essentially sexual in origin, and if it occurs when they see us, is probably a very good sign. In any case, he says, We should give no more than our names and our rank, and if they get angry, we should be careful that their rage doesn't turn against themselves. Grace is the name of the one in the picture, but she must be all of 55 by now. Slipped out of a diner one moonlit night when the commander forgot to look in her direction. But what was there to do but go on as usual, commanding what needed to be commanded? We agree. He said she had accepted her limitations up to that time, as far as he could see, and the limits of her actions. He blamed it on incomplete acculturation, or on not seeing the obvious, and did not wonder about it until several years later. I'd like to see one like her right now. Dare to ask where I come from, and how come they're so unlike. How we evolved affectations the opposite of theirs. And do they live deep underground in vast kitchens? Some multi-chambered sanctuary heated by ovens, the smell of gingerbread, those of childbearing age, perpetually pregnant from the frozen semen of some tall, red-headed, long-dead comedian or rock star? Anyway, that's one theory. But now the sudden silence of our own first sighting. One! On the heights above us, huge, or seems so, and in full regalia, as in the commander's photograph, mink and monstrous hat, the glint of something in the ears, standing, it seems a full 5 minutes, motionless on one leg. Or maybe just an upright bear. The sun was in our eyes, but gone when we got up to the place a half-hour later. The psychoanalyst waited by the footprints all night, ready with his own kind of sweet talk, but no luck. The information has been phoned back to the commander. "Tell her I think I love her," he said, "and it has been decided that we will put on the paraphernalia ourselves, the shoes that fit the footprints, the mink, fox, leopard, phony, over several layers of the proper underwear. We have decided to put bananas out along the snow in a circle, 75 yards beyond our camp, and to set up our live, warm-body sensor. Then, when they come out for the bananas, we will follow them back to their lairs, down into their own dark, sacred places. Our camera crew will be ready to get their first reactions to us for TV. They'll like being followed. They always have. We hope they are aware, if only on some dim level, of our reputations in our respective fields. But the live, warm body sensor, while it does sound the alarm, can't seem to find any particular right direction, and in the morning all the bananas are gone. It's because they won't sit still, won't take anything seriously. There's nobody to coordinate their actions, so they run around in different directions, always distracted from the task at hand, jumping to conclusions, making unwarranted assumptions, taking everything for granted, or, on the other hand, not taking anything for granted. Love, for instance. The forces of nature are on their side, yes, chaos, but we have other forces. This time, we will lay the bananas out in one long, logical, straight line. When we step into those kitchens, finally, the largest mountain completely hollowed out, my God! And the smells, the bustle, the humdrum everydayness of their existence. We won't believe what we see. And they will probably tell us things are going better than ever. They will be thinking they no longer need to be close to the sources of power. They may even say they like places of no power to anyone, live powerless as friends. Their own soft signals one to the other, the least of them to the least of them. And they will also say we hardly noticed them anyway, or noticed that they weren't there. They will say we were always looking in the other direction, that we never knew who or what they were or cared. But we did sense something, have sensed it for a long time, and we feel a lack we can't quite pinpoint. Unpaid creatures, mostly moneyless, but even so, noticed. We will tell them this, and also that the commander thinks he may love one of them. But this time they have refused the bananas. What we offer them is never quite right. Okay. The final offering. They have one more chance. These glass beads that look like jade. A set of fine imported cookware. A self-help book. How to overcome shyness with the opposite sex. And especially, we offer ourselves for their delight as sons, fathers, or lovers. Their choice. The psychoanalyst says they're entitled to their own opinions, but we wonder how independent should they be allowed to be. One of us has said it was just a bear we saw at the top of that hill. He said he remembered that it humped down on all fours after standing on one leg, but they might do that. The psychoanalyst has had a dream. Afterwards he told us never to be afraid of the snapping vagina, figuratively speaking, but to come on down to them, though we are climbing up, actually, and throw fish to the wombs, nothing but the best fillet of sole, figuratively speaking. This is the diagram the psychoanalyst has laid out for further study. Reader's note. The diagram compares us and them. Us is depicted by two concentric circles, the inner one being the ego, and the outer, bolder one the superego. Them is depicted by two smaller concentric circles, with the inner one labeled id, and the outer one, shown with a dotted line, labeled defective ego. Us. Two arrows in line lead from the concentric circles to a small circle, then a larger circle, depicting our goal in two stages. Them. The first arrow leads from the concentric circles and points toward but never reaches their goal. But a second arrow, connecting with this, points off to the left to a small circle or substitute goal. There are three more arrows. One points horizontally from the concentric circles of them to the concentric circles of us. The other two arrows branch off this first arrow and form a Y. They point to our goal and their substitute goal. This is captioned. Their id reacts to our superego, and then bounces back to the substitute goal and or becomes deflected to our goal. The next drawing shows the deflected goal in three stages, with two possibilities, both achieved. A circle labeled us has an arrow pointing straight upward to a small circle or original goal. Two arrows branch off from this circle toward two small circles, interim goals. From each interim goal is an arrow pointing to each of the larger circles or deflected goals. The final drawing is of one large circle labeled our goal and a small circle labeled their goal. Midway between the two are two parallel lines. There is a pair of double-headed arrows pointing between the two goals, interrupted by these parallel lines. End of note. Well, if I had one, I'd wash its feet, literally, and the back. And sure the front, too. Let the water flow over both of us. Let their hair hang down. I'd take some time out now and then, even from important work, to do some little things like this of hardly any meaning, and listen sometimes to its idle chatter, or at least seem to. But as to grace, it must be something else I have in mind, though I'm not sure what. We are telling all the old tales about them around our campfires in the late evenings, but it's not the same kind of frightening that it used to be when we were young and telling the tales in similar circumstances. because now we know they may actually be lurking out there in the shadows. And what's scary is that we have really no idea of their size. We're not sure what to believe. On the one hand, whether they are twice our size, or, as the commander insists, whether almost all of them are quite a bit smaller and definitely weaker. The more mythically oriented among us have said that they are large enough to swallow us up into their stomachs from below and to ejaculate us out again months later, weak and helpless. The anthropologically oriented say they may be the missing link we have searched for so long, and stand, as they believe, somewhere between the gorilla and us, though probably quite a bit higher on the scale than Pithecanthropus erectus, and that they are therefore, logically, distinctly smaller and somewhat bent over, but may not necessarily be weaker. The sexually obsessed among us wonder, among other things, if their orgasm is as specific a reaction as ours is. The romantics among us think they will be cute and lovable creatures, even when they're angry, and regardless of size and strength. Others think the opposite. Opinions also vary as to how to console them for the facts of their lives, and whether it is possible to do so at all, since 72% of them perceive themselves as inferior, 65% perceive themselves to be in a fragile mental balance. Only 33 1/3% are without deep feelings of humiliation simply for being what they are. How will it be possible, then, to penetrate their lines of self-defense and their lines of defensiveness? Altercations are inevitable, that's clear. 85% return to rehash old arguments. We dislike unpleasant emotional confrontations, try to avoid such things at all costs. But we also realize that playing the role of dominant partner in intimate interaction won't always be easy. How nice, even so, to have a group of beings one of these days, almost invisible too, whose main job would be to tidy up. Pedestals have already been set out for them. Even if, or especially if, they are not quite up to our standards, they will, in any case, remind us of the animal in all of us, of our beastliness, our ebb and flow, of life forces we barely know exist, maybe some we never suspected. But now we have had a strange and disturbing message from the commander telling us that some very important political appointees have said that these stories of sightings are exactly that, stories, hoaxes, and it's been proven that the photographs have been doctored. In one case, a gorilla superimposed on a snowy mountain. In another case, a man in drag. Only 2 pictures still unexplained. Several people have confessed. Some have never even been in the area at all. Whatever we have seen must have been a trick of light and shadow, or, more likely, one of the bears in this vicinity, and they're sure of it. We have a hoaxer among us, stealing the bananas himself and making footprints with an old shoe on the end of a long stick. Besides, think if we should discover that they do in fact exist. We would only be adding to our present problems. Committees would have to be set up to find alternatives to boredom once their dishwashing years were over. Cures would have to be discovered for cancers in peculiar places, for strange flows, for vaginismus and other spasms. A huge group of dilettantes, Sunday poets and painters, would be added to society, which society can well do without, according to the commander. And why should we come searching for them as though they were Mount Everest and as important, simply because they're there? Anyway, the funding for our search has run out. The commander even doubts if we can afford any more phone calls. We are all very depressed by this news, though it's hard to pinpoint exactly why. Some of us feel sure, or fairly sure, that there is something out there. Just out of sight, just out of earshot. Some of us seem to see sometimes a flash of color out of the corners of our eyes, as though the essentially invisible had been made almost visible for a few seconds. Makes one think, too, and some of us do, how socks and underwear might some day return, magically, from under beds to be found clean and folded in the drawer, as if cups of coffee could appear out of nowhere just when most needed, as if the refrigerator never ran out of milk or butter. But we are at the service of our schedule and our budget. We must return to the seats of power, to the service of civilization, politics. We turn back. For a while, I think seriously of going on by myself. I think perhaps if I crept back alone, sat quietly, maybe dressed to blend in more. Maybe if I sat still long enough and stopped telling out loud those old scary stories about them. If I made no proud gestures, shoulders not so stiff, maybe then they'd get used to me, even eat bananas out of my hand, and come, in time, to recognize an authoritarian figure by the subtle reality of it, and perhaps learn a few simple commands. But I have to stick to my orders. It's too bad, though I do want to pick up my pay, my medals, and get on with the next project. Still, I want to make one more move toward these creatures, if only a symbolic one. I sneak back along the trail and leave a message where it can't be missed, surrounded by bananas. I leave something they'll be sure to understand. The simple drawing of a naked man, a crescent that can't help but stand for moon, a heart shape, anatomically correct, for love, a clock face with the time of the message, the outline of a footprint of my own next to an outline of one of theirs. Looks like a question mark next to an exclamation point. To Grace at the top. I sit there for a while then, and listen for sighs, and think I hear some. Think I see something vaguely white on white in the clarity of snow. Invisible on purpose, that's for sure, if they're at all. So if we can't see them, it's not our fault. Well, if that's how they want it, let them bark at the moon alone, or whatever it is they do, and dance, and keep their own home fires burning. Let them live, as was said, in the shadow of man. It serves them right. I asked the psychoanalyst, who are we, anyway? He says about 90% of us ask that same question in one form or another, while about 10% seem to have found some kind of an answer of their own. He says that, anyway, we will remain essentially who we already are, whether we bother to ask the question or not. Bluewater Dreams. Sidney J. Van Scyoc. Namir was sleeping, the breeze on her face, when Mega slipped through the window and touched her with cold fingers. Namir woke immediately, briefly confused. Mega? Then, by the light of the night lamp, she saw the swelling that disfigured her friend's face, distinguished the mottled patches that underlay Mega's fine body hair, and her heart sank. She sat up with an involuntary sob. No, Mega. It's come to me. Mega's voice was seldom more than a whisper. That, combined with the softness of the fine, dark hair that covered her, and the half-hidden glint of her eyes, made her a creature of shadow and subtlety. Tonight her voice was wispy, regretful. It's taking me, Namir. No. Useless word. These things happened each time new settlers came from Zabath, Shandor, and Perdine. Diseases that scarcely touched humans savaged Mega's kind, those who insisted upon living in the human settlement. This was a new pathology, one no one had yet named. Some tiny organism from some far world had come to Zabath, and silently taken up life with its new human host, causing neither discomfort nor death. But when it rode its host to Randar and met the Burlales, it was a killer. Now the killer had found Mega, who was always so insouciant, skipping up and down the red rock steps of Randa town after Namir, even when Namir tried to send her away. Quickly Namir embraced her friend, trying to warm her slight body. She could feel the bones through the thin flesh. In the sunlight, running, leaping, Mega was swift and dauntless. In Namir's arms, cold and afflicted, she was fragile. "If you had gone back to the mountains," Namir said hopelessly. She herself had lured Mega down. Music was the thing that drew Burlales to Randa town. Singing, the ring of cymbals, the call of horns. They were fascinated by the bright sounds, but could not make music themselves, just as they could not duplicate the bright colors of the cloth the human settlers wore. The Burlales lived high in the Grey Rock Mountains, with only the music of the wind in the crags and the bright color of an occasional shadowflower. Namir had sat at the foot of the Grey Rock Mountain one day, lonely, singing songs from Shandor and crying, and had seen bright eyes peering at her from the rocks. Sense told her to quit singing then, to chase the Burlale back up the mountain to her own kind. But sense had not been with her that day, only loneliness, and she had tempted Mega all the way back to Randa town with her, just to have her company. "If you had not come with me—" Mega quivered in Namir's arms. "I would have come to Randa town one day anyway. I'm one of the ones who has to come here and know the human things." Yes. Just as there were many Burlales in the mountains who would never come to Randa town, who resisted the call of music and color and new experience. Namir had often thought about them and wondered if they were the strong ones, or if the strong ones were the ones like Mega, who risked themselves for the new experience. "I would have come," Mega repeated, "and one day I would have gone back to my mountain. Now I must go tonight." Namir's arms stiffened. She released her friend, keenly aware of the chill of her room, of the weight of her blankets. You can't go back there. You've heard—" "Namir, I have to go to the Dreaming Ponds," Mega whispered with shivering intensity. "I need my dreams now. They're calling me." Through puffy lids, her eyes were earnest, pleading. Namir shivered. The Dreaming Ponds lay high on the mountain where Mega's people lived. The Burlales bathed in them at important times, and had dreams then to guide them. "Namir." Mega's eyes glinted faintly. "Namir, I've had my child dreams, my naming dreams, my hunting dreams. Now it is time for my dying dreams." One slight hand closed on Namir's arm. "You have dreams too, Namir. You know the call of them." Yes, she dreamed often enough, but always in her bed, and always of Shandor. "Mega, you can't go. Your people, they won't let you go up the mountain with disease." At least that was what the Separatists said when they went before the Council of Governors to request laws to send the Burlales who lived in Randa town back to the mountains. The Burlales took disease too easily, they said, and when they tried to go back to their mountains to die, their mountain kin caught them on the lower slopes and bled them, rather than letting them carry disease to the high Burlale habitats. "They will stop me, perhaps," Mega said. But when I tell them I go for my dying dreams, they will let me pass. No, Mega, the Separatists— Namir, do you believe the Separatists? Over me? They say they want to send us back for our own good, but they have other reasons. Other reasons for not wanting us here. Namir frowned. Yes, there was more than altruism behind the Separatists' vehemence. There was a fear of the non-human intelligence of the Burlales, even a fear of their strange, shadowed beauty. Not everyone was attracted by the alien. Many were frightened and repelled by it. But the dead Burlales that have been found on the lower paths— She had heard of the way they died, their blood drained from their bodies. Namir, you know there are predators on the mountain, many of them. I don't know what to believe, Mega. Even if the Burlales would let Mega pass, Namir was reluctant to let her go tonight. The Burlales exhibited a wide range of body temperatures and changed in many ways with the warm and cold of day and night. By night they were slow-moving and sometimes confused. If their body temperatures fell below a certain level, compensatory mechanisms came into play and warmed them, and then their minds cleared. But by day, with sunlight warming them, they moved swiftly, and their thoughts were quicksilver. At least wait for morning when it's warm. You'll walk faster then. I'll go farther if I start now before I become weaker. Namir, Mega, wait, and I'll sing for you. You have to let me sing for you a last time. She said it as an inducement, but immediately recognized it for a plea. She needed to sing for Mega again. They had begun their friendship with singing. If it must end, then it must end that way. And perhaps after she had sung, Mega would realize she couldn't risk the walk to the mountain. Perhaps— She didn't wait for consent. Holding the fragile body, she began to rock, singing a wordless melody from her creche days on Shandor. She felt Mega first resist, then fall to the spell of the song. Her lids hooded her eyes, and her breath grew deep and sighing. Once she said querulously, Namir. But Namir knew Mega's weakness, and she continued singing, softly, wordlessly, trying to warm Mega with her own body heat. Namir, please, I have to go. Namir did not release her. She sang until her song finally lulled them both to sleep. Even then she seemed to feel the catch of her voice in her throat, until some time much later, when she woke and realized that she was sobbing rather than singing. She sat with a start. First dawn was in the sky, and she was alone. There was unreality in her room. Surely she had imagined Mega's visit. Other Burlales fell victim to infection, never Mega. Mega had been her special friend for 3 years, and would be until Namir took her first year mate. But she knew she had not dreamed the visit, the disease, or the plea. Certainly she had not dreamed Mega's disappearance. Mega had gone to the dreaming ponds. Alone. And there were predators on the mountain. Whether they were Mega's own kind or other species, there was danger, and Mega would be too weak to resist it. The chill of dawn entered Namir's bones. She had brought Mega to the valley, never mind that she had tried many times to send her away, and now Mega was dying of human-born infection. Quickly, Namir left her bed and dressed, her fingers trembling. This was the coldest time, the hour before sunrise, and Mega would travel slowly. If Namir could find her before she reached the mountain and bring her back— She had hoped to leave the dwelling unnoticed, but her father was awake. She encountered him in the passageway, the anger of a new day already on his face. He was not happy in Ronda Town, where new settlers pressed in on all sides. His chronic dissatisfaction found ready focus in Namir's behavior. "Early today," he said, a hard undertone in his voice. "I couldn't sleep." For once she was anxious not to rankle him. "People seldom sleep when they are singing, and I saw your friend as she left." "She came this way?" Usually Mega came and went through Namir's bedroom window. Would I have seen her otherwise? "And I saw her disease." He turned, and for a moment his eyes gleamed fiercely. "She won't be back, you know. She is gone for good now." Namir sucked a painful breath. "Father, don't dispute me. I told you never to sing to a Burlele, and you did. I told you to send her back when you first brought her here, and you did not. I told you to close your window and your door to her, and you said you would do what you pleased. Now you have done it." "Yes, and Mega would die." Namir released her breath in an angry sob. It was useless to argue with him, to remind him that she had tried many times to send Mega back, and if she had closed her window and door to her, Mega would simply have become another wistful Ronda Town Burlele, taking food and shelter where she could find it. "And I do it again," she said angrily, suddenly full of her own grievance. "She's the only thing I've had here. I left everything else behind on Shandor, my school sisters, my friends." She had touched a nerve. "You left them to make a new life here. And so you will. Do you expect to have everything you had on Shandor at once? I've waited all my life to have what you will have here in a few years more." "The mines?" she demanded sharply, forgetting that she did not want to rankle him. "Is that what you're giving me?" Even in the dim light of the passageway she saw his face congest. He wrenched at her arm. "Have I ever asked you to use pick and lantern? Have I ever sent anyone but myself down those tunnels to dig?" "No, but you'd be happier if you could," she shot back unfairly. Why she always deflected his own bitterness back at him twofold, why she always fought, she didn't know. "With two of us digging, we could move to the far lands that much sooner." "We'll be there in good enough time." Namir's mother had appeared in the doorway of her bedroom, frowning, her hands clenched. Namir's father turned, releasing Namir's arms. He seemed caught between them, a big man, angry. "No time in Ronda Town is good time." "Yet we can't go to the far lands until we can go," Namir's mother reminded him. "And you make it worse by going to the tunnels without your mask and tank. You make yourself mind-sick." Her voice was low, contained, but with a sharp edge. "You know there are gases in the tunnels. Ask anyone who watches the miners come up at the end of the day. We can tell from the faces which ones have used their masks. Those are the ones who look tired. The others, the ones who are angry, the way you are always angry. You wouldn't be angry when you came here to grow winter grasses in the far lands and then had to mine the mountain to buy immigration permits. You knew about the permits when we came, and you know about the gases in the mine, too." It was a familiar argument, his bitter impatience pitted against her gritty persistence. It would go on until he left for the tunnels. Silently, Namir slipped down the passageway and out the door. Neither of them noticed. Ronda Town was little more than a series of cavities cut into the red rock mountainside. Windows, doors, vent holes, hollowed-out rooms. Its look was bleak by dawn, as if the mountain were beset with parasites, and its paths and stairs were shaggy with weeds and litter. Ronda Town was no proud place, and every fresh shipload of immigrants added a new tawdriness. Yet there was music and color, too, during the bright hours of day. The settlers from Shandor had a tradition of music, and those from Perdine dyed and wove their own cloth, so they could wear the brilliant colors they chose in designs that pleased them. The Zabathi cheerfully adopted both traditions and added a few of their own. As Namir slipped down the steps that led to the lower levels, she was aware of an occasional Burlele peering at her from rocky shelter, wondering if she would sing, wondering if, when it grew warm and she removed her jacket, there would be color silks beneath. Namir averted her eyes and hurried. Most of these Burlele had no particular friend. They lived as they could, seldom well by human standards. Yet friendship had not saved Mega. Once beyond the burrowed settlement, she ran through the slag-piled regions at the foot of the mountain, past the timbered mouth of the mine, down streets of quick-panel warehouses that held export and import materials. There were already people and machinery at work among the warehouses and in the sorting and assembling sheds, and in the distance the smelters offered fiery sparks to the grey morning sky. Once or twice she recognized a face among the workers and wanted to stop and ask if Mega had come this way. But what other way was there through the valley toward the grey rock mountains? None. Namir ran. Soon she left Ronda town behind, and soon the morning sun climbed over the crags of the distant mountains and banished grey from the sky. Namir turned once and peered back toward Ronda town, trying to find something there to warm her. But she could see nothing there to stand comparison with her memory of Shandor's muraled buildings and green parks. Her eyes stung. I never minded that people pressed us on all sides. I never minded that everything on Shandor had already been built, and there was nothing more to build. I never minded any of that. But I do mind the roughness and emptiness here. We have to lock the flute and horn in cases to keep grit from scarring them. We hardly take them out any more. And my voice, how long will my voice be sweet here? The morning began to warm, and she sang, testing her voice against the air. If Mega had not run too far ahead, if she heard Namir singing... But there was no sign that Mega heard. Namir watched the brush that choked the valley for sign of her friend, or for fresh footprints. Several times she saw crushed vegetation, and once she found a place where someone had uprooted sweetroot and chewed the starchy tuber. That could have been anyone, Burlele or human. Pausing, discouraged, she pulled sweetroot and chewed it herself. Then she continued to the lowermost slopes of the mountain where she had first met Mega. She found her there on the path, her slight body sprawled gracelessly, her breath harsh. For a moment, Namir only wanted to turn back and forget seeing her like this. If she could remember her running in the sun instead, limbs flashing, dark hair gleaming. Mega stirred and pulled herself to a sitting position. Her swollen face was grotesque, and mottled patches glared angrily through her dark hair. Mir, you've come to carry me. Namir forced herself forward. I've come to take you back, yes. Mega struggled to her feet, her limbs thrashing almost angrily. No. You've come to carry me to the ponds. You have to carry me, Mir. I thought I could walk, but I can't. It's taking me, this disease. Namir felt a quick twist of fear. Mega, no, I can't take you there. Despite her infirmity, Mega's eyes glinted. You believe them, then? The people who want to keep us in the mountains. You believe that my own people will catch us on the paths and kill us. You're afraid of them. Was she? Afraid of Mega's kind? Namir could not deny it. The Burleleys who lived in Ronda town were eager and whispering, caught up in the excitement of human activity and color. That made them somehow childish. Those who lived in the seclusion of the mountains were surely different. They were not susceptible to human ways. They were an intelligent species with rituals and traditions and, Mega said, legends. Intelligent enough, certainly, to know that if they permitted humans to penetrate the upper reaches of the mountains where they lived, they would take disease and die. Namir wet her lips with her tongue. Mega, maybe there is something the doctors can give you, if you let me take you back. Mega peered up at her unwinkingly. You know there is nothing, Mir. What I need are my dreams. The dream waters call me. Namir hesitated, torn. If the Separatists were right, if it was the mountain Burleleys who had killed those returning Burleleys found dead on the lower slopes, she peered at the mountainside. The grey rock was stark and harsh-shadowed, a stern environment. But somewhere were the dreams Mega remembered. Dreams much like Namir's memories of Shandor, precious, tantalizing, evanescent. Certainly she had never heard of any Burleley harming any human. Perhaps that was simply because no human had climbed the Grey Rock Mountains. Perhaps not. Deciding, she took her friend in her arms. I'll take you to the ponds. To the dreams. Perhaps someone would take her back to Shandor one day, to the silken park grasses and muralled walls she remembered. She could hope. Although Mega stood half as tall as Namir, carrying her up the mountain path was like carrying nothing. According to Burleley legend, the Burleley were descended from avians. The webbed membrane that connected Mega's upper arms to her slight torso seemed testimony to the authenticity of the legend. And she was light, her bones insubstantial. Occasionally, imagining watchful Burleley soaring on mountain air currents, Namir glanced up the mountain apprehensively. But the Burleleys had not flown for hundreds of centuries, and they did not fly today. Instead, at mid-afternoon, they suddenly perched in numbers upon the rocks that overlooked the path, their breath a menacing hiss. Namir halted, peering up at them, her nerves frozen. They had appeared silently, without warning. Mega sighed and opened her eyes. Namir fought a suddenly thick tongue. Mega, will they understand me if I talk to them? The hissing grew louder. The Burleley were 24, and they hunched as if ready to spring. Their body hair was denser than Mega's, darker, glossier. Their bodies were more muscular, and their faces were twisted in warning. Mega summoned a weak whisper. They will understand if you sing. Namir shivered. Sing to 24 hostile Burleley, on a steep mountain trail with her friend dying in her arms? If you talk to them, Mega. I don't have to talk to them. They know I'm going to the Dream Waters. Every Burleley goes there to die, and I am dying. Namir caught her breath involuntarily. Mega, you told me you wanted to dream in the ponds. I do. But that's where we die, too, Namir. In the warm water. She looked up into Namir's face. Don't be afraid. I will talk to them. Summoning strength, she spoke a few sibilant words to the Burleley at the side of the path. The exchange was brief, hissing. 3 of the Burleley spoke with Mega in turn, and then drew back, folding their arms over their chests. They are glad I've come, Mega told Namir. Only a few others have come this far who were sick, but they ask that you not let me touch ground. That way I will not soil the paths. And they ask that you sing. They won't come to the valley for songs, but they would like them here, to know what they are like. Namir's mouth was suddenly dry. The burlalays at the side of the path regarded her stonily. She could not believe they wanted to hear her. She could only believe they wanted to savage her. "We won't soil the paths," she said, and hoped the hissing burlalays understood. Certainly they seemed to understand her songs. As she continued up the trail, holding Mega's chill body close, stroking her dark hair, she sang every song she knew of Shandor. She sang its clipped grasses and its white buildings, its black beaches and the foamed water that washed them. She sang the bright clothes the people wore, and the happy voices of schools of children running to recitation. She sang all her memories of there, and then she sang the memories she wished she might have had of growing to adulthood there, of walking the parks and city trails as a woman, of laughing under trimmed trees with her own children and the children of her school sisters. At first the burlalays followed warily, shoulders hunched, faintly hissing. But when Namir paused and carefully removed her jacket, never letting Mega touch ground, when she pulled her brightly patterned blouse free from its confining sash and let the colors ripple in sunlight, the burlalays quieted. Finally they were silent, and only Namir's voice rang in the Grey Rock Mountains. Despite Mega's assurances, she dared not sit to rest. She dared not let her song trail away. On their mountain, the burlalays were more alien than she had ever imagined, and her voice was the only thing she had familiar. It reassured her, quenching the worst of her fear. When dark came, she pulled her jacket back over her blouse and continued up the trail, Mega directing her. Did she only imagine during the final hour of their climb that she tasted something in the air she had never tasted before on Rondar? And that something... welcome? Joy? Then the scent in the air changed and became heavy. They reached the dreaming pond soon after the moon rose, and Namir paused, sampling the sulphur taint in the air. The ponds, 3 of them, were yellow-crusted, yet vividly blue. The moon floated upon each smooth glass surface, 3 times sister to itself. Namir paused and thought she had never seen it so full, so silver, nor had she ever seen the stars of Rondar so vivid in the black sky. "There are many things I haven't seen here, things I haven't wanted to see," she realized, "because I've only wanted to see Shandor." Certainly she had never seen the geyser that plumed from the rocks and rose moon-silver against the night while she stood at the edge of the nearest pond. She watched its magical play with drawn breath until it sank back into the rocks. Then her breath sighed away. I could sing about that. If Mega were not dying. Mega seemed to have shrunk in her arms. Her skin was chill, her eyes vacant. "You will have to carry me into the pond," she whispered. "Don't put me down until you can put me into the water." "I could put you into the water now," Namir said. She stepped forward, breaking the yellow crust that ringed the pond. Warm water seeped into her boots. "No, take me to the center of the pond. And don't be afraid of the stings, Namir." "Stings?" Involuntarily Namir stiffened, peering down into the moonlit depths of the pool. "Yes, they make the dreams. Sometimes I wonder about that, you know. I wonder if the stings would make you dream, too. I dream like a human sometimes at night when I sleep." Namir hesitated at the edge of the pond. She could see nothing in the pond that might sting her. There were no insects, and the bottom of the pond was of grey rock pebbles. She stroked Mega's hair. The night was cold, and Mega was confused. The Burlelays who crouched behind them were not confused. They peered at Namir silently, their eyes bright and unreadable. There were several dozen of them now, some of them very old, others very young. As she hesitated, they edged forward, and those nearer her raised their arms, fanning out their vestigial flight membranes. Their shadows became grotesque on the pebbled ground. Were they threatening her? Were they observing some ritual? Or were they simply urging her forward? How could she know? Namir stepped forward quickly, pond water lapping up her pants legs to her thighs, her hips, her waist. It was hotter than she had guessed, almost scalding. Gasping, she stumbled toward the center of the pond. And then she felt the stings. Something rippled up from the bottom of the pond, something irregular and gray. It might have been a pebble, and brushed against her leg, and stung sharply. She jerked in surprise. "Mega!" A second object broke from the pond bottom and struck at her. This time there was numbness. It spread quickly up and down her leg. She attempted to step back, to escape the pond. Her leg buckled, and instead she fell forward into the water. Mega seemed not to notice her distress. She squirmed free of Namir's grasp and arched fluidly into the depths of the pond. As she swept underwater to the bottom of the pond, Namir saw a look of ecstatic anticipation on her swollen face. Then pebble-like objects bobbed from the bottom of the pond and swirled around her, striking at her in a quick frenzy. Namir struggled to her feet. "No!" Without thinking, she flung herself into the water after Mega, grappling for her. Sulphur water stung her eyes and was sucked into her half-open mouth. "Mega!" Mega did not reach for rescue. Instead, she swam swiftly away across the pond, her dark hair washing in the water, the expression on her face intent now, expectant. As Namir slipped and stumbled after her, she was stung again and again. With an anguished cry, she fell forward into the water, suddenly too weak to swim. Still the pebble-like objects darted at her and stung her, and Mega swam just beyond reach. Namir was aware of overwhelming weakness and terrible dizziness. Gasping, coughing, she fought to mobilize her lifeless legs, her numbing arms. She had lost voluntary control of both. Finally, she sank into the pond, hot mineral water burning in her respiratory passages. At some point, consciousness faded. At some other point, it returned, in fragments. Namir gathered the fragments and realized that she lay on the verge of the pond, that it was daylight, and that she was alone. Whatever Burlelay had pulled her from the water had gone with all the others. She stared up into the noonday sun. Her throat burned and her head ached, and she had the strange sense that she had dreamed. She lay for a moment trying to capture the substance of her dreams. The images were alien and came in incomprehensible juxtapositions, as if the dreams had not been her own but someone else's, created not from her reality of Shandor lost, but from some other reality of Rondar gained. The welcome, the joy she had felt the night before, somehow they had become part of her dreams. "The meadows," she said, hardly aware that she spoke. She had always thought chatterflowers coarse, those that grew in Ronda Town. Now she knew that in the meadows that lay far beyond the town, their gaudy colors would be vibrant. The fields. Her father had described them to her often enough. The fields of winter grass they would grow in the far lands, lush, green, sweeping in the sun. She had imagined them as a terrible emptiness. Now she saw them as he must see them, vividly, hungrily. She wanted them as badly as he did. But there was something else she wanted, and that she could not have. "Mega," she said with a sob, and sat. Mega hung in the blue water of the dreaming pond, her limbs lax, only her face breaking the water's surface. Her arms were spread, and her flight membrane seemed to flutter despite the stillness of the pond. Had the Burlelays simply left her here like this? Left her to bloat in the water? Almost angrily, Namir took her feet. If she could reach Mega's body before she was stung to unconsciousness again, pull it back to the pond's edge. Before she could enter the water, Mega rolled to her stomach in the water and kicked herself across the pond to Namir. Namir found herself holding her friend, holding the body that should have been stiff and cold, the body that was water-hot and living. "Mega, your face," she stammered. The swelling was gone. So were the vivid discolorations that marked the course of the disease. "Did you dream?" Mega demanded, her eyes lively. "Did the stings make you dream?" I think I did dream, a little. But—" Mega nodded eagerly, shaking herself, making water fly. "I dreamed everything I wanted to dream. I spoke with the wind, I tumbled with the rocks, I rode the clouds over the mountains. Do you see them, Namir? I rode those clouds." She pointed, radiant. "We are that much alike, at least. The stings made you dream, too, a little." "Yes, perhaps." And perhaps she had dreamed simply because she often did, dreamed strangely, because the last day had changed her in some way. "But, Mega—" Namir peered down into the clear pond. Why was Mega alive? Why was she well? None of the Burlelays in Rondatown had recovered from this disease. None of the Burlelays in Rondatown had come to the dreaming pond. They had been too weak to come so far alone, and few of them had special friends to help them. None had special friends foolish enough to climb to the Burlelay habitat. Namir stroked Mega's shoulder. It was fever-hot, as if... Mega, she realized. You needed fever. Mega was preening herself, deftly grooming her wet hair, sweeping it into dark whorls. Fever? You needed fever to kill the disease. And your body doesn't make fever. When you got sick, you became cold instead. You had to come here to make yourself warm enough to kill the infection. Could it be that simple? Could the Burlelays who lived among the humans survive human diseases simply by submersion? I had to come here to die, Mega corrected her. But I had healing dreams instead of dying dreams. It happens sometimes. We dream of being well and live again. Namir nodded. Perhaps the solution was not so simple. Perhaps there had been some subtle interaction between the heat of the dreaming pond and the venom of whatever it was that stung. Perhaps even that interaction would not suffice against all human-born infections, perhaps only this one. Still, Namir did not feel any sinking discouragement. Mega had stepped from the pond well. Namir had had her dreams of Rondar, whatever their origin, and she would tell the Council of Governors what had happened. The Council had declared for the right of the Burlelays to live where they pleased on their native world, whatever the dangers. Perhaps they could do something now to alleviate the worst of those dangers. She brushed at her clothes. They were stiff in places, damp in others. Mega, will you come back to Rondatown with me? Did she hope for a yes or a no? Mega had completed her grooming, and she peered up at Namir with momentary sadness. No, Namir. I have been in Ronda Town 3 years, and I have seen and heard what I wanted. Now there are places I dreamed, and I want to visit them. The caves where my sisters live, the crags dark at night, the deep crevices where we hunt shadowleaf. Namir nodded, understanding. There were meadows and grasslands she wanted to see, urgently. The others, you're sure they won't hurt you? Mega's eyes glinted. Namir, they came into the pond and dreamed with me while I was healing. They were glad I returned, and they asked why others had not. The Separatists were wrong, then. The Burlalays had let her walk up their mountain paths. They had saved her from drowning in the dream pond, and they had welcomed Mega back, even sick. They gazed at each other. It was awkward, parting. There were things Namir wanted to say, yet all she could think was, Mega, when I dreamed, you were there. Was it a lie? Hadn't there been a quick shape moving through her half-recalled dreams? Hadn't she glimpsed it in the meadows and in the far lands? Then I will see you again. Noon restlessness was on Mega, and her limbs moved eagerly. But before she darted away, she touched the bright sash that held Namir's blouse. Will you leave me this? Of course. Namir stripped it off, eager to prolong their parting. And I'll sing for you. At that, Mega laughed hoarsely, coughing, as Burlalays laughed. No, Namir, don't sing until you get back to the valley. Then, if there is someone there sick, sing when you carry her up the trail, and we will all dream with her. Will you? Come up the mountain again past hissing Burlalays? For a moment, fear returned, unreasoning. Namir dismissed it. Of course. She would make herself friend of those Burlalays in Ronda Town who had no special friend. If they needed her, she would be there, either to speak to the Council of Governors for them, or to carry them to the dreaming ponds when they were stricken. Then that is when I will see you, Mega said, and she leapt away as swift and dauntless as Namir remembered. When she was gone, Namir started down the trail. Occasionally she saw Burlalays watching her from the rocks. When she paused, they hissed. She longed for something familiar to reassure herself by, some song to guard against strangeness. But she looked closely, and found a little bit of Mega in each watching Burlalay, and she did not sing again until she reached the valley. The Cabinet of Edgar Allan Poe. Angela Carter. Imagine Poe in the Republic, when he possesses none of its virtues. No Spartan, he. Each time he tilts the jug to greet the austere morning, his sober friends reluctantly concur, no man is safe who drinks before breakfast. Where is the black star of melancholy? Elsewhere. Not here. Here it is always morning. Stern, democratic light scrubs apparitions off the streets down which his dangerous feet must go. Perhaps the black star of melancholy was hiding in the dark at the bottom of the jug all the time. It might be the whole thing is a little secret between the jug and himself. He turns back to go and look, and the pitiless light of common day hits him full in the face like a blow from the eye of God. Struck, he reels. Where can he hide? Where are there no shadows? They split the Republic in two. They halved the apple of knowledge. White light strikes the top half and leaves the rest in shadow. Up here, up north, in the leveling latitudes, a man must make his own penumbra if he wants concealment, because the massive, heroic light of the Republic admits of no ambiguities. Either you are a saint, or a stranger. He is a stranger here, a gentleman up from Virginia, somewhat down on his luck, and alas, he may not invoke the Prince of Darkness, always a perfect gentleman, in his cause, since of the absolute night, which is the antithesis to these days of rectitude, there is no aristocracy. Poe staggers under the weight of the Declaration of Independence. People think he is drunk. He is drunk. The prince in exile lurches through the newfound land. So you say he overacts? Very well, he overacts. There is a past history of histrionics in his family. His mother was, as they say, born in a trunk, grease paint in her bloodstream, and made her first appearance on any stage in her 9th summer in a hiss-the-villain melodrama entitled Mysteries of the Castle. On she skipped to sing a ballad clad in the pretty rags of a ballet gypsy. It was the evening of the 18th century. At this hour, this very hour, far away in Paris, France, in the appalling dungeons of the Bastille, old Sade is jerking off. Grunt, groan, grunt, onto the prison floor. Ah! He seeds dragon's teeth. Out of each ejaculation spring up a swarm of fully armed, mad-eyed homunculi. Everything is about to succumb to delirium. Heedless of all this, Poe's future mother skipped onto a stage in the fresh-hatched American Republic to sing an old-world ballad clad in the pretty rags of a ballet gypsy. Her dancer's grace, piping treble, dark curls, rosy cheeks, cute kid, and eyes with something innocent, something appealing in them that struck directly to the heart, so that the smoky auditorium broke out in raucous, sentimental cheers for her, and clapped its leather palms together with a will. A star was born that night in the rude firmament of fit-ups and candle footlights, but she was to be a shooting star. She flickered briefly in the void. She continued the inevitable trajectory of the meteor. Downward. She hit the boards and trod them. But well after puberty, she was still able, thanks to her low stature and slim build, to continue to personate children, clever little ducks and prattlers of both sexes. Yet she was versatility personified. She could do you Ophelia, too. She had a low, melodious voice of singular sweetness, an excellent thing in a woman. When crazed Ophelia handed round the rosemary and rue and sang, "He is dead and gone, lady," not a dry eye in the house, I assure you. She also tried her hand at Juliet and Cordelia, and, if necessary, could personate the merriest soubrette. Even when racked by the nauseas of her pregnancies, still she would smile, and, oh, the dazzling candor of her teeth. Out popped her firstborn, Henry. Her second, Edgar, came jostling after to share her knee with her scripts and suckle at her bosom while she learned her lines, yet she was always word-perfect, even when she played 2 parts in the one night, Ophelia or Juliet, and then, say, Little Pickle, the cute kid in the afterpiece, for the audiences of those days refused to leave the theater after a tragedy unless the players changed costumes and came back to give them a little something extra to cheer them up again. Little Pickle was a trousers roll. She ran back to the green room and undid the top buttons of her waistcoat to let out a sore, milky breast to pacify little Edgar, who, wakened by the hoots and catcalls that had greeted her too voluptuous imitation of a boy, likewise howled and screamed. A mug of porter or a bottle of whiskey stood on the dressing-table all the time. She dipped a plug of cotton in whiskey and gave it to Edgar to suck when he would not stop crying. The father of her children was a bad actor, and only ever carried a spear in the many companies in which she worked. He often stayed behind in the green room to look after the little ones. David Poe tipped a tumbler of neat gin to Edgar's lips to keep him quiet.
The red-eyed angel of intemperance hopped out of the bottle of ardent spirits and snuggled down in little Edgar's longclothes. Meanwhile, on stage, her final child, in utero, stitched its flesh and bones together as best it could under the corset that preserved the theatrical illusion of Mrs. Elizabeth Poe's 18-inch waist until the 11th hour, the 10th month. Applause rocked round the wooden O. Loving mother that she was, for we have no reason to believe that she was not, Mrs. Poe exited the painted scene to cram her jewels on her knee, while tired tears ran rivers through her rouge and splashed upon their peaky faces. The monotonous clamor of their parents' argument sent them at last to sleep, but the unborn one in the womb pressed its transparent hands over its vestigial ears in terror. To be born at all might be the worst thing. However, born at last, this last child was, one July afternoon in a cheap theatrical boarding-house in New York City, after many hours on a rented bed, while flies buzzed at the window-panes. Edgar and Henry, on a pallet on the floor, held hands. The midwife had to use a pair of blunt iron tongs to scoop out the reluctant wee thing. The sheet was tented up over Mrs. Poe's lower half for modesty, so the toddlers saw nothing except the midwife brandishing her dreadful instrument, and then they heard the shrill cry of the newborn in the exhausted silence, like the sound of the blade of a skate on ice, and something bloody as a fresh-pulled tooth twitched between the midwife's pincers. It was a girl. David Poe spent his wife's confinement in a nearby tavern, wetting the baby's head. When he came back and saw the mess, he vomited. Then, before his son's bewildered eyes, their father began to grow insubstantial. He unbecame. All at once he lost his outlines and began to waver on the air. It was twilight evening. Mamma slept on the bed with a fresh mauve bud of flesh in a basket on the chair beside her. The air shuddered with the beginning of absence. He said not one word to his boys, but went on evaporating until he melted clean away, leaving behind him in the room, as proof he had been there, only a puddle of puke on the splintered floorboards. As soon as the deserted wife got out of bed, she posted down to Virginia with her howling brats, because she was booked for a tour of the South and she had no money put away, so all the babies got to eat was her sweat. She dragged them with her in a trunk to Charleston, to Norfolk, then back to Richmond. Down there it is the fetid height of summer. Stripped to her chemise in the airless dressing-room, she milks her sore breasts into a glass. This latest baby must be weaned before its mother dies. She coughed. She slapped more, yet more rouge on her now haggard cheekbones. My children! What will become of my children? Her eyes glittered, and soon acquired a febrile brilliance that was not of this world. Soon she needed no rouge at all. Red spots brighter than rouge appeared of their own accord on her cheeks, while veins as blue as those in Stilton cheese, but muscular, palpitating, prominent, lithe, stood out of her forehead. In Little Pickle's vest and breeches, it was not now possible for her to create the least suspension of disbelief, and something desperate, something fatal in her distracted playing, both fascinated and appalled the witnesses, who could have thought they saw the living features of death itself upon her face. Her mirror, the actress's friend, the magic mirror in which she sees whom she has become, no longer acknowledged any but a death's head. The moist, sullen southern winter signed her quietus. She put on Ophelia's madwoman's nightgown for her farewell. When she summoned him, the spectral horseman came.
Edgar looked out of the window and saw him. The soundless hooves of black-plumed horses struck sparks from the stones in the road outside. "Father," said Edgar. He thought their father must have reconstituted himself at this last extremity in order to transport them all to a better place, but when he looked more closely, by the light of a gibbous moon, he saw the sockets of the coachman's eyes were full of worms. They told her children that now she could come back to take no curtain calls, no matter how fiercely all applauded the manner of her going. Lovers at the theatre plied her hearse with bouquets, and from her pure and uncorrupted flesh May violets spring. Not a dry eye in the house. The 3 orphaned infants were dispersed into the bosoms of charitable protectors. Each gave the clay-cold cheek a final kiss. Then they too kissed and parted, Edgar from Henry, Henry from the tiny one who did not move or cry, but lay still and kept her eyes tight shut. When shall these 3 meet again? The church bell tolled, never, 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 never. Kind Mr. Allan of Virginia, Edgar's own particular benefactor, who would buy his bread henceforward, took his charge's little hand and led him from the funeral. Edgar parted his name in the middle to make room for Mr. Allan inside it. Edgar was then 3 years old. Mr. Allan ushered him into southern affluence down there, but do not think his mother left Edgar empty-handed, although the dead actress was able to leave him only what could not be taken away from him, to wit, a few tattered memories. Testament of Mrs. Elizabeth Poe. Item. Nourishment. A tit sucked in a green room. The dog snatched away from the toothless lips as soon as her cue came, so that of nourishment he would retain only the memory of hunger and thirst, endlessly unsatisfied. Item. Transformation. This is a more ambivalent relic, something like this. Edgar would lie in prop baskets on heaps of artificial finery and watch her while she painted her face. The candles made a profane altar of the mirror in which her vague face swam like a magic fish. If you caught hold of it, it would make your dreams come true, but Mamma slithered through all the nets which desire set out to catch her. She stuck glass jewels in her ears, pinned back her nut-brown hair, and tied a muslin bandage round her head, looking like a corpse for a minute. Then on went the yellow wig. Now you see her, now you don't. Brunette turns blonde in the wink of an eye. Mamma turns round to show how she has changed into the lovely lady he glimpsed in the mirror. "Don't touch me, you'll mess me," and vanishes in a susurration of taffeta. Item. That women possess within them a cry, a thing that needs to be extracted. But this is only the dimmest of memories, and will reassert itself in vague shapes of unmentionable dread, only at the prospect of carnal connection. Item. The awareness of mortality. For as soon as her last child was born, if not before, she started to rehearse in private the long part of dying. Once she began to cough, she had no option. Item. A face. The perfect face of a tragic actor. His face. White skin stretched tight over fine white bones in a final state of wonderfully lucid emaciation. Ignited by the tossed butt of a still-smoldering cigar that lodged in the cracks of the uneven floorboards, the theatre at Richmond, where Mrs. Poe had made her last appearance, burned to the ground 3 weeks after her death. Ashes. Although Mr. Allan told Edgar how all of his mother that was mortal had been buried in her coffin, Edgar knew the somebody else's she so frequently became lived in her dressing-table mirror, and were not constrained by the physical laws that made her body rot. But now the mirror, too, was gone, and all the lovely and untouchable, volatile, unreal mothers went up together in a puff of smoke on a pyre of props and painted scenery. The sparks from this conflagration rose high in the air, where they lodged in the sky to become a constellation of stars, which only Edgar saw, and then only on certain still nights of summer, those hot, rich, blue, mellow nights the slaves brought with them from Africa, weather that ferments the music of exile, weather of heartbreak and fever. Oh, those voluptuous nights, like something forbidden. High in the sky, these invisible stars marked the points of a face folded in sorrow. Nature of the theatrical illusion. Everything you see is false. Consider the theatrical illusion with special reference to this impressionable child, who was exposed to it at an age when there is no reason for anything to be real. He must often have toddled onto the stage when the theatre was empty and the curtains down, so all was like a parlor prepared for a séance, waiting for the moment when the eyes of the observers make the mystery. Here he will find a painted backdrop of, say, an antique castle. A castle, such as they don't build here. A Gothic castle, all complete with owls and ivy. The flies are painted with segments of trees, massy oaks or something like that, all in 2 dimensions. Artificial shadows fall in all the wrong places. Nothing is what it seems. You knock against a gilded throne or horrid rack that looks perfectly solid, thick, immovable, and you kick it sideways. It turns out to be made of papier-mâché. It is as light as air. A child, you yourself, could pick it up and carry it off with you and sit in it and be a king, or lie in it and be in pain. A creaking, an ominous rattling scares the little wits out of you. When you jump round to see what is going on behind your back, why, the very castle is in mid-air. Heave-ho! And up she rises, amid the inarticulate cries and muttered oaths of the stagehands, and down comes Juliet's tomb, or Ophelia's sepulchre, and a super scuttles in, clutching Yorick's skull. The foul-mouthed whores who dandle you on their pillowy laps and tip mugs of sour porter against your lips now congregate in the wings, where they have turned into nuns or something. On the invisible side of the plush curtain that cuts you off from the beery, importunate, tobacco-stained multitude that has paid its pennies on the nail to watch these transcendent rituals, now come the thumps, bangs, and clatter that make the presence of their expectations felt. A stagehand swoops down to scoop you up and carry you off, protesting, to where Henry, like a good boy, is already deep in his picture book, and there is a poke of candy for you, and the corner of a handkerchief dipped in moonshine, and Mamma in crown and train presses her rouged lips softly on your forehead before she goes down before the mob. On his brow her rouged lips left the mark of Cain. Having, at an impressionable age, seen with his own eyes the nature of the mystery of the castle, that all its horrors are so much painted cardboard, and yet they terrify you, he saw another mystery, and made less sense of it. Now and then, as a great treat, if he kept quiet as a mouse, because he begged and pleaded so, he was allowed to stay in the wings and watch. The round-eyed baby saw that Ophelia could, if necessary, die twice nightly. All her burials were premature. A couple of brawny supers carried Mamma on stage in Act 4, wrapped in a shroud, tipped her into the cellarage amidst displays of grief from all concerned, but up she would pop at curtain call, having shaken the dust off her grave clothes and touched up her eye makeup, to curtsy with the rest of the resurrected immortals, all of whom, even Prince Hamlet himself, turned out in the end to be just as undead as she. How could he, then, truly believe she would not come again? Although, in the black suit that Mr. Allan provided for him out of charity, he toddled behind her coffin to the cemetery. Surely, one fine day, the spectral coachman would return again, climb down from his box, throw open the carriage door, and out she would step, wearing the white nightdress in which he had last seen her, although he hoped this garment had been laundered in the interim, since he last saw it all bloody from a hemorrhage. Then a transparent constellation in the night sky would blink out. The scattered atoms would reassemble themselves to the entire and perfect Mamma, and he would run directly to her arms. It is the mid-morning of the 19th century. He grows up under the black stars of the slave states. He flinches from that part of women the sheet hid. He becomes a man. As soon as he becomes a man, affluence departs from Edgar. The heart and pocketbook that Mr. Allan opened to the child now pull themselves together to expel. Edgar shakes the dust of the sweet South off his heels. He hies north, up here, to seek his fortune in the places where the light does not permit that chiaroscuro he loves. Now Edgar Poe must live by his disordered wits. The dug was snatched from the milky mouth and tucked away inside the bodice. The mirror no longer reflected Mamma, but instead a perfect stranger. He offered her his hand. Smiling a tranced smile, she stepped out of the frame. "My darling, my sister, my life and my bride." He was not put out by the tender years of this young girl whom he soon married. Was she not just Juliet's age, just 13 summers? The magnificent tresses, forming great shadowed eaves above her high forehead, were the raven tint of Nevermore, black as his suits, the seams of which his devoted mother-in-law painted with ink, so that they would not advertise to the world the signs of wear, and, nowadays, he always wore a suit of sables, dressed in readiness for the next funeral, in a black coat buttoned up to the stock, and he never betrayed his absolute mourning by so much as one flash of white shirt-front. Sometimes, when his wife's mother was not there to wash and starch his linen, he economized on laundry bills and wore no shirt at all. His long hair brushes the color of this coat, from which poverty has worn off the nap. How sad his eyes are! There is too much of sorrow in his infrequent smile to make you happy when he smiles at you, and so much of bitter gall also, that you might mistake his smile for a grimace or a grue, except when he smiles at his young wife with her forehead like a tombstone. Then he will smile, and smile with as much posthumous tenderness as if he saw already "dearly beloved wife of" carved above her eyebrows. For her skin was white as marble, and she was called, would you believe, Virginia, a name that suited his expatriate's nostalgia and also her condition, for the child bride would remain a virgin until the day she died. Imagine the sinless children lying in bed together. The pity of it! For did she not come to him stiffly armored in taboos? Taboos against the violation of children, taboos against the violation of the dead, for, not to put too fine a point on it, didn't she always look like a walking corpse? But such a pretty, pretty corpse! And besides, isn't an undemanding, economic, decorative corpse the perfect wife for a gentleman in reduced circumstances, upon whom the four walls of paranoia are always about to converge? Virginia Clem. In the dialect of northern England, to be clemmed is to be very cold. I'm fair clemmed. Virginia Clem. She brought with her a hardy, durable, industrious mother of her own, to clean and cook and keep accounts for them, and to outlive them both. Virginia was not very clever. She was by no means a sad case of arrested development, like his real lost sister, whose life passed in a dream of non-being in her adopted home, the vegetable life of one who always declined to participate, a bud that never opened. A doom lay upon them. The brother Henry soon died. But the slow years passed, and Virginia stayed as she had been at 13, a simple little thing, whose sweet disposition was his only comfort, and who never ceased to lisp, even when she started to rehearse the long part of dying. She was light on her feet as a revenant. You would have thought she never bent a stem of grass as she passed across their little garden. When she spoke, when she sang, how sweet her voice was. She kept her harp in their cottage parlour, which her mother swept and polished until all was like a new pin. A few guests gathered there to partake of the Poe's modest hospitality. There was his brilliant conversation, though his women saw to it that only tea was served, since all knew his dreadful weakness for liquor. But Virginia poured out with so much simple grace that everyone was charmed. They begged her to take her seat at her harp and accompany herself in an old-world ballad or two. Eddie nodded gladly, yes, and she lightly struck the strings with white hands, of which the long, thin fingers were so fine and waxen that you would have thought you could have set light to the tips to make of her hand the flaming hand of glory that casts all the inhabitants of the house, except the magician himself, into a profound and death-like sleep. She sings, "Cold blows the wind tonight, my love, and a few drops of rain." With a taper made from a manuscript folded into a flute, he slyly takes a light from the fire. "I never had but one true love. In cold earth she was lain." He sets light to her fingers, one after the other. "A 12-month and a day being gone, the dead began to speak." Eyes close. Her pupils contain in each a flame. "Who is that sitting on my grave, who will not let me sleep?" All sleep. Her eyes go out. She sleeps. He rearranges the macabre candelabra so that the light from her glorious hand will fall between her legs, and then he busily turns back her petticoats. The mortal candles shine. Do not think it is not love that moves him. Only love moves him. He feels no fear. An expression of low cunning crosses his face. Taking from his back pocket a pair of enormous pliers, he now, one by one, extracts the sharp teeth, just as the midwife did. All silent, all still. Yet, even as he held aloft the last fierce canine in triumph above her prostrate and insensible form, in the conviction he had at last exorcised the demons from desire, his face turned ashen and sere, and he was overcome with the most desolating anguish to hear the rumbling of the wheels outside. Unbidden, the coachman came. The grisly emissary of her high-born kinsman shouted imperiously, "Overture and beginners, please!" She popped the plug of spiritus linen between his lips. She swept off with a hiss of silk. The sleepers woke and told him he was drunk, but his Virginia breathed no more. After a breakfast of red-eye, as he was making his toilet before the mirror, he suddenly thought he would shave off his mustache in order to become a different man, so that the ghosts who had persistently plagued him since his wife's death would no longer recognize him and would leave him alone. But when he was clean-shaven, A black star rose in the mirror, and he saw that his long hair and face folded in sorrow had taken on such a marked resemblance to that of his loved and lost one that he was struck like a stock or stone with the cut-throat razor in his hand. And, as he continued, fascinated, appalled, to stare in the reflective glass at those features that were his own and yet not his own, the bony casket of his skull began to agitate itself, as if he had succumbed to a tremendous attack of the shakes. "Good night, sweet prince." He was shaking like a backcloth, about to be whisked off into oblivion. "Lights!" he called out. Now he wavered. Horrors! He was starting to dissolve. "Lights! More lights!" he cried, like the hero of a Jacobean tragedy when the murdering begins, for the black star was engulfing him. On cue, the laser light on the Republic blasts him. His dust blows away on the wind. The Harvest of Wolves. Mary Gentle. Flix sat in the old sagging armchair, leaned forward, and tore another page from the Encyclopedia Britannica. The fire took it, flickering in the grate. "What the—" The boy, closing the door as he entered, strode across the room and slapped the book out of her hand. "What's the matter with you? You could sell that for—" "For money to buy fuel?" Flix suggested. Adrenaline made her dizzy. She looked down at her liver-spotted hands, where the veins stood up with age. They were shaking. "Thank you. I prefer to cut out the middleman. Self-sufficiency." He glared. She doubted he recognized irony. "You're crazy, you know that?" "If you know it, that ought to be enough. Have you put in your report yet?" She shot the question at him. He was still young enough to blush. Angry because of it, he snarled, "You keep your mouth shut, citizen. You hear me?" "I hear you." Age makes you afraid, Flix thought. Pacifying him, she said, "Well, what have you brought me?" "Bread. Milk's out. Can't deliver. There's no transport. I got you some water, though. It's clean." "You wouldn't know clean water if it bit you," Flix thought bitterly. She watched the boy unpacking the plastic bag he carried, throwing the goods into the nearest cupboard. He was growing taller by the week, this one, broad-shouldered with close-cropped black hair, and the changing voice of adolescence. "Marlowe," she said, "what makes you choose community service?" "Didn't choose it, did I? Got given it, didn't I?" He straightened, stuffed the bag in the pocket of his uniform jacket, and came over to squat beside the open fire. Though he never admitted it, it attracted him. Probably because he'd never before been in a house old enough to have a grate, she thought. "Community service," she repeated, unable to keep the edge out of her voice. "Snooping under cover of charity. You call that service? Bringing welfare rations, weighing me up, and all the time new laws and cutting it closer every time, huh? If they've got as far as these slums, Marlowe, boy, then pretty soon we'll all be gone." Resentment glared out of him. "Think I want to come here? Crazy old house, crazy old bitch! That's citizen to you if you can't manage Flix." She offered him a crumpled pack of cigarettes, forcing a smile. "Only tobacco, I'm afraid." The Pavlovian response, "Filthy things'll give you cancer." "Ah, who'll get me first, then? Lung cancer, hypothermia, starvation, or you and your bloody youth corps? You got no room to talk. It was your lot got us in this mess in the first place." He stood up. "You think we want to live like this? No jobs, nothing? You got no idea. If it weren't for the Corps, I'd be—" "You'd be waiting out your time on welfare," Flix said, very carefully, "seeing the deadline come up. You'd be being tested, like I am now, to see how fit you are to survive, to qualify for government food. to get government water so you don't die of cholera, government housing so you don't die of cold. Instead, you're here, waiting for me to—" "That's the way it is," Marlowe said. He lowered his head, glaring at her from dark, hollowed eyes. Why, she thought, he's been losing sleep. "You got to produce. You got to work. You got to be worth keeping on welfare, or else— And don't tell me it ain't fair. I know it ain't fair, but that's the way it is." "Ah," she said, on a rising inflection. "Is that the way it is? Look at you!" He swung his arm round, taking in the single-room flat. The wallpaper was covered by old posters, garish with the slogans of halcyon 90s, that final, brief economic flowering when protest was easy. Planks propped up on bricks served as shelves for old books and pamphlets and magazines. Some had sat so long in the same place that the damp had made of them an inseparable mass. A long disconnected computer terminal gathered dust, ancient access codes scratched on the casing. Cracking china lay side by side on the drainer with incongruously new plastic dishes, and a saucepan full of something brown and long-burned sat on the stove. A thin film of plaster from the ceiling had drifted down onto the expanse of worn linoleum, left empty by the clustering of table, chair, and bed round the open fire. Flix poked the ashes with a burned slat and glanced up at the windows. Beyond the wire mesh, the sky was gray. "You could fix those boards," she said. "There's a wind whips through there that could take the barnacles off a ship's hull, since your friends left me with no glass in the windows." "What? No reaction?" "You can't blame them." The boy sounded tired and very adult. "Thinking of you in here, eating, sleeping, doing nothing to earn it." "Christ!" Flix exploded, and saw him flinch at the word as he always did. But now she wasn't goading him for her amusement. "There was a time you didn't have to earn the right to live. You had it as a human being." "Yeah," he said wearily. "I know. I heard about that. I hear about it all the time from my old man. Free this, free that, free the other, holidays in the sun, cars for everybody, everybody working. Yeah, I heard. And what happens? What do you leave for us? You let the niggers come in and steal your jobs. You let the Yanks put their missiles here. You let kids grow up wild because their mothers were never home. You sell us out to the Reds. Oh, spare me. If you're going to be bigoted, at least be original." "Citizen," Marlowe said, "shut up." Not quite under her breath, she said, "Ignorant pig." He yelled, "Why don't you clean this place up? You live like a pig." "I was never one for housework, and besides, I've got you to do it for me, haven't I? Courtesy of the welfare state, until such time as the state decides I'm not worth keeping alive." His would not be the first report made on her, though the first under this name, but time and purges had culled the number of officials willing to turn a blind eye on changes of code, name, and location. I am, Flix thought, too old for this fugitive life. Pig, Marlowe repeated absently. He rummaged around in the toolbox by the window and began nailing the slats back over the lower windowsill. "There's coffee in the cupboard." Flix made a peace offering of it. "Have some if you want it. You'll have to boil the kettle. I think the power is still on." "Where'd you get coffee?" "I still have friends," Flix observed sententiously. "They can't do much, being as they're old like me, but what they can do they will. The old network's still there." "Subversive," he accused. "Lord Brahma! I can't seem to keep off it today," Flix thought. "What is it with me? Do I want to die? Well, maybe. But not to suit their convenience." "Do you ever listen to anything except what they tell you?" Marlowe whacked the last nail in viciously, threw down the hammer, and stalked over to the sink. Filling the kettle, his back to her, he said, "I know what's right. I know what's true. I am sick to death of people who know. I want people who aren't sure. I want people who are willing to admit there's another side to the argument, or even that there is an argument, for Christ's sake. Marlowe, will you bloody look at me?" He plugged the kettle in. Turning and leaning back against the chipped unit. "What? You don't believe all that bullshit?" Again he flinched. They are abnormally sensitive, she thought. You can't believe it. You're not the age. 16's when you go around questioning everything. Maybe in your day. It's different now. We gotta grow up quick or not at all. He shrugged. Listen. I'm looking back at it, what it was like. I can see what you can't. While you sat round talking, the commies were taking over the unions, and if it hadn't been for Foster, we'd be a satellite state today. Flicks groaned. Jesus! Marlowe, tell me all the shit you like. Tell me we were all commie pinko perverts. Tell me we were capitalist running dogs who brought the world to ruin. She was laughing, an old woman's high cackle. But in the name of God, don't tell me about your precious Foster. I knew all I needed to know about dictators before you were born. His mouth twisted. She could see him lose patience with her. You don't know what it's like, Marlowe said. 5 of us in a 2-room flat and the power not on and never enough food. And for why? Because there's no work. And if there was, there's nothing to buy with the money. At least he's making it better. At least there's less of that. Where do you go when there's nowhere to go? Flicks asked rhetorically. I'd OD if you could get the stuff, but that's another thing banned in your bloody utopia. Fetch us the coffee, Marlowe, and hand me that half-bottle in the top cupboard. He was as disapproving as any youth cadet, but he did what she asked. Whiskey and coffee. The last now. The very last. Bit into her gut. I am fighting, she reminded herself sourly. I am fighting, God knows why, for my life. I suppose it's no good offering you a drink? No, I thought not. Hell, Marlowe, loosen up, will you? She had, over the weeks, gained some small amusement from tormenting him. Like all of Foster's new Puritans, the Corps strongly disapproved of drugs, blasphemy, lechery, and there, she thought, is a fine old-fashioned word. Not that I've quite got round to that, but wouldn't he react beautifully? Or is it that I'm afraid of him laughing? Or afraid of him? For all his community service, he's still a thug. She tore a few more pages from the thick book, crumpled them, and poked them into the fire, where they flared briefly. What about coal, Marlowe? Reconstituted? Christ, that stuff doesn't burn. Still, what the hell? Come and sit down. She watched him kneel by the flames. In the dim, cold room, the light made lines on his face. He looked older. In the 90s, she said speculatively, there were, for example, parties without supervisors. Supervisors! And music without propaganda. Without whose propaganda? Bravo, Marlowe! She clapped gently. Without theirs, of course. With ours. Now it's the other way around. Do you realize I wouldn't mind if he had the grace to be original, but it's the same old thing. No free press, no free speech, no unions, food shortages, rabid patriotic nationalism. You were traitors. Was that any better? No way out, she thought. No way in. God preserve us from the voice of invincible ignorance. One thing we didn't do, she said. We didn't weigh people up as to how useful they were to the state, and let them die when they got sick and old. He was quiet. Didn't you? We didn't plan it. There's less poverty now, less misery. It's a hard world, he said. They're starving in Asia, dying. That's not going to happen here. You used it up, this world, so you got yourselves to blame if you don't like what's happening now. Marlowe, Flix said. What are you going to say in your report? Now there was no evading the question. He looked up with clear, puzzled eyes. I don't want to do it. I know, or it wouldn't be nearly a month overdue, would it? No, don't ask me how I know. Like I said, the old grapevine's still there. When are they going to start wondering, Marlowe? When are they going to start making reports on you? He stared into the fire. She got up slowly, taking her weight on her wrists, and went across to pull on her old, now much cracked, leather jacket. The cold got into her bones. Now, would I be so weak if there was proper food? She thought. Christ, my mother lived to be 80, and I'm not within 20 years of that. I've got family, Marlowe said. The old man, Macy, and the baby. We got to eat. She could see herself reflected in the speckled wall mirror, lost in sepia depths. An old woman, lean and straight, with spiky, cropped hair that needed washing, from gray to silver. Marlowe, out of focus, was a dark uniform and the glint of insignia. Flix looked straight at him, solemnly, and when his eyes were fixed on her, she smiled. She had always had one of those faces, naturally somber and sardonic, that are transformed when they smile. Vanity doesn't go with age, she thought, savoring the boy's unwilling, responsive grin. I could have shown you so much, so much. You haven't got the guts to run wild, she said. You haven't got the guts to question. The implication of promise was there. He watched her. The light dimmed, scummy and cold, and the fire glowed down to red embers. The ever-present smell of the room, overlain for a while by coffee and spirits, reasserted itself. "You're a drunk," Marlowe said. "Do you think I haven't seen the bottles you throw out, and the ones you hide? Yeah, your friends keep you supplied, all right. I've come in here when you were dead drunk on the bed, place stinking of shit. I've listened to you maundering on about the old days. I don't want to know. If this is where it leaves you, I don't want to know." "Is that right?" Tears stung behind her eyes. Her voice thinned. "You'll never live the life I lived, and you'll never know how I regret it passing. Oh, Jesus, it tears you up, to know it's gone, and gone for good. You were the people we wanted to help. I mean you, Marlowe. And when it came to actually thinking, God knows how difficult that is, you didn't want to know. You'd sooner march with your mobs. You'd sooner smash places up on your witch hunts. You'd sooner cheer the tanks when they roll by. And God help you, that's not enough. You've got to think you're right." The boy crossed the room and pushed her. She fell back on the bed with an ugly sound. He stamped back and forth, sweeping the cracked cups crashing to the floor. Violently he kicked at the piles of old books and pamphlets. They scattered in soggy lumps. "This!" he shouted. "You preach about your precious books and you burn them to keep warm. You talk about your subversive network, but what is it really? Old men and women hoarding food and drink, keeping it from us who need it." She, breathing heavily and conscious of pain, didn't answer. His first energy spent, he came back and helped her into the chair, and made up the fire until it blazed. The cold wind blew belches of gray smoke back into the room. Flix felt down into the side of the chair for the hidden bottle there. Fist knotted about it, letting the alcohol sting her back to life. When she looked up again, he was putting on his coat. As if nothing had happened, she said, "Books aren't sacred. Ideas are. And I've got those up here." She touched her lank hair. "Whatever else we are, we subversives, I'll tell you this. We care about each other. That's more than your core will do for you when you're old." "I'll come in again tomorrow." He was all boy now, gangling, uncertain, sullen. "I don't care if you don't agree with me. Just think about what you're doing. For once, think about it." At the door he turned back and said, "Will they look after you?" After she heard the door slam, she plugged the power outlet into the antique stereo equipment and placed old and much-mended 90s revival rock cassettes, blasting the room full of sound. It served to stop the treadmill turning of her mind. "You got a letter?" Taz yelled down the stairs after her the next morning. She grunted, not taking any notice. The old man, occupier of the building's only other inhabitable room, was given to delusions, to happenings that were years after their time. But when she crossed the hallway, it lay there in the crepuscular light, a thin, rough paper envelope, folded and addressed to Citizen Felicity Vance. Flix picked it up, wincing at the pain in her back. An immature hand, the letters mostly printed. So she knew. She took it into her room, closing the door and resting her old bones on the bed. "Where is there anyone I can tell?" she thought. That's another one of the boy's taunts. "If you had a husband, citizen." Ah, but I could never live in anyone's company but my own. Now it came to it, she was afraid. Shaking, sweating, the old cold symptoms. She opened the letter. "Citizen, I have to tell the truth. They check up on me, too. It is the truth. You drink too much, and you're alone and can't take care. I have to live. If your friends are good friends, you better tell them I sent my report in. It's not your fault things are like this. I'm sorry I said it was. Sometimes I wished I lived in the old days. It might have been good. But I don't think so. Not for most of us. Peter Marlowe." She dressed slowly. Fashions once adopted from a mythical past and precious revolutions. Old jeans and sweater, and the ancient leather jacket. The smell took her back, with the abruptness of illusion, to boys and bikes and books, to bright libraries, computer networks, to Xerox and duplicators, to fact sheets in brilliant colors that had been going to change the world. "He believes I'm a drunken old woman, alone. Friends no more than geriatrics. He has to report me or be reported himself. And does he hope that it's more than an illusion? That some secret subversive organization still exists to whisk me off to, what? Safety? Where? Things are bad all over, kid." But at least he sent in the report. She left, locking the door behind her. It was a long time and a long walk to where she could borrow a working telephone. When she called the number, it was a while before it was answered, and a while before he remembered her name. "Well," Flix said, "you'll have had the report by now." "You're a fool," the man said. "You won't last a week in the welfare camps, Flix." "I'll last long enough to tell what I know," Flix said. "About you, and who your father was, and what societies you used to belong to. I'll do it, Simon. Maybe it won't make much difference. Maybe it won't even lose you your job, but you won't have much of a career afterwards." After a pause, he said, "What do you want?" "I want somewhere decent to live. I want to be warm. I want enough to eat. I want to play my music and read my books in peace. That's all. I'm tired of living like a pig. I want a place like the one you've got put by for yourself when you get old. No welfare camps for Foster's boys, right? Now they'll put me in one. They can't ignore that report. And when they do, you know what I'm going to say." She could feel his uncertainty over the line, knew she had to weight things in her favor. "Would it help," she said, "if you could turn in a few of the old subversive cells by way of a sweetener? Those that didn't know you, those that can't give us away?" "Us." His tone reluctantly agreed complicitly, barely masked contempt. "Names?" "Names after, not before." And he agreed. Flix grinned to herself. A fox grin, full of teeth and no humor. "You and me both, Marlowe," she thought. "You and me both." "Like someone once told me," she said, "I have to live." Bloodchild, Octavia E. Butler. My last night of childhood began with a visit home. Tigatoy's sisters had given us 2 sterile eggs. Tigatoy gave one to my mother, brother, and sisters. She insisted that I eat the other one alone. It didn't matter. There was still enough to leave everyone feeling good. Almost everyone. My mother wouldn't take any. She sat, watching everyone drifting and dreaming without her. Most of the time she watched me. I lay against Tigatoy's long velvet underside, sipping from my egg now and then, wondering why my mother denied herself such a harmless pleasure. Less of her hair would be gray if she indulged now and then. The eggs prolonged life, prolonged vigor. My father, who had never refused one in his life, had lived more than twice as long as he should have. And toward the end of his life, when he should have been slowing down, he had married my mother and fathered 4 children. But my mother seemed content to age before she had to. I saw her turn away as several of Tigatoy's limbs secured me closer. Tigatoy liked our body heat and took advantage of it whenever she could. When I was little and at home more, my mother used to try to tell me how to behave with Tigatoy, how to be respectful and always obedient, because Tigatoy was the clique government official in charge of the preserve, and thus the most important of her kind to deal directly with Terrans. It was an honor, my mother said, that such a person had chosen to come into the family. My mother was at her most formal and severe when she was lying. I had no idea why she was lying, or even what she was lying about. It was an honor to have Tigatoy in the family, but it was hardly a novelty. Tigatoy and my mother had been friends all my mother's life, and Tigatoy was not interested in being honored in the house she considered her second home. She simply came in, climbed onto one of her special couches, and called me over to keep her warm. It was impossible to be formal with her while lying against her and hearing her complain as usual that I was too skinny. "You're better," she said this time, probing me with 6 or 7 of her limbs. "You're gaining weight, finally. Thinness is dangerous." The probing changed subtly, became a series of caresses. "He's still too thin," my mother said sharply. Tigatoy lifted her head and perhaps a meter of her body off the couch as though she were sitting up. She looked at my mother, and my mother, her face lined and old-looking, turned away. "Lien, I would like you to have what's left of Gan's egg." "The eggs are for the children," my mother said. "They are for the family. Please take it." Unwillingly obedient, my mother took it from me and put it to her mouth. There were only a few drops left in the now shrunken, elastic shell, but she squeezed them out, swallowed them, and after a few moments some of the lines of tension began to smooth from her face. "It's good," she whispered. "Sometimes I forget how good it is." "You should take more," Tigatoy said. "Why are you in such a hurry to be old?" My mother said nothing. "I like being able to come here," Tigatoy said. "This place is a refuge because of you, yet you won't take care of yourself." Tigatoy was hounded on the outside. Her people wanted more of us made available. Only she and her political faction stood between us and the hordes who did not understand why there was a preserve, why any Terran could not be courted, paid, drafted, in some way made available to them. Or they did understand, but in their desperation they did not care. She parceled us out to the desperate, and sold us to the rich and powerful for their political support. Thus we were necessities, status symbols, and an independent people. She oversaw the joining of families, putting an end to the final remnants of the earlier system of breaking up Terran families to suit impatient clique. I had lived outside with her. I had seen the desperate eagerness in the way some people looked at me. It was a little frightening to know that only she stood between us and that desperation that could so easily swallow us. My mother would look at her sometimes and say to me, "Take care of her." And I would remember that she too had been outside, had seen. Now Tigatoy used 4 of her limbs to push me away from her onto the floor. "Go on, Gan," she said. "Sit down there with your sisters and enjoy not being sober. You had most of the egg. Lien, come warm me." My mother hesitated for no reason that I could see. One of my earliest memories is of my mother stretched alongside Tigatoy, talking about things I could not understand, picking me up from the floor and laughing as she sat me on one of Tigatoy's segments. She ate her share of eggs then. I wondered when she had stopped, and why. She lay down now against Tigatoy, and the whole left row of Tigatoy's limbs closed around her, holding her loosely but securely. I had always found it comfortable to lie that way, but, except for my older sister, no one else in the family liked it. They said it made them feel caged. Tigatoy meant to cage my mother. Once she had, she moved her tail slightly, then spoke. "Not enough egg, Lien. You should have taken it when it was passed to you. You need it badly now." Tigatoy's tail moved once more, its whip motion so swift I wouldn't have seen it if I hadn't been watching for it. Her sting drew only a single drop of blood from my mother's bare leg. My mother cried out, probably in surprise. Being stung doesn't hurt. Then she sighed, and I could see her body relax. She moved languidly into a more comfortable position within the cage of Tigatoy's limbs. "Why did you do that?" she asked, sounding half asleep. "I could not watch you sitting and suffering any longer." My mother managed to move her shoulders in a small shrug. "Tomorrow," she said. "Yes, tomorrow you will resume your suffering, if you must. But for now, just for now, lie here and warm me, and let me ease your way a little." "He's still mine, you know," my mother said suddenly. "Nothing can buy him from me." Sober, she would not have permitted herself to refer to such things. "Nothing," Tigatoy agreed, humoring her. "Did you think I would sell him for eggs, for long life? My son?" "Not for anything," Tigatoy said, stroking my mother's shoulders, toying with her long, graying hair. I would like to have touched my mother, shared that moment with her. She would take my hand if I touched her now. Freed by the egg and the sting, she would smile, and perhaps say things long held in. But tomorrow she would remember all this as a humiliation. I did not want to be part of a remembered humiliation. Best just to be still, and know she loved me under all the duty and pride and pain. "Schwanhua, take off her shoes," Tikatoy said. "In a little while I'll sting her again, and she can sleep." My older sister obeyed, swaying drunkenly as she stood up. When she had finished, she sat down beside me and took my hand. We had always been a unit, she and I. My mother put the back of her head against Tikatoy's underside and tried from that impossible angle to look up into the broad, round face. "You're going to sting me again?" "Yes, Leanne." "I'll sleep until tomorrow noon." "Good. You need it. When did you sleep last?" My mother made a wordless sound of annoyance. "I should have stepped on you when you were small enough," she muttered. It was an old joke between them. They had grown up together, sort of, though Tikatoy had not in my mother's lifetime been small enough for any Terran to step on. She was nearly 3 times my mother's present age, yet would still be young when my mother died of age. But Tikatoy and my mother had met as Tikatoy was coming into a period of rapid development, a kind of click adolescence. My mother was only a child, but for a while they developed at the same rate, and had no better friends than each other. Tikatoy had even introduced my mother to the man who became my father. My parents, pleased with each other in spite of their very different ages, married as Tikatoy was going into her family's business, politics. She and my mother saw each other less, but some time before my older sister was born, my mother promised Tikatoy one of her children. She would have to give one of us to someone, and she preferred Tikatoy to some stranger. Years passed. Tikatoy traveled and increased her influence. The preserve was hers by the time she came back to my mother to collect what she probably saw as her just reward for her hard work. My older sister took an instant liking to her and wanted to be chosen, but my mother was just coming to term with me, and Tikatoy liked the idea of choosing an infant and watching and taking part in all the phases of development. I'm told I was first caged within Tikatoy's many limbs only 3 minutes after my birth. A few days later I was given my first taste of egg. I tell Terrans that when they ask whether I was ever afraid of her, and I tell it to Tlick when Tikatoy suggests a young Terran child for them, and they, anxious and ignorant, demand an adolescent. Even my brother, who had somehow grown up to fear and distrust the Tlick, could probably have gone smoothly into one of their families if he had been adopted early enough. Sometimes I think for his sake he should have been. I looked at him, stretched out on the floor across the room, his eyes open, but glazed as he dreamed his egg dream. No matter what he felt toward the Tlick, he always demanded his share of egg. "Leanne, can you stand up?" Tikatoy asked suddenly. "Stand?" my mother said. "I thought I was going to sleep. Later. Something sounds wrong outside." The cage was abruptly gone. "What? Up, Leanne!" My mother recognized her tone and got up just in time to avoid being dumped on the floor. Tikatoy whipped her 3 meters of body off her couch, toward the door, and out at full speed. She had bones, ribs, a long spine, a skull, 4 sets of limb bones per segment, but when she moved that way, twisting, hurling herself into controlled falls, landing, running, she seemed not only boneless but aquatic, something swimming through the air as though it were water. I loved watching her move. I left my sister and started to follow her out the door, though I wasn't very steady on my own feet. It would have been better to sit and dream, better yet to find a girl and share a waking dream with her. Back when the Tlick saw us as not much more than convenient, big, warm-blooded animals, they would pen several of us together, male and female, and feed us only eggs. That way they could be sure of getting another generation of us, no matter how we tried to hold out. We were lucky that didn't go on long. A few generations of it, and we would have been little more than convenient big animals. "Hold the door open, Gan," Tigatoy said, "and tell the family to stay back." "What is it?" I asked. "Click." I shrank back against the door. Here? Alone? He was trying to reach a call box, I suppose. She carried the man past me, unconscious, folded like a coat over some of her limbs. He looked young, my brother's age, perhaps, and he was thinner than he should have been. What Tigatoy would have called dangerously thin. "Gan, go to the call box," she said. She put the man on the floor and began stripping off his clothing. I did not move. After a moment she looked up at me, her sudden stillness a sign of deep impatience. "Send Qui," I told her. "I'll stay here. Maybe I can help." She let her limbs begin to move again, lifting the man and pulling his shirt over his head. "You don't want to see this," she said. "It will be hard. I can't help this man the way his clique could." "I know, but send Qui. He won't want to be of any help here. I'm at least willing to try." She looked at my brother, older, bigger, stronger, certainly more able to help her here. He was sitting up now, braced against the wall, staring at the man on the floor with undisguised fear and revulsion. Even she could see that he would be useless. "Qui, go," she said. He didn't argue. He stood up, swayed briefly, then steadied, frightened, sober. "This man's name is Bram Lomas," she told him, reading from the man's armband. I fingered my own armband in sympathy. "He needs to cut gifte. Do you hear?" "Bram Lomas to cut gifte," my brother said. "I'm going." He edged around Lomas and ran out the door. Lomas began to regain consciousness. He only moaned at first and clutched spasmodically at a pair of Tigatoy's limbs. My younger sister, finally awake from her egg dream, came close to look at him until my mother pulled her back. Tigatoy removed the man's shoes, then his pants, all the while leaving him 2 of her limbs to grip. Except for the final few, all her limbs were equally dexterous. "I want no argument from you this time, Gan," she said. I straightened. "What shall I do?" "Go out and slaughter an animal that is at least half your size." "Slaughter? But I've never—" She knocked me across the room. Her tail was an efficient weapon, whether she exposed the sting or not. I got up, feeling stupid for having ignored her warning, and went into the kitchen. Maybe I could kill something with a knife or an axe. My mother raised a few Terran animals for the table, and several thousand local ones for their fur. Tigatoy would probably prefer something local. An Octi, perhaps. Some of those were the right size, though they had about 3 times as many teeth as I did, and a real love of using them. My mother, Hoa, and Key could kill them with knives. I had never killed one at all, had never slaughtered any animal. I had spent most of my time with Tigatoy, while my brother and sisters were learning the family business. Tigatoy had been right. I should have been the one to go to the call box. At least I could do that. I went to the corner cabinet where my mother kept her larger house and garden tools. At the back of the cabinet there was a pipe that carried off wastewater from the kitchen, except that it didn't anymore. My father had rerouted the wastewater before I was born. Now the pipe could be turned so that one half slid around the other, and a rifle could be stored inside. This wasn't our only gun, but it was our most easily accessible one. I would have to use it to shoot one of the biggest of the Octi. Then Tigatoy would probably confiscate it. Firearms were illegal in the preserve. There had been incidents right after the preserve was established. Terrans shooting click, shooting intlick. This was before the joining of families began, before everyone had a personal stake in keeping the peace. No one had shot a click in my lifetime, or my mother's, but the law still stood. For our protection, we were told. There were stories of whole Terran families wiped out in reprisal back during the assassinations. I went out to the cages and shot the biggest Octi I could find. It was a handsome breeding male, and my mother would not be pleased to see me bring it in, but it was the right size, and I was in a hurry. I put the Octie's long, warm body over my shoulder, glad that some of the weight I'd gained was muscle, and took it to the kitchen. There I put the gun back in its hiding place. If Tigatoy noticed the Octie's wounds and demanded the gun, I would give it to her. Otherwise, let it stay where my father wanted it. I turned to take the Octie to her, then hesitated. For several seconds I stood in front of the closed door, wondering why I was suddenly afraid. I knew what was going to happen. I hadn't seen it before, but Tigatoy had shown me diagrams and drawings. She had made sure I knew the truth as soon as I was old enough to understand it. Yet I did not want to go into that room. I wasted a little time choosing a knife from the carved wooden box in which my mother kept them. Tigatoy might want one, I told myself, for the tough, heavily furred hide of the Octie. "Gan!" Tigatoy called, her voice harsh with urgency. I swallowed. I had not imagined a simple moving of the feet could be so difficult. I realized I was trembling, and that shamed me. Shame impelled me through the door. I put the Octie down near Tigatoy and saw that Lomas was unconscious again. She, Lomas, and I were alone in the room. My mother and sisters probably sent out so they would not have to watch. I envied them. But my mother came back into the room as Tigatoy seized the Octie. Ignoring the knife I offered her, she extended claws from several of her limbs and slit the Octie from throat to anus. She looked at me, her yellow eyes intent. "Hold this man's shoulders, Gan." I stared at Lomas in panic, realizing that I did not want to touch him, let alone hold him. This would not be like shooting an animal. Not as quick, not as merciful, and I hoped not as final, but there was nothing I wanted less than to be part of it. My mother came forward. "Gan, you hold his right side," she said. "I'll hold his left." And if he came to, he would throw her off without realizing he had done it. She was a tiny woman. She often wondered aloud how she had produced, as she said, such huge children. "Never mind," I told her, taking the man's shoulders. "I'll do it." She hovered nearby. "Don't worry," I said. "I won't shame you. You don't have to stay and watch." She looked at me uncertainly, then touched my face in a rare caress. Finally, she went back to her bedroom. Tigatoy lowered her head in relief. "Thank you, Gan," she said, with courtesy more Terran than Plick. "That one. She is always finding new ways for me to make her suffer." Lomas began to groan and make choked sounds. I had hoped he would stay unconscious. Tigatoy put her face near his so that he focused on her. "I've stung you as much as I dare for now," she told him. "When this is over, I'll sting you to sleep and you won't hurt any more." "Please," the man begged. "Wait. There's no more time, Bram. I'll sting you as soon as it's over. When Tikutkif arrives, she'll give you eggs to help you heal. It will be over soon." "Tikutkif!" the man shouted, straining against my hands. "Soon, Bram." Tigatoy glanced at me, then placed a claw against his abdomen, slightly to the right of the middle, just below the last rib. There was movement on the right side. Tiny, seemingly random pulsations moving his brown flesh, creating a concavity here, a convexity there, over and over, until I could see the rhythm of it and knew where the next pulse would be. Lomas's entire body stiffened under Tigatoy's claw, though she merely rested it against him, as she wound the rear section of her body around his legs. He might break my grip, but he would not break hers. He wept helplessly as she used his pants to tie his hands, then pushed his hands above his head, so that I could kneel on the cloth between them and pin them in place. She rolled up his shirt and gave it to him to bite down on. And she opened him. His body convulsed with the first cut. He almost tore himself away from me. The sounds he made, I had never heard such sounds come from anything human. Tigatoy seemed to pay no attention as she lengthened and deepened the cut, now and then pausing to lick away blood. His blood vessels contracted, reacting to the chemistry of her saliva, and the bleeding slowed. I felt as though I were helping her torture him, helping her consume him. I knew I would vomit soon, didn't know why I hadn't already. I couldn't possibly last until she was finished. She found the first grub. It was fat and deep red with his blood, both inside and out. It had already eaten its own egg case, but apparently had not yet begun to eat its host. At this stage it would eat any flesh except its mother's. Let alone, it would have gone on excreting the poisons that had both sickened and alerted Lomas. Eventually it would have begun to eat. By the time it ate its way out of Lomas's flesh, Lomas would be dead or dying, and unable to take revenge on the thing that was killing him. There was always a grace period between the time the host sickened and the time the grubs began to eat him. Tigatoy picked up the writhing grub carefully and looked at it, somehow ignoring the terrible groans of the man. Abruptly, the man lost consciousness. Good. Tigatoy looked down at him. I wish you Terrans could do that at will. She felt nothing, and the thing she held... It was limbless and boneless at this stage, perhaps 15 centimeters long and 2 thick, blind and slimy with blood. It was like a large worm. Tigatoy put it into the belly of the Octi, and it began at once to burrow. It would stay there and eat as long as there was anything to eat. Probing through Lomas's flesh, she found 2 more, one of them smaller and more vigorous. "A male," she said happily. He would be dead before I would. He would be through his metamorphosis and screwing everything that would hold still before his sisters even had limbs. He was the only one to make a serious effort to bite Tigatoy as she placed him in the Octi. Paler worms oozed to visibility in Lomas's flesh. I closed my eyes. It was worse than finding something dead, rotting, and filled with tiny animal grubs, and it was far worse than any drawing or diagram. "Ah, there are more," Tigatoy said, plucking out 2 long, thick grubs. "You may have to kill another animal, Gan. Everything lives inside you Terrans." I had been told all my life that this was a good and necessary thing Tlick and Terran did together, a kind of birth. I had believed it until now. I knew birth was painful and bloody, no matter what, but this was something else, something worse, and I wasn't ready to see it. Maybe I never would be, yet I couldn't not see it. Closing my eyes didn't help. Tigatoy found a grub still eating its egg case. The remains of the case were still wired into a blood vessel by their own little tube or hook or whatever. That was the way the grubs were anchored, and the way they fed. They took only blood until they were ready to emerge. Then they ate their stretched, elastic egg cases. Then they ate their hosts. Tigatoy bit away the egg case, licked away the blood. Did she like the taste? Did childhood habits die hard? Or not die at all? The whole procedure was wrong, alien. I wouldn't have thought anything about her could seem alien to me. "One more, I think," she said. "Perhaps 2. A good family. In a host animal these days, we would be happy to find 1 or 2 alive." She glanced at me. "Go outside, Gan, and empty your stomach. Go now, while the man is unconscious." I staggered out, barely made it. Beneath the tree just beyond the front door, I vomited until there was nothing left to bring up. Finally, I stood shaking, tears streaming down my face. I did not know why I was crying, but I could not stop. I went farther from the house to avoid being seen. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw red worms crawling over redder human flesh. There was a car coming toward the house. Since Terrans were forbidden motorized vehicles except for certain farm equipment, I knew this must be Lomas's Tlick with Qui and perhaps a Terran doctor.
I wiped my face on my shirt, struggled for control. "Gan," Quee called as the car stopped. "What happened?" He crawled out of the low, round, Tlick-convenient car door. Another Terran crawled out the other side and went into the house without speaking to me. The doctor. With his help and a few eggs, Lomas might make it. "Tekotkifte?" I said. The Tlick driver surged out of her car, reared up half her length before me. She was paler and smaller than Tikatoy, probably born from the body of an animal. Tlick from Terran bodies were always larger, as well as more numerous. 6 young, I told her. Maybe 7, all alive. At least 1 male. "Lomas?" she said harshly. I liked her for the question, and the concern in her voice when she asked it. The last coherent thing he had said was her name. "He's alive," I said. She surged away to the house without another word. "She's been sick," my brother said, watching her go. "When I called, I could hear people telling her she wasn't well enough to go out even for this." I said nothing. I had extended courtesy to the Tlick. Now I didn't want to talk to anyone. I hoped he would go in, out of curiosity if nothing else. "Finally found out more than you wanted to know, huh?" I looked at him. "Don't give me one of her looks," he said. "You're not her. You're just her property." One of her looks. Had I picked up even an ability to imitate her expressions? "What'd you do, puke?" He sniffed the air. "So, now you know what you're in for." I walked away from him. He and I had been close when we were kids. He would let me follow him around when I was home, and sometimes Tikatoy would let me bring him along when she took me into the city. But something had happened when he reached adolescence. I never knew what. He began keeping out of Tikatoy's way. Then he began running away, until he realized there was no away, not in the preserve. Certainly not outside. After that, he concentrated on getting his share of every egg that came into the house, and on looking out for me in a way that made me all but hate him, a way that clearly said as long as I was all right, he was safe from the Tlick. "How was it really?" he demanded, following me. "I killed an Achti. The young ate it." "You didn't run out of the house and puke because they ate an Achti." "I had never seen a person cut open before." That was true, and enough for him to know. I couldn't talk about the other, not with him. "Oh," he said. He glanced at me as though he wanted to say more, but he kept quiet. We walked, not really headed anywhere, toward the back, toward the cages, toward the fields. "Did he say anything?" Quee asked. "Lomas, I mean." Who else would he mean? "He said, Chikotkif." Quee shuddered. "If she had done that to me, she'd be the last person I'd call for." "You'd call for her. Her sting would ease your pain without killing the grubs in you. You think I'd care if they died?" "No, of course he wouldn't." "Would I?" "Shit!" He drew a deep breath. "I've seen what they do. You think this thing with Lomas was bad? It was nothing." I didn't argue. He didn't know what he was talking about. "I saw them eat a man," he said. I turned to face him. "You're lying! I saw them eat a man!" He paused. "It was when I was little. I had been to the Hartman house, and I was on my way home. Halfway here I saw a man and a Tlick, and the man was an Tlick. The ground was hilly. I was able to hide from them and watch. The Tlick wouldn't open the man because she had nothing to feed the grubs. The man couldn't go any farther, and there were no houses around. He was in so much pain he told her to kill him. He begged her to kill him. Finally she did. She cut his throat. One swipe of one claw.
I saw the grubs eat their way out, then burrow in again, still eating. His words made me see Lomas as flesh again, parasitized, crawling. "Why didn't you tell me that?" I whispered. He looked startled, as though he'd forgotten I was listening. "I don't know." "You started to run away not long after that, didn't you?" "Yeah, stupid. Running inside the preserve, running in a cage." I shook my head, said what I should have said to him long ago. "She wouldn't take you, Quee. You don't have to worry." "She would if anything happened to you." "No. She takes Schwan Hoa. Hoa wants it." "She wouldn't if she had stayed to watch Lomas. They don't take women," he said with contempt. "They do sometimes." I glanced at him. "Actually, they prefer women. You should be around them when they talk among themselves. They say women have more body fat to protect the grubs, but they usually take men to leave the women free to bear their own young. To provide the next generation of host animals," he said, switching from contempt to bitterness. "It's more than that," I countered. Was it? If it were going to happen to me, I'd want to believe it was more, too. It is more! I felt like a kid. Stupid argument. "Did you think so while Tigatoy was picking worms out of that guy's guts?" "It's not supposed to happen that way." "Sure it is. You weren't supposed to see it, that's all. And his Tlick was supposed to do it. She could sting him unconscious and the operation wouldn't have been as painful, but she'd still open him, pick out the grubs, and if she missed even one, it would poison him and eat him from the inside out." There was actually a time when my mother told me to show respect for Quee because he was my older brother. I walked away, hating him. In his way, he was gloating. He was safe, and I wasn't. I could have hit him, but I didn't think I would be able to stand it when he refused to hit back, when he looked at me with contempt and pity. He wouldn't let me get away. Longer-legged, he swung ahead of me and made me feel as though I were following him. "I'm sorry," he said. I strode on, sick and furious. "Look, it probably won't be that bad with you. Tigatoy likes you. She'll be careful." I turned back toward the house, almost running from him. "Has she done it to you yet?" he asked, keeping up easily. "I mean, you're about the right age for implantation. Has she—" I hit him. I didn't know I was going to do it, but I think I meant to kill him. If he hadn't been bigger and stronger, I think I would have. He tried to hold me off, but in the end had to defend himself. He only hit me a couple of times. That was plenty. I don't remember going down, but when I came to, he was gone. It was worth the pain to be rid of him. I got up and walked slowly toward the house. The back was dark. No one was in the kitchen. My mother and sisters were sleeping in their bedrooms, or pretending to. Once I was in the kitchen, I could hear voices, Tlick and Taryn from the next room. I couldn't make out what they were saying. Didn't want to make it out. I sat down at my mother's table, waiting for quiet. The table was smooth and worn, heavy and well-crafted. My father had made it for her just before he died. I remembered hanging around underfoot when he built it. He didn't mind. Now I sat leaning on it, missing him. I could have talked to him. He had done it 3 times in his long life. 3 clutches of eggs, 3 times being opened and sewed up. How had he done it? How did anyone do it? I got up, took the rifle from its hiding place, and sat down again with it. It needed cleaning, oiling. All I did was load it. "Gan?" She made a lot of little clicking sounds when she walked on bare floor, each limb clicking in succession as it touched down, waves of little clicks. She came to the table, raised the front half of her body above it, and surged on to it. Sometimes she moved so smoothly she seemed to flow like water itself. She coiled herself into a small hill in the middle of the table and looked at me. "That was bad," she said softly. "You should not have seen it. It need not be that way." "I know. Chakotgif now. She will die of her disease. She will not live to raise her children, but her sister will provide for them, and for Bram Lomas. Sterile sister. One fertile female in every lot, one to keep the family going. That sister owed Lomas more than she could ever repay." "He'll live, then?" "Yes." "I wonder if he would do it again." "No one would ask him to do that again." I looked into the yellow eyes, wondering how much I saw and understood there, and how much I only imagined. "No one ever asks us," I said. "You never asked me." She moved her head slightly. "What's the matter with your face?" "Nothing. Nothing important." Human eyes probably wouldn't have noticed the swelling in the darkness. The only light was from one of the moons, shining through a window across the room. "Did you use the rifle to shoot the Octi?" "Yes." "And do you mean to use it to shoot me?" I stared at her, outlined in moonlight, coiled, graceful body. "What does Terran blood taste like to you?" She said nothing. "What are you?" I whispered. "What are we to you?" She lay still, rested her head on her topmost coil. "You know me as no other does," she said softly. "You must decide." "That's what happened to my face," I told her. "What?" "Qui goaded me into deciding to do something. It didn't turn out very well." I moved the gun slightly, brought the barrel up diagonally under my own chin. "At least it was a decision I made." "As this will be." "Ask me, Gatoy." "For my children's lives?" She would say something like that. She knew how to manipulate people, Terran and Tlick, but not this time. "I don't want to be a host animal," I said. "Not even yours." It took her a long time to answer. "We use almost no host animals these days," she said. "You know that." "You use us." "We do. We wait long years for you, and teach you, and join our families to yours." She moved restlessly. "You know you aren't animals to us." I stared at her, saying nothing. "The animals we once used began killing most of our eggs after implantation long before your ancestors arrived," she said softly. "You know these things, Gan. Because your people arrived, we are relearning what it means to be a healthy, thriving people. And your ancestors, fleeing from their homeworld, from their own kind who would have killed or enslaved them, they survived because of us. We saw them as people, and gave them the preserve when they still tried to kill us as worms." At the word worms, I jumped. I couldn't help it, and she couldn't help noticing it. "I see," she said quietly. "Would you really rather die than bear my young, Gan?" I didn't answer. "Shall I go to Schwanhoa?" "Yes." Hoa wanted it. Let her have it. She hadn't had to watch Lomas. She'd be proud, not terrified. Tikatoy flowed off the table onto the floor, startling me almost too much. "I'll sleep in Hoa's room tonight," she said, "and sometime tonight or in the morning I'll tell her." This was going too fast. My sister. Hoa had had almost as much to do with raising me as my mother. I was still close to her, not like Qui. She could want Tigatoy and still love me. Wait! Gatoy! She looked back, then raised nearly half her length off the floor and turned it to face me. These are adult things, Gan. This is my life, my family. But she's my sister. I have done what you demanded. I have asked you, but it will be easier for her. She has always expected to carry other lives inside her. Human lives. Human young, who would someday drink at her breasts, not at her veins. I shook my head. Don't do it to her, Gatoy. I was not Qui. It seemed I could become him, though, with no effort at all. I could make Schwanhoa my shield. Would it be easier to know that red worms were growing in her flesh instead of mine? Don't do it to Hoa, I repeated. She stared at me, utterly still. I looked away, then back at her. Do it to me. I lowered the gun from my throat, and she leaned forward to take it. No, I told her. It's the law, she said. Leave it for the family. One of them might use it to save my life someday. She grasped the rifle barrel, but I wouldn't let go. I was pulled into a standing position over her. Leave it here, I repeated. If we're not your animals, if these are adult things, accept the risk. There is risk, Gatoy, in dealing with a partner. It was clearly hard for her to let go of the rifle. A shudder went through her, and she made a hissing sound of distress. It occurred to me that she was afraid. She was old enough to have seen what guns could do to people. Now her young and this gun would be together in the same house. She did not know about our other guns. In this dispute they did not matter. I will implant the first egg tonight, she said, as I put the gun away. Do you hear, Gan? Why else had I been given a whole egg to eat while the rest of the family was left to share one? Why else had my mother kept looking at me as though I were going away from her, going where she could not follow? Did Tigatoy imagine I hadn't known? I hear. Now! I let her push me out of the kitchen, then walked ahead of her toward my bedroom. The sudden urgency in her voice sounded real. You would have done it to Hoa tonight, I accused. I must do it to someone tonight. I stopped in spite of her urgency and stood in her way. Don't you care who? She flowed around me and into my bedroom. I found her waiting on the couch we shared. There was nothing in Hoa's room that she could have used. She would have done it to Hoa on the floor. The thought of her doing it to Hoa at all disturbed me in a different way now, and I was suddenly angry. Yet I undressed and lay down beside her. I knew what to do, what to expect. I had been told all my life. I felt the familiar sting, narcotic, mildly pleasant. Then the blind probing of her ovipositor. The puncture was painless, easy. So easy going in. She undulated slowly against me, her muscles forcing the egg from her body into mine. I held on to a pair of her limbs until I remembered Lomas holding her that way. Then I let go, moved inadvertently, and hurt her. She gave a low cry of pain, and I expected to be caged at once within her limbs. When I wasn't, I held on to her again, feeling oddly ashamed. I'm sorry, I whispered. She rubbed my shoulders with 4 of her limbs. Do you care? I asked. Do you care that it's me? She did not answer for some time. Finally, you were the one making choices tonight, Gan. I made mine long ago. Would you have gone to Hoa? Yes. How could I put my children into the care of one who hates them? It wasn't hate. I know what it was. I was afraid. Silence. I still am. I could admit it to her here, now. But you came to me to save Hoa. Yes. I leaned my forehead against her. She was cool velvet, deceptively soft. And to keep you for myself, I said. It was so. I didn't understand it, but it was so. She made a soft hum of contentment. I couldn't believe I had made such a mistake with you, she said. I chose you. I believed you had grown to choose me. I had, but... Lomas. Yes. I have never known a Terran to see a birth and take it well. Qui has seen one, hasn't he? Yes. Terrans should be protected from seeing. I didn't like the sound of that, and I doubted that it was possible. Not protected, I said. Shown. Shown when we're young kids, and shown more than once. Gatoy, no Terran ever sees a birth that goes right. All we see is Entlick, pain and terror and maybe death. She looked down at me. It is a private thing. It has always been a private thing. Her tone kept me from insisting. That, and the knowledge that if she changed her mind, I might be the first public example. But I had planted the thought in her mind. Chances were it would grow, and eventually she would experiment. You won't see it again, she said. I don't want you thinking any more about shooting me. The small amount of fluid that came into me with her egg relaxed me as completely as a sterile egg would have, so that I could remember the rifle in my hands and my feelings of fear and revulsion, anger and despair. I could remember the feelings without reviving them. I could talk about them. I wouldn't have shot you, I said. Not you. She had been taken from my father's flesh when he was my age. You could have, she insisted. Not you. She stood between us and her own people, protecting, interweaving. Would you have destroyed yourself? I moved carefully, uncomfortably. I could have done that. I nearly did. That's Qui's away. I wonder if he knows. What? I did not answer. You will live now. Yes. Take care of her, my mother used to say. Yes. I'm healthy and young, she said. I won't leave you as Lomas was left, alone and Tlick. I'll take care of you. Fears. Pamela Sargent. I was on my way back to Sam's when a couple of boys tried to run me off the road, banging my fender a little before they sped on, looking for another target. My throat tightened and my chest heaved as I wiped my face with a handkerchief. The boys had clearly stripped their car to the minimum, ditching all their safety equipment, knowing that the highway patrol was unlikely to stop them. The police had other things to worry about. The car's harness held me. Its dashboard lights flickered. As I waited for it to steer me back onto the road, the engine hummed, choked, and died. I switched over to manual. The engine was silent. I felt numb. I had prepared myself for my rare journeys into the world outside my refuge, working to perfect my disguise. My angular, coarse-featured face stared back at me from the mirror overhead as I wondered if I could still pass. I had cut my hair recently. My chest was still as flat as a boy's, and the slightly padded shoulders of my suit imparted a bit of extra bulk. I had always been taken for a man before,
but I had never done more than visit a few out-of-the-way dimly lighted stores where the proprietors looked closely only at cards or cash. I couldn't wait there risking a meeting with the highway patrol. The police might look a bit too carefully at my papers and administer a body search on general principles. Stray women had been picked up before, and the rewards for such a discovery were great. I imagined uniformed men groping at my groin and shuddered. My disguise would get a real test. I took a deep breath, released the harness, then got out of the car. The garage was half a mile away. I made it there without enduring more than a few honks from passing cars. The mechanic listened to my husky voice as I described my problem, glanced at my card, took my keys, then left in his tow truck, accompanied by a younger mechanic. I sat in his office, out of sight of the other men, trying not to let my fear push me into panic. The car might have to remain here for some time. I would have to find a place to stay. The mechanic might even offer me a lift home, and I didn't want to risk that. Sam might be a bit too talkative in the man's presence. The mechanic might wonder about someone who lived in such an inaccessible spot. My hands were shaking. I thrust them into my pockets. I started when the mechanic returned to his office, then smiled nervously as he assured me that the car would be ready in a few hours. A component had failed. He had another like it in the shop, no problem. He named a price that seemed excessive. I was about to object, worried that argument might only provoke him, then worried still more that I would look odd if I didn't dicker with him. I settled for frowning as he slipped my card into his terminal, then handed it back to me. "No sense hanging around here." He waved one beefy hand at the door. "You can pick up a shuttle to town out there. Comes by every 15 minutes or so." I thanked him and went outside, trying to decide what to do. I had been successful so far. The other mechanics didn't even look at me as I walked toward the road. An entrance to the town's underground garage was just across the highway. A small, glassy building with a sign saying Marcello's stood next to the entrance. I knew what service Marcello sold. I had driven by the place before. I would be safer with one of his employees, or less conspicuous if I kept moving. Curiosity overcame my fear for a moment. I had made my decision. I walked into Marcello's. One man was at a desk. 3 big men sat on a sofa near one of the windows, staring at the small holoscreen in front of them. I went to the desk and said, "I want to hire a bodyguard." The man behind the desk looked up. His mustache twitched. "An escort. You want an escort?" "Call it whatever you like." "For how long?" "About 3 or 4 hours." "For what purpose?" "Just to walk through town. Maybe a stop for a drink. I haven't been to town for a while. Thought I might need some company." His brown eyes narrowed. I had said too much. I didn't have to explain myself to him. "Card." I got out my card. He slipped it into his outlet and peered at the screen while I tried to keep from fidgeting, expecting the machine to spit out the card even after all this time. He returned the card. "You'll get your receipt when you come back." He waved a hand at the men on the sofa. "I got 3 available. Take your pick." The man on my right had a lean, mean face. The one on the left was sleepy-eyed. "The middle guy." "Ellis." The middle man stood up and walked over to us. He was a tall black man dressed in a brown suit. He looked me over, and I forced myself to gaze directly at him while the man at the desk rummaged in a drawer and took out a weapon and holster, handing them to my escort. "Ellis Gerard," the black man said, thrusting out a hand. "Joe Seeger." I shook his hand. He gripped mine just long enough to show his strength, then let go. The 2 men on the sofa watched us as we left, as if resenting my choice, then turned back to the screen. We caught a shuttle into town. A few old men sat near the front of the bus under the watchful eyes of the guard.
5 boys got on behind us, laughing, but a look from the guard quieted them. I told myself again that I would be safe with Ellis. "Where to?" Ellis said as we sat down. "A visit to a pretty boy? Guys sometimes want escorts for that." "No, just around. It's a nice day. We could sit in the park for a while." "I don't know if that's such a good idea, Mr. Seeger." Joe. "Those cross-dressers hang out a lot there now. I don't like it. They go there with their friends, and it just causes trouble. It's a bad element. You look at them wrong, and then you've got a fight. It ought to be against the law." "What? Dressing like a woman? Looking like what you're not?" He glanced at me. I looked away, my jaw tightening. We were in town now, moving toward the shuttle's first stop. "Hey!" one of the boys behind us shouted. "Look!" Feet shuffled along the aisle. The boys had rushed to the right side of the bus and were kneeling on the seats, hands pressed against the window. Even the guard had turned. Ellis and I got up and changed seats, looking out at what had drawn the boys' attention. A car was pulling into a spot in front of a store. Our driver put down his magazine and slowed the bus manually. He obviously knew his passengers wanted a look. Cars were not allowed in town unless a woman was riding in one. Even I knew that. We waited. The bus stopped. A group of young men standing outside the store watched the car. "Come on, get out!" a boy behind me said. "Get out of the car!" 2 men got out first. One of them yelled at the loiterers, who moved down the street before gathering under a lamp-post. Another man opened the back door, then held out his hand. She seemed to float out of the car. Her long pink robe swirled around her ankles as she stood. Her hair was covered by a long white scarf. My face grew warm with embarrassment and shame. I caught a glimpse of black eyebrows and white skin before her bodyguards surrounded her and led her into the store. The driver pushed a button and picked up his magazine again. The bus moved on. "Think she was real?" one of the boys asked. "I don't know," another replied. "Bet she wasn't. Nobody would let a real woman go into a store like that. If I had a girl, I'd never let her go anywhere. If I had a trans, I'd never let her go anywhere. Those trans guys, they got it made." The boys scrambled toward the back of the bus. "Definitely a trans," Ellis said to me. "I can tell. She's got a mannish kind of face." I said you could hardly see her face. "I saw enough, and she was too tall." He sighed. "That's the life. A little bit of cutting and trimming and some implants, and there you are. You don't have to lift a finger. You're legally female." "It isn't just a little bit of cutting, it's major surgery." "Yeah, well, I couldn't have been a transsexual anyway, not with my body." Ellis glanced at me. "You could have been, though." "Never wanted it." "It's not a bad life in some ways." "I like my freedom." My voice caught on the words. "That's why I don't like cross-dressers. They'll dress like a woman, but they won't turn into one. It just causes trouble. You get the wrong cues." The conversation was making me uneasy. Sitting so close to Ellis, hemmed in by his body in the bus's window, made me feel trapped. The man was too observant. I gritted my teeth and turned toward the window. More stores had been boarded up. We passed a brick school building with shattered windows and an empty playground. The town was declining. We got off in the business district, where there was still a semblance of normal life. Men in suits came and went from their offices, hopped on buses, strolled toward bars for an early drink. "It's pretty safe around here," Ellis said as we sat on a bench. The bench had been welded to the ground. It was covered with graffiti, and one leg had been warped. Old newspapers lay on the sidewalk and in the gutter with other refuse. One bore a headline about the African War, another, more recent, the latest news about Bethesda's artificial womb program. The news was good. 2 more healthy children had been born to the project, a boy and a girl. I thought of endangered species and extinction. A police car drove by. followed by another car with opaque windows. Ellis gazed after the car and sighed longingly, as if imagining the woman inside. "Wish I was gay," he said sadly. "But I'm not. I've tried the pretty boys, but that's not for me. I should have been a Catholic, and then I could have been a priest. I live like one, anyway. Too many priests already. The church can't afford any more. Anyway, you'd really be frustrated then. They can't even hear a woman's confession unless her husband or a bodyguard is with her. It's just like being a doctor. You could go nuts that way. I'll never make enough to afford a woman, even a trans." "There might be more women someday," I said. "That project at Bethesda's working out. Maybe I should have gone on one of those expeditions. There's one they led into the Philippines, and another one's in Alaska now." I thought of a team of searchers coming for me. If they were not dead before they reached my door, I would be. I had made sure of that. That's a shady business, Ellis. That group in the Amazon actually found a tribe, killed all the men. No one will let them keep the women for themselves, but at least they have enough money to try for one at home. Ellis frowned. I don't know. Trouble is, a lot of guys don't miss women. They say they do, but they really don't. Ever talk to a real old-timer, one that can remember what it was like? Can't say I have. Ellis leaned back. A lot of those guys didn't really like girls all that much. They had places they'd go to get away from them, things they'd do together. Women didn't think the same way, didn't act the same. They never did as much as men did. He shaded his eyes for a moment. I don't know. Sometimes one of those old men will tell you the world was gentler then, or prettier, but I don't know if that's true. Anyway, a lot of those women must have agreed with the men. Look what happened. As soon as you had that pill that could make you sure you had a boy if you wanted, or a girl, most of them started having boys. So they must have thought deep down that boys were better. Another police car drove past. One of the officers inside looked us over before driving on. Take a trance, Ellis said. Oh, you might envy her a little, but no one really has any respect for her. And the only real reason for having any women around now is for insurance. Somebody's got to have the kids, and we can't. But once that Bethesda project really gets going and spreads, we won't need them anymore. I suppose you're right. 4 young men, dressed in work shirts and pants, approached us and stared down at us silently. I thought of the boys I had once played with, before what I was had made a difference, before I had been locked away. One young man glanced quickly down the street, another took a step forward. I stared back and made a fist, trying to keep my hand from shaking. Ellis sat up slowly and let his right hand fall to his waist near his holster. We kept staring until the group turned from us and walked away. Anyway, you've got to analyze it. Ellis crossed his legs. There's practical reasons for not having a lot of women around. We need more soldiers. Everybody does now with all the trouble in the world. And police, too, with crime the way it is. And women can't handle those jobs. Once people thought they could. My shoulder muscles were tight. I had almost said we. But they can't. Put a woman up against a man, and the man'll always win. Ellis draped an arm over the back of the bench. And there's other reasons, too. Those guys in Washington like keeping women scarce, having their pick of the choice ones for themselves. It makes their women more valuable. And a lot of the kids'll be theirs, too, from now on. Oh, they might loan a woman out to a friend once in a while, and I suppose the womb project'll change things some, but it'll be their world eventually. And their genes, I said. I knew that I should change the subject, but Ellis had clearly accepted my pose. In his conversation, the ordinary talk of one man to another, the longest conversation I had had with a man for many years, I was looking for a sign, something to keep me from despairing. How long can it go on? I continued. The population keeps shrinking every year. There won't be enough people soon. You're wrong, Joe. Machines do a lot of the work now anyway, and there used to be too many people.
The only way we'll ever have more women is if someone finds out the Russians are having more, and that won't happen. They need soldiers, too. Besides, look at it this way. Maybe we're doing women a favor if there aren't as many of them. Would you want to be a woman, having to be married by 16, not being able to go anywhere, no job until she's at least 65? And no divorce without a husband's permission, no contraception, no higher education. All the special privileges and protections could not make up for that. No, I said to Ellis, I wouldn't want to be one. Yet I knew that many women had made their peace with the world as it was, extorting gifts and tokens from their men, glorying in their beauty and their pregnancies, lavishing their attention on their children and their homes, tormenting and manipulating their men with the sure knowledge that any woman could find another man. For if a woman could not get a divorce by herself, a man more powerful than her husband could force him to give her up if he wanted her himself. I had dreamed of guerrillas, of fighting women too proud to give in, breeding strong daughters by a captive male to carry on the battle. But if there were such women, they, like me, had gone to ground. The world had been more merciful when it had drowned or strangled us at birth. Once, when I was younger, someone had said it had been a conspiracy. Develop a foolproof way to give a couple a child of the sex they wanted, and most of them would naturally choose boys. The population problem would be solved in time without having to resort to harsher methods, and a blow would be leveled at those old feminists who had demanded too much, trying to emasculate men in the process. But I didn't think it had been a conspiracy. It had simply happened, as it was bound to eventually, and the values of society had controlled behavior. After all, why shouldn't a species decide to become one sex, especially if reproduction could be severed from sexuality? People had believed men were better, and had acted on that belief. Perhaps women, given the power, would have done the same. We retreated to a bar when the sunny weather grew cooler. Ella steered me away from 2 taverns with bad elements, and we found ourselves in the doorway of a darkened bar, in which several old and middle-aged men had gathered, and 2 pretty boys dressed in leather and silk were plying their trade. I glanced at the news screen as I entered. The pale letters flickered, telling me that Bob Arnoldi's last appeal had failed, and that he would be executed at the end of the month. This was no surprise. Arnoldi had, after all, killed a woman, and was always under heavy guard. The letters danced on. The president's wife had given birth to her 13th child, a boy. The president's best friend, a California millionaire, had been at his side when the announcement was made. The millionaire's power could be gauged by the fact that he had been married 3 times, and that the prolific First Lady had been one of the former wives. Ellis and I got drinks at the bar. I kept my distance from one of the pretty boys who scowled at my short, wavy hair, and nestled closer to his patron. We retreated to the shadows and sat down at one of the side tables. The tabletop was sticky. Old cigar butts had been planted on a gray mound in the ashtray. I sipped my bourbon. Ellis, while on the job, was only allowed beer. The men at the bar were watching the remaining minutes of a football game. Sports of some kind were always on hollow screens in bars, according to Sam. He preferred the old pornographic films that were sometimes shown amid war coverage, and an occasional boys' choir performance for the pederasts and the more culturally inclined. Ellis looked at the screen and noted that his team was losing. I commented on the team's weaknesses, as I knew I was expected to do. Ellis rested his elbows on the table. "This all you came for? Just to walk around and then have a drink?" "That's it. I'm just waiting for my car." I tried to sound nonchalant. It should be fixed soon.
Doesn't seem like enough reason to hire an escort. Come on, Willis. Guys like me would have trouble without escorts, especially if we don't know the territory that well. True. You don't look that strong. He peered at me a little too intently. Still, unless you were looking for action, or going to places with a bad element, or waiting for the gangs to come out at night, you could get along. It's in your attitude. You have to look like you can take care of yourself. I've seen guys smaller than you I wouldn't want to fight. I like to be safe. He watched me, as if expecting me to say more. Actually, I don't need an escort as much as I like to have a companion. Somebody to talk to. I don't see that many people. It's your money. The game had ended, and was being subjected to loud analysis by the men at the bar. Their voices suddenly died. A man behind me sucked in his breath as the clear voice of a woman filled the room. I looked at the holo. Rena Swanson was reciting the news, leading with the Arnoldi story, following that with the announcement of the president's new son. Her aged, wrinkled face hovered over us. Her kind brown eyes promised us comfort. Her motherly presence had made her program one of the most popular on the holo. The men around me sat silently, faces upturned, worshipping her. The woman, the other, someone for whom part of them still yearned. We got back to Marcello's just before dark. As we approached the door, Ellis suddenly clutched my shoulder. "Wait a minute, Joe." I didn't move at first. Then I reached out and carefully pushed his arm away. My shoulders hurt, and a tension headache, building all day, had finally taken hold, its claws gripping my temples. "Don't touch me!" I had been about to plead, but caught myself in time. Attitude, as Ellis had told me himself, was important. "There's something about you. I can't figure you out." "Don't try." I kept my voice steady. "You wouldn't want me to complain to your boss, would you? He might not hire you again. Escorts have to be trusted." He was very quiet. I couldn't see his dark face clearly in the fading light, but I could sense that he was weighing the worth of a confrontation with me against the chance of losing his job. My face was hot, my mouth dry. I had spent too much time with him, given him too many chances to notice subtly wrong gestures. I continued to stare directly at him, wondering if his greed would win out over practicality. "Okay," he said at last, and opened the door. I was charged more than I had expected to pay, but did not argue about the fee. I pressed a few coins on Ellis. He took them while refusing to look at me. He knows, I thought then. He knows, and he's letting me go. But I might have imagined that, seeing kindness where there was none. I took a roundabout route back to Sam's, checking to make sure no one had followed me, then pulled off the road to change the car's license plate, concealing my own under my shirt. Sam's store stood at the end of the road, near the foot of my mountain. Near the store, a small log cabin had been built. I had staked my claim to most of the mountain, buying up the land to make sure it remained undeveloped. But the outside world was already moving closer. Sam was sitting behind the counter, drumming his fingers as music blared. I cleared my throat and said hello. "Joe?" His watery blue eyes squinted. "You're late, boy." "Had to get your car fixed. Don't worry, I paid for it already. Thanks for letting me rent it again." I counted out my coins and pressed them into his dry, leathery hand. "Any time, son." The old man held up the coins, peering at each one with his weak eyes. "Don't look like you'll get home tonight. You can use the sofa there. I'll get you a nightshirt." "I'll sleep in my clothes." I gave him an extra coin. He locked up, hobbled toward his bedroom door, then turned. "Get into town at all?" "No." I paused. "Tell me something, Sam. You're old enough to remember. What was it really like before?" I had never asked him in all the years I had known him, avoiding intimacy of any kind, but suddenly I wanted to know. "I'll tell you, Joe." He leaned against the doorway. "It wasn't all that different. A little softer around the edges, maybe quieter, not as mean. But it wasn't all that different. Men always ran everything. Some say they didn't, but they had all the real power. Sometimes they'd dole a little of it out to the girls, that's all. Now we don't have to any more." I had been climbing up the mountain for most of the morning, and had left the trail, arriving at my decoy house before noon. Even Sam believed that the cabin in the clearing was my dwelling. I tried the door, saw that it was still locked, then continued on my way. My home was farther up the slope, just out of sight of the cabin. I approached my front door, which was almost invisible near the ground. The rest of the house was concealed under slabs of rock and piles of dead wood. I stood still, letting a hidden camera lens get a good look at me. The door swung open. "Thank God you're back," Julia said as she pulled me inside and closed the door. "I was so worried. I thought you'd been caught and they were coming for me." "It's all right. I had some trouble with Sam's car, that's all." She looked up at me. The lines around her mouth deepened. "I wish you wouldn't go." I took off the pack loaded with the tools and supplies unavailable at Sam's store. Julia glanced at the pack resentfully. "It isn't worth it." "You're probably right." I was about to tell her of my own trip into town, but decided to wait until later. We went into the kitchen. Her hips were wide under her pants. Her large breasts bounced as she walked. Her face was still pretty, even after all the years of hiding, her lashes thick and curly, her mouth delicate. Julia could not travel in the world as it was. No clothing, no disguise could hide her. I took off my jacket and sat down, taking out my card and my papers. My father had given them to me. The false name, the misleading address, the identification of a male, after I had pleaded for my own life. He had built my hideaway. He had risked everything for me. "Give the world a choice," he had said, "and women will be the minority, maybe even die out completely. Perhaps we can only love those like ourselves." He had looked hard as he said it, and then he had patted me on the head, sighing as though he regretted the choice. Maybe he had. He had chosen to have a daughter, after all. I remembered his words. "Who knows?" he had asked. "What is it that made us two kinds who have to work together to get the next batch going? Oh, I know about evolution, but it didn't have to be that way, or any way. It's curious." "It can't last," Julia said, and I did not know if she meant the world or our escape from the world. There would be no Eves in their Eden, I thought. The visit to town had brought it all home to me. We all die, but we go with a conviction about the future. My extinction would not be merely personal. Only traces of the feminine would linger, an occasional expression, a posture, a feeling, in the flat-breasted male form. Love would express itself in fruitless unions, divorced from reproduction. Human affections are flexible. I sat in my home, in my prison, treasuring the small freedom I had, the gift of a man, as it seemed such freedom had always been for those like me, and wondered again if it could have been otherwise. Webrider, Jayge Carr.
The eternal second ended, and once again I had survived. There was a reception committee at the terminus. Not for me, for what I carried. "Left thigh," I said, as a dozen anxious-eyed humans converged on me before I could take a second step away from the terminus out of which I had just emerged. I turned so that my left side faced them, and 3 banged into each other to kneel. I pressed the under-the-skin control at my waist, and my left thigh split neatly and painlessly open. Impatient fingers probed the organo-synthetic-lined cavity revealed. What they wanted was there, of course. The thigh carry is safe, if blighted uncomfortable for the carrier. If whatever they wanted had been smaller, I'd have used my mouth. I'm one of those who can keep their mouths shut while writing. Then they had the 4 unbreakable vials out and were hastening away with them. What was left of the reception committee was shaking my hands and trying to shove beakers full of unknown swizzles and platters of equally exotic eatments at me, while gabbling out thank yous at a kilometer-a-second rate. I'm left-handed, so it was my right arm I stuck out. "Hi, Nutri, now." My 3rd and 4th words on this world I had never seen before, and would probably never see again once I'd been called off of it. They'd been briefed. A medico, a short but swicious femme with come-hither-and-enjoy eyes, clamped a dingus of a type I'd never seen before around my arm. I felt something physically digging in, invading my body-integral space to insert the Nutri. But, primitive as the method was, it worked fast. I could feel the dizziness wearing off, a contented glow spreading outward from my arm. "Thanks," I told her. "Good stuff." "Any time, honored Webrider. I'm Medico Miyoshi Al-Nasser. If, during your stay on our world, you should again require my services—" She pressed a head-only mini-hollow of herself, no bigger than my thumbnail, against the back of my wrist, where it adhered neatly. "Just peel the outer layer to activate the summoner. I answer," her voice dropped, 28 hours a day. Groupie, I thought. But I didn't jerk off the summoner. Odds were I would need her professional services at some point. Tourista is a chronic disease among Webriders. But as for anything else, no mistaking the look in her eyes, in all their eyes. Until what I carried did what they needed it to do, I could have asked for half their world, and gotten it. There was more in her eyes, though, an avidity I saw far too often. This one liked the glamour and notoriety of succoring a Webrider, the more the better, and the how of it didn't matter a rotted bean to her. Webriders learn to live with that, and the envy. Webriders are never allowed to forget that they are the true elite, those very, very few who can step in a terminus on one world and step out, alive, on another. For the rest, it can only be slower-than-light womb ships, taking months and years, even at the compressed time of relativistic velocity, from one world to another. We have not only the freedom of the stars, but the unspeakable glory of riding the web. The eternal second, the ultimate experience. Web riding. Flowing through stars, points of flame running through hands that aren't hands, the psychic you bound up in a physical you that's just a pattern sliding along the web, held together and existing only by the strength of will of the web rider. Sailing on evanescent wings of mind through the energy-matter currents of space, down one fragile strand of the web and up another, feeling torn apart as the pattern that is you is spread over parsecs, smeared across the stars, and yet, godlike, knowing those stars, sensing with psychic eyes the entire spectrum of space-time, so that the beat of the pulsars is like the universe's throbbing heart. We have our glory, and one of the prices we pay for it is the groupies. Not that I was worried about the medico. She was one of the safe kind of groupie, the only kind the locals would and should let near a Webrider.
The greedy but selfish kind, wanting close but not too close, snatching a rubbed-off glamour, but never for a second considering risking her own precious hide for the real thing. It's the other kind of groupie who is so dangerous, the real groupie, the one who will do anything to get on the web. Infinitely dangerous to a writer's peace of mind, so necessary for safe web writing. They try to sneak up close to a writer, and then... Oh, groupies are necessary. Where else would we get our recruits? But they have to be kept away from the writers, because it hurts too much to lose someone you've grown close to. A double hurt for me, because I and my sister were once groupies ourselves. I am a writer now, but our tree lost us both. She, as like me as a hollow image, is now atoms scattered across half a galaxy. I relive that loss with every would-be writer that dies, and so many of them do die. Another price we pay. And they, the world-dwellers, try to make it up to us, forgetting that what's infinitely precious on one world may be common as oxy on another. Not that I could take any of it with me. What is desperately needed I take in the thigh, or use the mouth carry. But for myself, never. There are other rewards besides those which can be carried. In the crowd surrounding me, eagerly talking or humbly waiting for me to express my opinion, were at least 4 citizens obviously put there for me to choose from. An ultra-brawn, one of the prettiest boy chicks I'd ever seen, a super-swishious femme that eclipsed the medico by several orders of magnitude, and an adorable nymphette. All choice, but by this world's standards, which meant short, broad, tailless, blue-tinted skin, and pale, almost colorless hair that grew in little tufts over every bit of exposed skin I could see. Plenty, except around eyes and mouths. I've seen weirder, lots, and I probably looked just as odd to them, if not odder. I'm a straight femme myself, and the brawn seemed well endowed with what a brawn should have. His costume left little to my fertile imagination, so I wasted no time in putting a possessive hand on his arm and asking him to stick around, while I politely implied to the other 3 that if that was the way my tastes went, they'd certainly have been my choice. The nymphette pouted, but the brawn was looking me up and down in a very unprofessional way, part smugness at being chosen, but mostly, "Yum, yum! I'm going to enjoy this!" I was no little complimented. Mother leaf, how that crowd around me talked and talked. A rider needs 2 things to restore physical, psychic energy after a ride, and I'd only had one. When my knees began to buckle, I let them. He caught me easily, and lifted me into a comfortable baby carry, though I was a head taller than he. I wrapped my tail around his waist. "Medico al-Nasser," he called. His voice shot through with worry. "You," I said, and smiled. He got the message. Prehensile tails have their uses after all. He strode through the mob, my weight nothing, like a feeding black hole through a galaxy's heart, which suited me just fine. There was one odd incident. A femme, older, if wrinkles and missing tufts of hair meant what such signs usually mean, caught sight of my bronze face, and her own went pure blue. "Malachi," she hissed, but my brawn never missed stride. I shrugged mentally. Relative, lover, or whatever, she'd have him back as soon as I left. All my energies were most satisfactorily restored. He was a pleasant conversationalist, too, easily talking about his exotic, to me, world of shallow seas and endless island chains. Not his fault, either, when a careless mention of his own family, his own sister, reminded me once again of the one I had lost. Sensing my inner withdrawal, he laughed and changed the subject, refusing to let me brood over a childhood spent in the crusts of giant trees and a lost more than sister. Still talking, he led me out onto a transparent floored balcony, cantilevered over a crystal water lagoon, filled with living rainbows darting through equally living, though grotesque, mazes. His name was, he had quickly confirmed this, Malachi, and I sensed his curiosity growing about mine. I would have told him freely, except I have no name. A twig may not choose a name until she has pollinated or budded. Old habits die hard. We give birth as any other humans, except always clutches of identicals. But we identify with our trees. For example, I am, or was, a twig of the tree called tamarisk, of the 243rd generation born under her shading leaves. But I was unbudded when I came to the web, too young, and unbudded I must stay until I die, or am thrown off the web for whatever reason, which is almost the same thing. A budding femme can't ride, and I am a rider. I must ride. On the rolls of the web I am carried as Twig Tamarisk of Sequoia Upper. But that is for others' convenience. I have never chosen a name for myself. Now I never will. I told him to call me Twig, and he looked me up and down and stifled laughter. I suppose to one as broad as he, I did look like a walking twig. He gestured upward, that I might admire the gauzy day-ring while he controlled his face. There was a rustle behind us. I caught my lip. We were supposed to be alone, but there are fanatics on many worlds, twisted minds, haters, who strike out at the handiest or most prominent targets. I said nothing. Malachi could have been in on it, whatever it was. I simply moved a little away, as though to follow better Malachi's pointing finger, until he heard the sounds too. The intruder hadn't a chance. Unarmed, the unfilled muscles and flesh of a youthful growth spurt, he was surprised by Malachi's savage attack. In seconds, Malachi had his opponent face down on the deck, hands caught behind his back, and was looking about for something to tie his wrists together with. The stranger squirmed desperately but futilely, until he managed to twist his head around, so that his gaze met mine. His face younger even in the still-growing body, blue-rimmed eyes rawly swollen, the irises scarcely darker than the blue-tinted whites. "Webrider, please," he begged. I knew the look in those eyes. All Webriders see it over and over. "Let him up, Malachi. But he shouldn't be here. He may have come to attack," which showed that some on this world had heard certain tales too. "No, Malachi, he's a groupie. Aren't you, bud?" Sullenly. "I don't know what a groupie is. Do you want to ride the web yourself, or just hear about other worlds and web riding?" Each tuft of his hair was tied with a different-colored ribbon. His mouth dropped open, revealing black, painted teeth, and I knew I had guessed right. "How did you know?" I laughed. "Did you think you were the only one, then?" I stretched out one hand to Malachi, the other to the boy, to help them to their feet. "Come on, relax, get comfortable. What's your—" Out of old habit, I started to say tree, but remembered in time. "Name, bud." Malachi let him up, but continued to glare suspiciously at him. The boy glared back, sour and silent. "Well," I perched on a railing, and a crisp breeze rippled playfully over my skin. "Shall we call you Incognite, then, bud?" What? Incognite. It means unknown in one of the austere system's tongues. It's one of their planets, actually. That's how I heard of it. Awkward place for a stranger. The land looks firm, but if you're fool enough to step on it, you'd sink in up to your eyebrows, or a little more. All the land, at least all near the terminus, is like that. I guess that sandy patch of yours, I gestured with my head toward the golden sweep surrounded by rippling blue. Reminded me of incognite. Put the word in my head. You mean? His eyes were huge, hypnotic in their intensity. That there's a settled world with no solid land at all? Affirm. I was being a fool and knew it. But, the wistful adulation, the fearful hope in those shades of blue eyes. Surely if I emphasized the negative strongly enough, more than one, in fact, sink worlds like incognite and worlds that are covered with water. One I was on was all water, but it had so many buildings, their foundations on pilings sunk into bedrock, that you couldn't tell it unless you went down, hundreds of levels. And there are worlds where there are no real boundaries at all, just a slow gradient, a gradual increase of pressure as you sink down until you reach the core. And that's only solid if you consider ultra-compressed matter, no crystalline structure at all, as solid. And there are worlds— How can people live on a world like that with no solid anywhere? Floaters. I had a persistent itch between my shoulder blades, just to the left of my mane, and I swung my tail around to scratch it with the prehensil's tip. Big ones and little ones, all with life pods dangling beneath. I grinned, remembering. Scare the sap out of my hosts on that world, I did. Inside, the pods could have been anywhere except for the swaying motion, but outside, the vanes and ropes and controls reminded me of the vines and limbs of the tree crest where I was born and grew up. A little higher, of course. I was never on the floor of anything until I entered training. Only animals live on the root floor of my world. It's dark all the time. And, well, I hadn't realized how I missed crest driving and vine swinging and everything else until I hit that world. Had to stop, though. I was afraid I'd give somebody a heart attack. Quite a sight it was. Great mats of those floaters all roped together. Never found out what they were, the floaters. Artificial, or animals, or made from dead animals. I kept talking, trying to guess from his reactions whether he was just a listener or a would-be writer. I should have known, though. Anybody with nerve to break in the way he had was no mere listener. While I talked, I hooked into WebMind, that almost living totality of all information fed into all the terminuses of the web. Nobody knows why all successful writers can hook into WebMind, sooner or later, if not immediately. I could, from my very first ride, just by wanting to, with no more effort than remembering the way the leaves uncurled on my home tree crest every spring, or the shimmering colors of Under the Falls on a planet called Niagara Ultimate. My question for WebMind was a simple one. What percentage of successes this world enjoyed? Blight! No successes, never. The training school had been closed down long ago, all native attempts at web writing made illegal. Yet they were willing to use the web so long as others took the risks. A few fanatics had continued to try, despite the illegality. The guards, all had failed. I kept talking, and eventually the groupie asked the inevitable, revealing question. What does it feel like to ride the web? What does it feel like to live? Only writers know. I tried to describe the indescribable, but always with the caveat. Most people aren't strong enough. They try, but their psychic you can't hold their pattern together, and it begins to spread and spread, thinner and thinner, until it isn't a pattern at all. Atom sundered from atom, the physical body only a new current among the nebulae, undetectable by the most sensitive instruments we have. Splattering, we call it. 9 out of 10, Bud. Remember it. Repeat it to yourself. 9 out of 10. 9 out of 10 trained. Worse than 9 out of 10 for the untrained. He didn't believe me. He thought I was lying. And I was, but not the way he thought. It's not 9 out of 10. It's 99 out of 100. Yet if I'd told him the truth, that less than 1% survived their first ride, he certainly wouldn't have believed me.
I had to warn him, force him to recognize the risks, the odds against him. With luck, I might discourage him entirely. If he wanted the web badly enough, nothing I or anyone could say or do would stop him, I knew. But at least he would have been warned. Or so I told myself. The path to blight, they say, is leaved with good intentions. I shooed him away, finally, his taste for adventure, I prayed, sated for a good long while. Afterwards, the reaction set in, until a tentative hand brushed my shoulder. Can I help? Harsh breathing and a dark cloud of worry at my back. I shook my head, still staring unseeing at blue-on-blue vistas, until I realized that panic was about to explode behind me. It hurts, that's all, Malachi. But it wasn't your fault. No one can keep determined enough groupies away, no matter what security measures they use. Only, try harder. Your people must try harder. Keep groupies away from me, Malachi. Away! You've privacy now, but they'll hear and obey once you yourself break the privacy. But the hand on my shoulder trembled. I don't understand. You were very kind to that one youngster. Why deny others what they crave? Shutting yourself away to recuperate, that's understandable, but afterwards a few simple words seem harmless enough. Harmless! I whirled, tail curling and uncurling in a manner that would have signaled attack to the death in my home tree. It hurts me, Malachi. It makes me remember too many have died. And for them, don't you understand? Are you blind? They want to ride. And for some, being close to a rider is a final encouragement. They see a rider, a successful rider, and they think they can be successful too. So they try, and they die. They die, Malachi. You can't stop it entirely, no one can, but you can at least discourage. He flushed blue and looked guilty as blight. But it wasn't his fault, and he was a splendid brawn. I caught his arms, leaned my head against warm breadth of shoulder, firm with thick muscle, and sighed. You'll never understand, will you, my solid feet on the trunk Malachi? You're happy with your life as it is. You've never been infected with a madness, wanted something so desperately you'd sell your soul, your tree, anything to have it. I know, I had it. Never recovered. Riders never do. But you, the joys of today, Braun? Would you face almost certain death for the chance to become a Webrider? He stiffened like a crest-dweller bitten by a dwasp, and then his deep chuckles shook us both from toe to toe, until he showed me once again how joyous the joys of the present can be. I was given the tour royale the next planetary days. My brawn Malachi disappeared as soon as we emerged from our little suite over the water, but as soon as I asked for him, I got him back. There was the blightedest, smug expression on his face, and an almost tasteable current of disapproval from the others. But I liked what I liked. If I had somehow offended against this world's mores, tough. I didn't bother to dip into web mind, to search among this world's customs to see what, or if, I was doing wrong. As many worlds as I've been to, there's always something new. A sight, a sport, and amusement. Malachi and I shared them all. Sometimes he the master and I the tyro, sometimes the two of us tyros together. Yet it wasn't all lotus-eating. There are many ways a Webrider who can hook into web mind, can be useful. Through work or play, whenever I was tired or sad or down for any reason, I could always reach behind myself to have my hand taken in a hard, warm hand. Malachi was there when I needed him, never intruding unless I needed him, as though to remind me that there are everyday pleasures and everyday lives, and even some people to whom web writing is not the be-all and the end-all. I could only thank Mother Leaf for those whose lives were so filled to the brim
that they didn't need the web. Live long and fully, Malachi, my sweet brawn. Live long and fully. Oh, I was useful, my brawn an ever-present silent shadow. I knew how long it had been since they had called on Webmind told me. They'd waited overlong, until a true, almost death emergency. I was sure they'd smile to see my back stepping into the terminus. But I have my loyalty to Web. I wanted them to be impressed with the advantages of Web and Web riders. I couldn't stay too long, of course. A rider has to ride constantly to stay in tune. But I told Webmind to keep me on low priority unless there was a Star Prime emergency. So I was still there when Incognite splattered. They screamed for me, of course, but too late. I was physically away from the web, and it was all over in a second anyway. I knew what had happened. Knew as soon as it happened, knew nothing could be done. He'd splattered in the second, and that was it. I went, nonetheless, though it took me several standard hours to get to the terminus from where I'd been. Besides the usual component of VIPs, technies, medicos, and curious, there was a furious female who rounded on me as I entered the outer door to the terminus hall and snarled, "Assaunter! Get him!" "I can't." I didn't know if she was mother, sister, or lover, but she was in an emotional state I wouldn't have thought these stolid heavies could achieve. She was shorter than I, but solid muscle. Her hand slammed around, and I went up and crashed into a wall so hard my teeth met in my lip before I crumpled down in a heap. 6 hands got in each other's way helping me up, and when I had my feet steady under me, Malachi and the female were rolling about, hands at each other's throats, and snarling threats so laced with local dialect I couldn't understand them. I wiped blood from my mouth as others managed to separate the combatants. Despite the hands holding her, she glared lasers at me. "You people!" It was sneer and curse. "And yours. You called for a web rider. You wished the web to be kept open, the riders to ride. Over 100 die for each successful rider. One of those who died could have been me. I accepted the risk. So did the bud. And your people must share the responsibility, too, as long as they leave the web connected to your world." I saw it sinking in. Then, "And it doesn't bother you? Those 100 deaths?" When one of them was my sister, my image, my other self. She turned away, shoulders slumping. "I need a medico. My lip is bleeding. It must be sealed before I try to ride." Webmind had already told me that he hadn't made it to the first crossing, but I searched anyway, sweeping up one strand and down the next, diving at a junction and sliding up its strands again and again. I tried almost too long. Then I was back, empty-handed. Remember, if you must remember, the happinesses he had, that you and he had together. You were only gone a second. The eternal second. I could have reached another arm in that second, or gathered him back if he were there to gather. There wasn't a flavor of another on the web. She raised her fist again, and believed. Her shoulders sagged, the fist dropped, and she walked away, out of the door, out of my life. Malachi only waited for the high Nutri-band to be placed around my arm before scooping me up and walking out with me. After that, though his world held much to enjoy, I was only waiting for my call. Not that I wouldn't learn to live in time with Incognite's death and my guilt, but not while I still walked his world, where every step I took reminded me that I'd slaughtered an innocent bud as surely as if I'd pushed him off a low-lying branch and watched him fall to the deadly floor below.
At last the call came. A nearby world to supply emergency multi-programs for a planet in a distant arm. A short hop, and then a long, long ride. I said no goodbyes. Riders never do. The odds are against returning to the same world a second time. We used cats' goodbyes. I sometimes wondered which of the many animals called cats I've seen on various worlds is the cat the silent goodbye was named after. I would miss Malachi, though. There was more to him than the usual live-for-the-moment brawn. His life choice mayn't have been mine, but I couldn't help admiring him, if for nothing more than the tenacity I sometimes sensed beneath the surface of bonhomie. The terminus was warmed up, glowing as I approached. I stood breathing deeply. 1, 3, and took the giant step. I wasn't alone. I could feel him, Malachi, splattering, and I grabbed instinctively and clung tightly with psychic arms I hadn't known I possessed. Past and present merged. We had joined hearts and minds and psyches in a dozen different ways, altered each other, grown close, laughed, cried, made love. Now we sailed down the web, together. The eternal second, space spread out within you, galaxies spinning like diadems, beating suns like beating hearts, the itch of nebulas, the sharp tang of holes, the gentle warmth of star wombs. He was laughing and crying and spilling out delight as sweet as a new-opened cupra blossom. We were 2 in 1, web wrapped around us, yet riding down it, an endless tightrope stretched to infinity. Until we erupted through the terminus, 2 separate entities again, no longer one. He was still laughing, falling helplessly to a glittering chrome deck, laughing, laughing, laughing. I wasn't much abler than he, but I was so furious I leaned over and slapped him so hard the shape of his teeth imprinted on my hand. "Don't you ever do that again!" Still laughing, he pulled me down and kissed me, and there it was in his eyes, that hunger I'd seen in so many others. So quiet he had stood, politely behind me, while I told my tales, patiently listening, never interrupting, behind me, so I couldn't see the greedy hunger in his eyes, too. "You sneak!" I snarled, as soon as he let me go to breathe. "You slithering snake, you—" He laughed, and I understood all of it. "You set the whole thing up! You planned this from the beginning, you—" His laughter was louder than a world's dying. "You used me!" I was really infuriated, which is no way to go on a web ride. A puzzled Technie was watching us, holding out the canister that would have to go in my thigh. "You hold on to that," I pointed to Malachi, "and you throw him down to the floor for the trogs to— You put him in the deepest, driest dungeon hole you have, and don't you—" "Webrider." He sat up, face still split by that triumphant grin. "You object because I used you to get what I always wanted. But you were not willing, you expected as a matter of right, to use me, or one like me, to be given whatever you wanted, whatever you asked for, just because you're a Webrider. And yet you blame me for using you." I had to see the humor of it. "Is it kinder to pretend?" I asked. "To arouse expectations I can't possibly fulfill? Or do you expect riders to live celibate?" "Never you." He blinked agreement. "As for expectations, I know the next leg of your trip is too far, too hard for a beginner. But I expect you to come back for me as soon as you can." "You conceited— I've had 100 more better than you." He stood, still shorter than me, still grinning. "You're not my first either." I held still only because the medico was seaming my thigh.
You'll be back, Ryder. You see, I know your weakness. Do you? I was already starting my deep breathing again. Yes, Ryder, I know your weakness. If you don't come back, you know I'll follow. And your weakness, you have a conscience. Riding angry is a good way to get splattered. I kept up my slow breathing, ran through calming mantras, readying myself. I knew he was right, but I wouldn't tell him so. Let him sweat. He wasn't all that sure under his camouflage of certitude for a while. But I'd be back. Not just because of any outmoded nonsense of conscience, though that was there, blight take him, but because the web owed him now. There had never been a successful paired ride before. Never. So paired rides had been forbidden. Then why had we succeeded now? Had we simply that much more skill at riding? Or could it be as simple as a strong bonded mixed pair was necessary to balance on the web? In early days, riders shared their homeworld prejudices. We have forgotten today that different once meant despicable, that pariah, the womb shippers, those condemned to the slow death of space to help hold the worlds together, was a term of contempt. In the early days of the web, before Abednego Jones and the Great Joining, paired riders would have been from a single world, or worse, from different worlds, but assigned together against their own deepest inclinations, the prejudices there, at best, lightly concealed. Could it be that now, with prejudices mostly forgotten with time, that all it took was a strong bonding of unlikes? And could it be a novice bonded to an adept? Must we always and forever pay 99 prices for the one? Groupies had been kept fanatically away from riders up to now. Speaking, light contact if it couldn't be avoided, but never closeness. I wasn't the only rider with a conscience who couldn't bear to see someone she had been close to splatter. Now Malachi had proved it could be done. So, let the groupies have their way. Let them pair, emotionally, physically, however they could with an experienced rider. Maybe... Could we end that constant loneliness, the scourge of riding? I'd felt it, marrow deep, blade sharp, until the temptation comes, the one last glorious ride to the ends of the universe and beyond, the infinite eternal second, ending in death. I risked one look back before I stepped into the terminus. He was surrounded by guards in moss green, but he was smiling. He was right. I'd be back. For the next to the last time, I rode the web, alone. Alexia and Graham Bell, Rosaline Love. I suppose you know about the telephone by now, and you've heard a version of its story. Perhaps you think it's an invention we've had for 80 years or so. You'll be wrong. The telephone was invented 2 months ago by my brother Graham, on a cold winter's afternoon when he had nothing better to do than fiddle around with a few tin cans, a thermoamp, some wires, and a junked teletype I found on the tip. I heard some strange noises, and when he yelled, "Alexia!" down the hall to me, I came running, because I thought he was up to his usual dopey experiments, dropping the cats upside down off the roof to see if they'd land on their paws, that kind of thing. But it wasn't the cats this time. He'd hitched the teletype up, so it spoke. I saw it myself, the first time he got it working, and it was playing away like a pianola, but sounding out the words which Graham was speaking into a tin can on the other side of the room. The telephone, which you've all heard about by now, though what you don't know is its secret, that it's only been around for 2 months. Truly. Why should you believe me? when the history books tell the story differently, and antique telephones fetch high prices at the market. Let me explain. It's one of those things which was never intended to happen. It was only after the event that all kinds of things fell into place retrospectively. I think the responsibility for our present mess must rest firmly with great-grandfather Alexander Graham Bell. Yes, back in 1870, he'd planned to migrate from England to Canada, but he missed the boat. So he stayed at the docks and caught the next ship out, to Australia. West, east, what's the difference? Said great-grandfather. But he was wrong. Ever since Alexander overslept, the world of invention and discovery has taken an alternative path. Yes, the path of the telegraph and the sensors and communal messaging. Let me explain. It was only after the telephone was invented that it started influencing the past. Graham's explanation goes like this. In our day-to-day activities, we are usually working toward a future goal. I am studying to become a sensor in central control, or I was then, that's all changed now. And Graham is saving money so he can invent the ice aeroplane. Okay, so we're here in the present, and the way we perceive the future is influencing what we're doing. Equally, our present, now, is at this moment an influence on the past of our former selves and others. Graham says it's obvious to anyone with the intellect of an ant, but I don't know about the ants. They may be smarter than we give them credit for. I can see that Graham's argument has a certain elementary logic all its own. Graham, I had to say, after I'd congratulated him on inventing something that worked for once, even though it was probably going to be good for nothing in the world, then that's my brother Graham. What can I expect? Graham, what will Mother say when she sees what a mess you've made of her thermoamp? Graham glared at me and made for the cat, but I grabbed it before he could upend it. Surely he knows enough about how the cat uses its tail as an inertial paddle. He doesn't have to go in for the experimental overkill. That's Graham, though, a perfectionist. A perfectionist in the creation of knowledge we could perfectly well do without. He had all the time to experiment because he was on compo from his job as a messenger boy second class. It's not what Graham thought he was meant for in this life, so he did his best to fall down every flight of stairs between Central Message Control and the jobs he was sent on, until finally he broke a few bones and got some time off to recover. Of course, what he's done is make himself retrospectively redundant now we've got the telephone, and messenger boys are out of work in a big way. Yes, along the way, Graham created our present crisis in unemployment. This is how it happened. I've been a privileged witness to the scene, and I have a responsibility to tell the story properly. The telephone's great achievement is the contraction of distance. Pick up a phone and dial a number, and it doesn't matter whether the person on the other end is down the street or across the country. Now, mess around with distance, with length, and you're going to be messing around with time. That's what we've just recently come to realize, though we should have known, I suppose. Einstein told us about it. So basically, what has happened since Graham got busy is that the last 2 months have expanded out of all proportion, expanded in time, that is. 2 months have blown out into 80 years. It's true. So Graham did something clever, something that worked for once. The trouble is, it worked only too well. At first, Graham just tinkered about in the workroom. He was excited and chatty about what he was up to, but I'd heard all I wanted to know about cats and aerodynamics and the possibilities of the ice aeroplane, so I didn't really listen as closely as I should have. "Imagine," said Graham. "Imagine being able to speak at a distance without a written record of the conversation. Think what it'd be like. Privacy. No censors snooping into all the details of our lives. We'll be able to talk about something without the entire teletype room knowing what's happening." When he said that, I was listening, that's for sure. And I tried to argue back. Imagine a world without censors reading all the messages. I took him to task on that one, I can assure you. Graham, if someone can pick up your telephone and speak to anyone else without a record being kept, it will lead to the breakdown of law and order as we know it. Besides, I added, and Graham grew white about the eyes at this. Ha! I scared him properly. If the censors get to hear about what you're doing, why, you'll do them out of a job, and I was right about that, and they'll be absolutely livid. Graham clutched his throat with a strangled cry. The censors? After me? No! I'm only a child. My mother loves me. How would they get to know about it? Walls have ears, I said very smugly. Alexia, no! Don't tell on me. I'm your brother. You'd never. Ha! I had him worried. But he's right. I'm not a censor snooper. It's true, I wanted a job as a censor, but I wanted it for the pay packet and the security. I didn't have to believe all the guff they teach us about law and order. Be careful, I said to Graham, but of course he wasn't. Once he found out what he was able to do, he just had to go ahead and do it. I didn't tell on Graham. I now know I did wrong. After all, Graham succeeded in subverting the social fabric of 20th century society. I was too busy to notice at the time. I had my work to do. I confided to my friend Greta, though. We worked together at the telegraph office. Mind you, if Graham's invention works, we'll soon be out of a job, I said to Greta, between the dots and dashes. Greta didn't believe me. At the telegraph office? At Central Message Control? No, Alexia, that won't happen. No one ever gets sacked from here. They can get you for unnatural interference with the messages, I reminded her. Greta was shocked. Alexia, that's never happened. No one would do that. It'd be monstrous. What about redundancy? They can get you on that. I shall always remember Greta's patient reply. Alexia, she said, Morse code and semaphore and messenger boys have been around longer than your brother Graham and his crazy ideas. How's the cat? On the mend. The ice aeroplane? Didn't you say that was another of his latest inventions? Yes, but the telephone is different. I think the telephone is going to work. Greta was unconvinced. We'd be able to talk to each other without everyone in the teletype room knowing the message. I know. It'll mean the end of 20th century society as we know it. No more censors. Shh! Greta, I just can't get through to Graham. I keep telling him, Graham, the telephone will lead to anarchy. It won't ever happen, said Greta, as she lectured me on the moral desirability of the censored state. If we were meant to talk to each other down wires, then God would have connected us up from birth. Graham just kept on working. Today the passageway, tomorrow the world, he announced when I came home one evening. I found a landline down the passage and a telephone hookup in my bedroom. Graham, you've gone too far this time, I bellowed into the phone when it rang. Get your inventions out of my room. Alexia, will you step into the next room for a moment? Said Graham on the phone, polite and conscious of the historic moment. I told him a thing or two. Greta says you're a social menace, and I agree with her. This is a true account of the first telephone message. You may know part of the story. First, Graham wired up the passage. Then he extended the line to every room in the house. Then he wanted more. He wanted to go down the street and clear across Australia, then out into the world. And he managed to persuade people. Never mind the censors. They soon vanished, once the capitalist entrepreneurs took over. Graham soon had them convinced. Gas pipes, water pipes, and telephone pipes, said Graham, his eyes gleaming and his fingers flying. One system, one policy, one universal service. One giant monopoly, and money, replied the capitalist entrepreneur. One grand telephonic system linking each farm to its neighbor, each factory to its central office, each nation to the other, said Graham, still the visionary. Remember what it said in the paper?
We may confidently expect that Mr. Bell will give us the means of making voice and spoken words audible through the electric wires to an ear hundreds of miles distant. It happened. I tried to warn Graham. There may be a few social problems. Graham didn't pay attention. Nothing a telephone in every house won't fix, he said. There may be a few economic problems, I warned. Show me the economic problem that money won't eliminate. There was no stopping him. Contract distance, contract time? Only a little bit. No one will ever notice. Graham, don't do it. You are going into the unknown. No need to worry, said Graham. I know perfectly well what I'm doing. Of course, he got it wrong, and we all paid the price. Poor old Greta was one of the first casualties. Alexia, what's wrong? My life, it's passing so quickly. It seems only yesterday that we worked in Central Control, and now the telegraph, it's vanished. I tried my best to distract her. Happy birthday, darling. 50 candles on the cake. Then things changed so quickly. The telephone. Time's a funny thing. Greta blew at the candles. Everything started to speed up, and things passed me by so quickly. There, you must have been enjoying yourself. It's not fair. I haven't had time to enjoy myself. Of course, Graham could explain it. The distinction between past, present, and future is only an illusion, he said. It seems real to me. How can yesterday become tomorrow? If time contracts. That's my problem. What's the solution? I'm working on it, Graham muttered. I can't wait, said Greta. I need it now. I discovered that time is more than my perception of it. Time depends on the telephone. Nonsense, you will say. Time has been around for simply ages, but the telephone, why, it's only been around for a couple of years. A couple of years? Did you say a couple of years? Why did you say that? I've got you. There. Did I say a couple of years? You'll say, puzzled. Why, of course I meant 100 years. I don't know why I said a couple of years, and with such conviction. It was just a silly mistake. Ah. But silly mistakes always mean something. You're confused about the issue. Admit it. There's something not quite right about the telephone, something that's hovering on the edge of your comprehension, but which can't quite make the break out into your conscious mind. You know more than you can tell. Greta and I both noticed something happening. I've worked it out since then. When Graham got the marketing men interested in his invention and phones started appearing in every home, time started to speed up for most people. You know how it is. You feel that last year was only yesterday, and that the years of your life are flitting by so quickly. There is a perfectly reasonable explanation. It's because last year was only yesterday for you, though not for me. The censors joined the unemployed. The messenger boys went off to 2 world wars, and wherever the telephone spread, time accelerated in its course. It's only in countries where there are no phones that people still get full value for their lives. I don't know why it was that Graham and I have not shared the experience. We've either been spared or punished for our knowledge. We have stayed outside the onward rush of time. Graham's happy. He thinks he must have invented the elixir of youth in that first experiment, only the elixir isn't a drug made from gold or precious herbs or genetically engineered DNA. The elixir is a unique form of radiation which comes from standing too close to a few tin cans, a thermoamp, old wires, and a teletype junked in a quite specific way at a time when Jupiter is on the cusp of Uranus and the moon is in the 4th quarter. I can't turn the clock back. I can't personally dynamite every telephone in Australia. But I see I shall have to hijack Graham and take him off to Antarctica. He'll come with me willingly enough.
Where better to design the ice aeroplane? There's a new factor entering into the story. Graham started to mutter about a new device to contract distance, only this time on a cosmic scale. He can do it, too. The problem with space travel, says Graham, is that space is too big. It's one thing to design a spaceship, but then it takes eons to get anywhere in it. The stars are too far away. So Graham is working on a device to shrink the galaxy. Instead of us reaching out to the stars, Graham will have the stars reach down to us. This is the end. The world has suffered enough. I, Alexia Bell, being of sound mind, must take my brother Graham to Antarctica, and there build him an ice hangar for his ice aeroplanes. I shall lock the door and throw the key from a high window. I make this sacrifice for you. Reichs-Peace. Sheila Finch. Greta spotted her contact as soon as she entered Walgreens' drugstore. Though he wore a golf shirt and wide-bottom cords like every other male in Indianapolis on a Sunday in June, there was no mistaking that ramrod back, the suggestion of boots under the table. She slid into the booth across from him, setting the shoulder purse down beside her, but keeping an arm linked through the strap. She tugged at her skirt to prevent her thighs sticking to the vinyl seat. The sharp aroma of coffee burning on a hot plate mingled with the gentler scent of ivory soap, defeating the efforts of the air conditioner to reduce all smells to anonymity. The humidity already exceeds last year's record for this time of year. Nervousness constricted her throat, and the phrase her Irish friend had carefully rehearsed with her came out too high-pitched. He raised his eyes from the chocolate malt and nodded briefly. "Grüß Gott, Fräulein Bradford." He was in his 60s, with short steel-gray hair and a deep, rich baritone. She'd known what the response was to be. Even so, she felt an irrational fear. But the jukebox was vibrating with the latest big band sound, and if any of her colleagues from the Lilly Labs were around, the chance was slim they'd have heard. "I'd prefer we spoke English," she said. "As you wish." His accent was impeccably British. "And yes, it is exceedingly humid." She could have told him the exact humidity factor, the barometric pressure, the temperature highs and lows, the percentage of probability for rain before sundown. Everything she ever read stayed firmly in her mind, even trivia. She recognized the nervous desire to escape into just such trivia and squashed it. The soda fountain jerk came round the corner toward their booth. "What's it to be?" He was frowning at her skirt, Greta noticed. She hastily placed a paper napkin over the exposed knees. It was stupid to have worn such a short one. Hadn't she just finished reading this morning's editorial about the connection between fashion and immorality? Ominous trend of the 80s, the paper had called it. A challenge to our deepest values of family and church. "Coffee," she said. "No, make that Coke." The man turned away, and she looked at the German. "What am I to call you?" "Mr. Smith will do," he said blandly. She had an irrational desire to get it over with. Never mind the agony of soul she'd gone through since O'Hara first called her. She had to get out of the States now. She couldn't pass up the opportunity that had come at such a critical time. This man represented her best chance of crossing the borders without a passport, which no one in her division at Lilly had a chance of getting. The German was observing her beneath a raised eyebrow. "You seem ill at ease." "I've got what you want." The eyebrow lifted rather higher, and she thought, "He's a character out of an old movie. He ought to wear a monocle." Then she realized he was aiming for that effect. "And what may that be, Miss Bradford?" "Don't play with me, Mr. Smith," she said fiercely. "I ask out of curiosity only. It would seem more logical for information to flow the other way. After all, America is unable to launch a weather satellite that works for more than a couple of months, but the Führer's son walks on the moon. They were both silent while the soda jerk pushed the Coca-Cola glass toward her. "That'll be 50 cents. Allow me." The German set the coins down with military precision. When they were alone again, she said, "I'll need guarantees." "Of course." "Safe passage immediately to England, or I won't consider it." "Ah." He leaned back against the booth and folded his arms. "Later, perhaps. But first, a necessary detour to Munich." "Why?" she demanded. It hadn't been difficult to guess what they wanted, though nothing had been said. Nor had she had much trouble deciding to give it to them. Only a fool or a martyr would not agree her own welfare came first, and she was neither. She'd thought this out carefully. Either one would be priceless to him, but the papers could go anywhere, while she only wanted to go to London. He held out a gold case. "Cigarette?" She shook her head. He put it away without taking one for himself. "I believe you left the fatherland at an early age?" "In 41, when I was 2 years old. What's that got to do with—" "Then you'll enjoy a brief visit of reacquaintance." "Reawaken a lot of bad memories, you mean?" He regarded her calmly. "Feeling as you do, Miss Bradford, why are you accepting our help?" It wasn't as if she hadn't considered this, too. But she had to get out before it was too late, before the hand of the alliance of Protestant churches tightened over all aspects of American life and crushed her. Already the missionary visits had begun, though for the moment they merely urged her politely to attend church. The sprawling Pan-European Federation seemed the best refuge. Germany was its most powerful state. She wasn't surprised it recognized the value of what she knew. She didn't reply. "My apology," he said. "A tasteless question. One can only imagine the terror of living in fear of the coming pogroms against those with your abilities." She glanced around Walgreens. The other customers, mostly men, counted dimes for the jukebox or sipped their sodas, propping the funnies against the napkin holders. "What do you mean?" "The PSI gifts you must surely have inherited, Miss Bradford." "My what?" In turn, he seemed genuinely puzzled. "You can't imagine we don't know about your Zigeuner blood." Of course, she thought. As early as 1946, Germany had begun to make its peace with the expatriated Jews, offering generous settlements and a public display of contrition. This was even in American history books that seldom took account of anything outside the boundaries of the 48 states. Now, apparently, it was the turn of the Romanis, what were left of them. Well, if they wanted to put on the sackcloth and ashes for a gypsy brat whose parents had died in a Bavarian work camp, she supposed she could tolerate it for a few days. But a ticket to London was the prize she wanted in return for her information on the research projects of the Eli Lilly Pharmaceutical Company. She clutched the shoulder purse tightly and took a deep breath, willing her hands to stop trembling. "How soon can you arrange it?" It wasn't as if she had anyone or any place here to regret leaving. She'd had 2 broken marriages and homes in more than a dozen states over the years. One side effect of an overzealous memory was a restless need to escape. But itinerant double divorcees weren't exactly popular in America these days. "Shall we say right away, Miss Bradford?" He stood up. "Of course, there's time to finish your Coke first." Early morning fog lay over the small airstrip outside Munich when they landed. Somewhere a cow mooed as Greta emerged sleepily from the private jet they'd transferred to in neutral Ireland. The air was cool and heavy with the scents of clover and fresh-ploughed earth.
She was glad of the felt cape Mr. Smith had lent her. He caught her arm, turning her toward the waiting Volkswagen limousine. The shoulder purse banged against her side, bulging with the small stack of Euromarks she'd picked up in Ireland, where O'Hara had advised her she'd get a better rate for her dollars. Everything she owned in the world was now in that purse. But some of it was so valuable she'd never miss the rest. The limousine's uniformed chauffeur snapped to attention as they approached, giving a stiff, high salute her blood remembered in a rush of cold foreboding. "We're almost there, Fräulein." Mr. Smith held the door for her. "A 20-minute drive, no more." From the chauffeur's radio came a raucous song with a heavy beat. "One of the oldest English rock groups," he said, catching her frown. "Very popular here. The Beatles, they're called. Have you heard of them in America?" "No, I suppose not." He slid the glass partition across, shutting the harsh sounds in with the driver. The interior smelled of leather and polished wood, and lilies of the valley in a small crystal vase attached to the back of the driver's seat. She pressed her cheek to the window and watched the gray-wreathed fields slip by, the huddled villages still asleep, their onion-domed churches catching the first bright rays of sun through the mist, the cows waiting to be milked, the sleek, gleaming spider web of robot harvesters crouched over the vegetable fields. The 16th and the 20th centuries coexisted peacefully here. And America, she thought. America had retreated to a dream of the 19th. Except in one area. At the edge of the neat fields, as if at the edge of consciousness itself, the forest loomed, Urwald, where generations of her ancestors had stopped their wagons and made camp, until the laws that declared them undesirable, a threat to the progress of Aryan destiny. A pale crescent of moon was still visible above the pines. "Sad memories?" Mr. Smith inquired. "The work camps were admittedly a blot on the fatherland's record. I hate to think what might have happened if the truce hadn't been signed in 42. I've always felt that if he'd waited until late June of 41 to start Barbarossa, as he'd originally planned, the Führer would have repeated Napoleon's mistake of taking on the winter climate as well as the Russian army. It was a trade-off, of course. Less time to prepare, and some bad feeling with Mussolini, who had other plans, but better weather. Who can guess what he might have done in that cold January of 1942, instead of forging the beginnings of European unification? May his soul find rest in Valhalla. But the Führer was inclined to rather wasteful racial policies. "I remember nothing of my parents, Herr Schmidt," she said coldly, emphasizing the German form of the code name he'd given her. "I was smuggled out to an English family in Essex and then on to New York just before the peace in Europe." He gazed at her thoughtfully a moment before turning away to his own window. "My mother was English. Both nations go back to the same folk, you know. But here we are." The limousine had been traveling up a winding cobblestone road. Now it stopped on the crown of the low hill before an imposing, square-built mansion. Rows of tall windows along the front flashed in the sunlight. Flags snapped crisply on their poles. Geraniums bloomed tidily beside a driveway. "Where are we?" "Das Dachauer Schloss." "The old palace at Dachau, dating back to the 16th century," he said, as the chauffeur opened the door. "But you won't be uncomfortable. It's been modernized." He led her inside into the high-ceilinged hall. She was aware of dark, polished floors and thick oriental rugs, the gleam of pewter on mahogany tables, the tapestry depictions of Valkyries and Wagnerian heroes lining the walls. Warmth rose from a discreet radiator under a mullioned window, taking the chill off the smaller room she was ushered into. The room was dominated by a magnificent set of antlers over the fireplace, whose flames were more ornamental than necessary. hunting horns, elaborately painted beer steins, bundles of partridge feathers tied with faded ribbons, gave the room the air of a pagan shrine. A brocaded armchair stood by the window to take advantage of the fine view over the formal gardens. "Bitte, warten Sie hier, Fräulein," Herr Schmidt said. "But I'm sorry. I keep forgetting it's painful." He went out. Greta hugged the shoulder purse to her breast like a baby about to be torn from her grasp. For whom was she waiting? A scientist would be logical if they knew the importance of what she carried. Germany's physical sciences had boomed under the return of great men like Einstein and von Braun. Europe was busy in space, pushing out to the moon and beyond. But space science was something the American government hadn't encouraged in the wave of isolationism that gripped the country after 2 years alone against Japan. Most Americans hadn't wanted to be drawn into the war in the first place. Being left alone to finish it was particularly galling. Even the victory itself had not been enough to dispel the disillusionment with former allies. The Pacific Rim Treaty, signed in Hawaii in '44, had been followed by a national distaste for war and weapons and the physical science that produced them. But America had been quietly pioneering a biological revolution, the dimensions of which were about to buy freedom for Dr. Greta Bradford. On a sudden impulse, she took the wad of notes and diagrams out of her purse and stuffed them under the brocade cushion. She had barely replaced the cushion when the door opened and a plump, white-haired woman in her 70s, wearing a green and gold dirndl, came in. A gold swastika suspended on a fine chain nestled in the lace of her blouse. The old face had a peasant's simplicity to it, without the signs of the peasant's hard life. She leaned on a cane and reached out a hand to Greta before Schmidt, coming behind, could introduce her. "Die gnädige Frau Eva Hitler," he said. "I am so glad you are here," the Führer's widow said in careful English. Embarrassed, Greta mumbled, "I understand Deutsch. I'm just rusty." "Think nothing of it. I like the chance to practice." She smiled conspiratorially at Greta. "It helps me hold my own when I visit the Queen in London. Those Saxe-Coburgs were always such snobs. Shall we sit?" A long-haired dachshund, as old in dog years as its mistress, came to sit at her feet. Schmidt withdrew, almost colliding with the fresh-faced young girl bringing a tray of coffee. A hint of lavender cologne drifted from the old woman as she moved. "Do take that low chair over there. It is more comfortable. This is my favorite, by the window." Frau Hitler seated herself, apparently unaware of the new tilt to the seat cushion. "Have some coffee." She sounded nervous. Odd, Greta thought. She was the one who should feel awkward. Spies and defectors weren't usually treated to audiences with great men's widows. She sat clumsily, dropping the shoulder bag by her feet, and accepted coffee in a delicate Rosenthal cup. The coffee was dark and thick on the tongue. Frau Hitler nodded at her. Turkish. Everybody in Europe drinks Turkish coffee now, even the English. Greta added more sugar. The old lady chattered on about the fresh air in this part of Bavaria. She couldn't take the capital in summer. The Föhn, you know. The cost of heating a Baroque palace. The deplorable opera season just over in Munich. The decline of good breeding among the wives of Europe's new leaders. Greta listened in silence, nodding occasionally, while tension knotted her stomach. She was impatient to get down to business, but this garrulous old woman was not the one who could appreciate the importance of what she had to offer. Frau Hitler broke off in mid-sentence. She motioned Greta to close the door the serving girl had left ajar. "Bradford was not the name I once knew you by." Greta jumped, rattling the small cup on its saucer. The family in England, I know. They gave you their name. Do you know what yours was?" The old lady gazed out the window, the linen napkin twisted round and round in arthritic fingers. "Churukurka, I think. Though I could be wrong after all these years. They all had such dreadful names." She said this with such quiet simplicity, Greta was overwhelmed. The sense of something about to be revealed tightened her chest. "Your mother's name was Rupa. She read my palm more than once. She was just about 20 when you last saw her. A dark, scrawny little thing Rupa was. Much like you, only even thinner." Greta's head was starting to pound. "Why are you telling me this?" "I could not save her, you see." Frau Hitler turned from the window, her eyes catching the light so that they seemed luminous. "Der Führer was a very stubborn man, and I had no influence in those days. There were so many crazy people surrounding him, demanding his attention. He was always difficult to deal with, swinging between extroverted confidence, the Adolf I fell in love with, and paranoia. Later, the doctors controlled these moods with their medicines. He was a manic depressive, you see." The little fire crackled and spat a small spark onto the hearth. Frau Hitler sipped her coffee. Greta waited, her own coffee forgotten like the papers under the cushion. Once she gave me a warning for Adolf. She'd read it in the cards. The coming winter would be the worst in memory, she said. I didn't know why that might be important, but I told him. I think it was the only time he ever listened to me, and even then I practically had to go down on my knees. Well, but I managed to save Rupa's children, and she smiled at me before she went. "Children?" she breathed. "You had a brother, a baby," Frau Hitler said, her attention back on the misty Hofgarten again. "You know I kept track of what happened to you, even after you were sent on to America." "But why?" "I thought it might be useful some day. A Romany, you see. But you do not, of course." She was silent for a moment. Then she picked up the Süddeutsche Zeitung that had been lying on a footstool by her side. "Have you seen the paper? My son makes a name for himself in space." She held it out so Greta could see the front page headline. Wolfgang macht die Mondexpedition. There was a blurry news photo accompanying the text. The pounding in her head was becoming a full-scale migraine. "The paper does not tell everything. Wolfli has gone off on his own, away from the moon base. He did not take a radio with him. He has something of Adolf's impetuosity in him, I think. Or perhaps he is just always trying to live up to the legend of a great man. Well, there has been no communication with him for more than 4 days. That would not be so alarming. Wolfli is brave and competent. But something else has occurred." Her face was a mask of grief. Lines that Greta had overlooked on meeting her now stood out like the moon's own rifts and valleys. "Wolfli must be told of the danger he faces from sudden sunspot activity our scientists have monitored." "And Wolfli," Greta said, slipping without thinking into the diminutive form of the name, "is your brother. I never could have children, you see. Oh, I did not tell Adolf. I do not think he would have understood, even afterward, when Mr. Churchill had talked sense into him. He thought the baby was his own son. He was much too busy in those days to keep track of everything, and so he married me." She gazed at Greta, seeking understanding. Greta returned the look stonily, in the grip of shock and disbelief through which anger darted. "My brother?" Frau Hitler sighed and looked wistfully through the window, as if she'd rather be strolling down the tunnel formed by the tall trees than revealing long-kept secrets. Today, Führer is almost a bad word. It is all Chancellor and Prime Minister now. "Why am I here?" Greta asked harshly. "You are Romani," Frau Hitler said. "Romani have the gift. I need you. Wölfli needs you." She gaped. "You think I'm psychic?" Hitler's widow nodded. "No one else can reach him. But you have a chance. An English gypsy once told me the bond is strong between Romani bloodkin." "That's absurd!" Greta started to laugh. "Here, in the world center of science? This? I'm a scientist, Frau Hitler. Tell me you're joking." "No. Herr Schmidt will take you to von Braun's Space Communication Center in Munich immediately. He does not know what I have just told you. Nobody does. But he will do as I ask. They have equipment there. I do not know how to describe it, but it will augment your gift in some way. And you will reach Wölfli and save him." Greta stared at the old woman. Was that love or craziness or both that burned in her eyes? "Look, I was brought here to sell secrets, biological secrets, gene splicing techniques." She broke off. This old woman was too simple to understand in any case. "Things Germany could use to its advantage, but not this." "So you may suppose. Herr Schmidt is so secretive he would not have told you. However, you came because I gave the order to have you picked up. Because Wölfli's life depends on you, and your safety depends on me, just as my secret depends on you. A karmic situation all round, nicht wahr?" "I appreciate your being a good mother to him," Greta said in gentler tone. "But I'm not telepathic." The liquid old eyes held hers steadily. "You are still a citizen of that benighted country, you see. If you do not save Wölfli, I shall have you returned." The highest point of the new Space Communications building on the west bank of the Isar, a few kilometers past the government offices of the Pan-European Federation outside Munich, was crowned with its ritual fir tree. German mythology seemed cozily at home with German science in this countryside. Schmidt led the way through the maze of corridors that connected the labs, offices, and conference rooms. One such bend led to the commissary, she guessed, her nose wrinkling at the pungent odor of sauerkraut being prepared for lunch. Passes were demanded and displayed several times. Guard dogs eyed them suspiciously, jaws working in anticipation. Each time they were waved farther inside. The sound of their feet rang hollowly down the corridors. Greta had not chosen to reply to the small talk he'd felt obliged to make on the drive down, and he'd given up the attempt. She'd insisted on a detour to the small cemetery cupped in low hills on the outskirts of Dachau, where the concentration camp's victims had been buried. Here, where the scent of lilac hung like incense, under the icons of a Christian religion they'd scorned, lay her parents, anonymously with a few hundred others. Gypsies, Jews, and political undesirables shared a common grave, unfortunates who'd not survived the hard work and malnutrition of the camp between 1933 and 1942. Unbidden, the statistics of death, read long ago in an unguarded moment, rose in her mind. She stooped and tore a weed from its place in the smooth velvet of the lawn. Somewhere not far off, a cuckoo called. Hypocrite, she thought savagely. How would what she was willing to traffic in lead to any better outcome? But she felt no sense of responsibility toward the nation she'd just left, no ties of duty or loyalty. only to herself. Perhaps that was what it meant to be a gypsy? Disowned by every country, at home nowhere and everywhere. She turned away. She couldn't mourn for these people, for she'd hardly known who they were. Her true parents had been the second-generation German immigrants in New York who'd raised her and sent her to university. And if she hadn't been capable of loving them, at least she'd honored them. Now they were dead, too, severing the only flimsy bond she'd ever felt. A hard anger rose in her, along with something else, an emotion she couldn't at first name. She'd made Schmidt make a second detour before they left Dachau, to a jeweler's, where she used a large number of her new Euromarks. Now she smoothed her dark hair, feeling the swing of heavy gold hoops in her earlobes. He'd made no comment about her new image. Schmidt held open a steel door, gesturing for her to enter. A dull confusion of sound flowed out to her, murmur of voices, a low whine of machinery, unidentifiable clicks and whirs, the occasional rasp of a steel chair across a tiled floor. She stopped on the threshold, hardly believing what she saw. The banked computers and display screens lining one complete wall of the room were beyond the wildest imagination of a Hoosier biochemist, both in number and complexity. By comparison, the pharmaceutical scientists might as well have been working with abacus and slide rule. She suffered a full minute of gut-wrenching envy. Then she remembered what she'd brought with her. A short, white-haired man in a lab smock was waiting patiently for her to complete her inspection. "Josef Kranzel, Fräulein." He bowed. "Kommen Sie bitte herein." He led the way through the chamber of technological wonders to a smaller, sparsely furnished room. The lighting here was soft. On a low table beside a reclining leather chair lay an oval contraption of straps and wires. A small computer sat discreetly against a wall. "Der Apparat," Kratzel began, waving a hand at the helmet. Behind her, Schmidt asked, "Would you like me to translate?" Greta stared icily at him. "As you wish." Kranzel launched himself into a long, passionate explanation of his work, the theories that underpinned it, the apparatus he'd built, the niche in the German space program into which it fitted. The longer he talked, the more he lapsed from the Hochdeutsch she'd learned from her foster parents, the vowels broadening, the consonants slurring together in the Bavarian dialect she barely recognized as German. But she was not about to admit this to Schmidt. The man stood with the expectant air of someone with a lifeline, waiting for a drowning victim to throw it to. German physical science, Kranzel explained, was founded on the works of three masters, Einstein, Jung, and Freud. Intercepting her puzzled expression at this odd coupling, he spoke eloquently of the mating of inner and outer space, the role of mind in the universe, the effects of the quantum mechanical revolution on the theory of psionics. Along the way he invoked the mystical role the fatherland must play in the world's destiny, and the cosmological repercussions of the heirs of Siegfried planting their footprints in the urdust of the moon. She was exhausted, trying to follow this twisted logic. She'd heard some bizarre scientific theories proposed over a glass too many of Kentucky bourbon. Nothing like this. A glance at Schmidt's impassive face showed Greta that if Kranzel was mad, it was a madness shared by his compatriots. Unfortunately, Kranzel came to the end of his dissertation on German psychic science. That segment of the population which possesses these gifts in extraordinary measure is in short supply, due to the unfortunate circumstances of the recent past. He refers to the mistake the Führer made about the Romanis, Schmidt said. She would have laughed, but it wasn't funny. Mistake, was it? And what am I supposed to do? Soothe your consciences by cooperating in this charade of crystal ball reading? Kranzel's expression was pained. If you had the time to read the literature, Fräulein Bradford— Time is the one element we don't have, Schmidt said sharply. A man's life is at stake. The scientist pursed his lips but was silent. By the way, Greta said slowly, that's Fräulein Dr. Bradford. The French have a word for it, I believe, Schmidt said. Touché, Fräulein Dr. Bradford. If you can only reach Herr Hitler, Kranzel pleaded, warn him of the solar radiation danger, get him back to the base. And then a thought she'd been suppressing since the interview in the Baroque splendor of Eva Hitler's summer home surfaced. The man whose life was in danger was her brother. In comparison to the mystical mumbo-jumbo she'd just heard, it was a simple fact, no more fantastic than the knowledge of her own survival. And there was one thing about the Romani she knew. The ties of family were all-important. Churkurka. Wolfgang und Grete Churkurka. Bloodkin. She pushed away her scientific reluctance. So what if she didn't believe in telepathy? She owed it to her brother to try. She sat in the reclining chair and lifted the helmet, its wires trailing over her lap. Ready when you are, Dr. Kranzel. Hours later, perhaps days, the passage of time was not noticeable in this quiet room. She developed a cramp in her neck. Reaching up, she started to unfasten the straps of the heavy helmet. Please! Kranzel turned in agitation from the screen he was monitoring. We haven't made contact yet. I have to take a break. We're so close, he mourned. Greta doubted that. She massaged her neck, her head feeling fantastically light without the helmet. It had been an odd experience, trying to do something all her scientific training told her was nonsense. She placated this part of herself with the thought that she had little choice but to do as they ordered, if she ever hoped to get to England. She'd had enough gallivanting around. Now she was ready to settle in some quiet Essex village, near enough to London for work and perhaps the theatre, but— The wheels of Kranzel's chair squealed as he fidgeted, impatient to resume work. To gain time, she said, Explain to me again how this contraption is supposed to function. She regretted it immediately, for the little man waxed eloquent at once. The unfamiliar terms washed over her. Nuclear magnetic resonance tomography, mapping the complicated microcircuitry of the brain, particle beam tomographic stimulation, augmenting and transferring the PSI-specific waves of her neural activity into space. Some of this had the ring of good science, though her background, limited as it was to biology and chemistry, was not sufficient for her to separate the physics from the psychic. She wondered if American physicists even dreamed how far advanced the Germans were, or if they cared. This explanation would have been unnecessary, Fräulein Dr. Bradford, Schmidt said, if the United States hadn't lost interest in physical research. They were as far advanced as we in the race to split the atom before the war ended, so from small decisions, mighty histories grow. Of course, Kranzel said hesitantly, so many of your best physicists were Jews, who accepted the Führer's offer to help them settle in Palestine when— Even so, Schmidt said, and Kranzel subsided. Greta shut her eyes, banishing the man and the hint of menace that lay under the oily manners of his personality. Worry about the papers left in Frau Hitler's study nagged her. Now that she knew that hadn't been what they wanted, what would she do with them? If she ever retrieved them. Greta sighed. The experience itself had been frustrating, for she had no idea what she should do while under the transmitting helmet. Nor had Kranzel offered suggestions. Her Romani blood was supposed to tell her how to do it. She'd tried sending sub-vocalized messages. "Wolfley, can you hear me? Wolfley, can you hear me?" But tired of this quickly. Visualizing the man whose attention she hoped to attract didn't work either, for her only image of him was the grainy photo in the newspaper Frau Hitler had showed her. She should have thought to ask for a more intimate picture, maybe a baby portrait, something her own subconscious might recognize and respond to. Back to work. She thought of the moon itself, man's first outpost in space, the silver disk by whose waxing and waning the Romanes measured the passage of time. She couldn't concentrate. Her mind drifted away from the task, not only rejecting the idea of telepathic communication, but emptying of all thoughts. Once she slid into a light sleep, only to be jolted awake by an indignant Consul, who saw the telltale change of brainwaves on his screen. "We waste time, Fräulein Dr. Bradford," Schmidt's voice interrupted harshly. The man was growing more objectionable by the hour. Greta studied the hard lines of his face. "What are you getting out of this? Rescuing Frau Hitler's son. Why is it so important?" "We are a sentimental race," he said, unperturbed. "The son of a great man. Bullshit!" He allowed himself a small, dim smile. "Europe has had 40 years of peace. Wonderful, isn't it? But peace is not necessarily good for people. They grow fat and lazy. They lose the inner strength that made the fatherland invincible. Some of us see the necessity of rectifying the matter, directing the feet of our nation back to the narrow path of German destiny. We are called upon to be leaders of the world, Fräulein, not merchants haggling over the price of cheese and sausage on the London Stock Exchange." "You're planning to break up the Federation?" "The Federation already suffers from inaction. It follows the Slavic states, always a hotbed of crazy political ideas and paranoid at best, to dream of separation, and too much peace has encouraged the Greeks to remember a Homeric past that they mutter about restoring. Il Duce was right. We should have taught them a lesson long ago. Without a common goal to fire men's imaginations, the Federation will destroy itself. No, you American farmers have been looking to Asia for so long, you don't see the European future marching up to your gates." "War against the States, then?" "Perhaps not at first." It was unthinkable, but terribly possible. "And where does Wolfgang fit into this?" "Hitler," he said. "A name to conjure with." They had the technology to do it, too, she thought. "But you are procrastinating, Fräulein Dr. Bradford. Please, put the helmet back on voluntarily." She had a momentary urge to tell him the truth. Across the room, Consul glanced up nervously. "This is a scientific endeavor, comrade." Greta lifted the helmet. It worked no better this time. She forced herself to repeat his name like a mantra, summoned up fantastic images of a moon base from science fiction she'd read as a child in Brooklyn before it was banned. She held the gaudy pictures like asymmetric mandalas in her mind, searching for some hidden magic in her inheritance that eluded conscious grasp. Nothing. The headache she'd been fighting off pulsed, a spreading ache. "Look, this won't work. I don't know what you expect from Romany genes, but—" She shrieked as Schmidt caught her arm, twisting it up behind her back. A purple haze of pain clouded thinking. She expected any minute to hear the bones snap. He hissed at her. "Es muss Erfolg haben. Try again." Gasping for breath, she tried to call Wolfgang's name in her head. "Again!" He jerked her arm. "Perhaps," Consul began tentatively. "Again!" Tears burned behind her closed lids. She fought them back. Her mother had given up her children to safety and gone to the concentration camp smiling. That was bravery. She could do no less. "You're not trying hard enough, Fräulein." She screamed as her arm slid out of its socket. The gold hoops banged against her neck as she writhed in his grip. Rupa's children, used and abused as countless generations of Romanese before them. The bright caravans hounded from border to border, the smiling, hidden treachery of honest burghers, and always the fear of the dogs, the knives, in the long, cold night under an enemy moon. In the grey wash of agony that blotted out thought, Greta was aware only of a pair of dark eyes behind a curve of glass and a searing point of contact, a skein of spider silk slung across the void. When she came to, she was lying on a couch under a tapestry she'd seen before. Maidens rose full-breasted out of the Rhine, their arms cradling the fabled gold of the Nibelung. The fire's cheerful flicker played over the woven scenery in the twilit room. Her own arm was strapped securely against her chest, and a dull ache floated somewhere at the edge of attention. Someone was sponging her brow with something cool and fragrant. "Thank goodness," Eva Hitler said. "I cannot imagine what came over Herr Schmidt. He knows I abhor violence. I used to say to Adolf—" Greta sat up, ignoring Frau Hitler's protests. The little room spun for a moment. "Wolfgang contacted us almost immediately," she replied happily. "He said he had a hunch something was not right. He got back safely to Moonbase." Greta lay back and closed her eyes. Coincidence? Probably. Wolfgang was a trained astronaut, after all. Good. Now, let me work again with the Kulnische Wasser. She couldn't believe in telepathy, no matter what blood she'd inherited. Many strange things in life owed themselves to coincidence. Jung's principle of synchronicity, Kronsel would have called it. She pushed this thought away. There was a knock at the door, but without waiting for an answer, Schmidt entered. The dachshund scuttled to safety behind its mistress. "Hans," Frau Hitler said with displeasure, "you might have—" "What more do you want from me?" Greta said. "You have your next Führer safe and sound." She tried to sit up, but Frau Hitler's swollen fingers, fragrant with the cologne she'd been using, gently pushed her back. "You have more talents than we suspected, Fräulein. I ran a check on the work you were doing at Lily Labs." He nodded thoughtfully at her. He had her shoulder bag in his hand. "There was something you thought important, something you hoped to bargain with when I picked you up. Your ticket to England, I believe." "You chose a different currency," she said. "I've kept my part of the bargain. And if I choose again, how will you prevent me? Come, Fräulein. Where are the papers you brought with you? They weren't in your bag. I've no time for gypsy tricks." He tossed the bag contemptuously on the rug. "What are you talking about, Hans?" Frau Hitler demanded. "All weapons are useful in war," he said, "especially biological ones that call down the plagues of hell, twisting the bodies of man and beast, even destroying minds. Am I not right, Fräulein? Leaving one's own forces unharmed. Appropriate, isn't it, that a nation of farmers should be the first to learn how to poison the harvest? Oh, yes. We knew the Lilly Company was working on recombinant DNA, an area we'd neglected. We were only a little slow acting on that intelligence. We indulged ourselves in the security of knowing your country was not pursuing the more profitable avenues of nuclear fission. Then this occurred, and you fell into our hands, most fortunately." Her skin crawled as he spoke. This was what she had intended to do, so why the sudden reluctance? The man aroused a primeval fear in her. He was the hunter, the man with a knife in the night. "There will be no more war." the old lady said imperiously. "It contradicts Adolf's vision for Europe. On his deathbed he spoke of the 1,000 years of peace. The so-called Reichs-Peace," Schmidt said, mouthing the words with obvious distaste. "A bastard concept, like the phrase itself. A new Hitler will see things differently." She could tell him the truth about Wolfgang Cherkurka, and then perhaps he'd be discouraged. And an old woman's heart would be broken. It shouldn't have mattered to Greta Cherkurka, gypsy. But somehow she found that it did. She said nothing. "If the Führer hadn't agreed to peace when he did, if he pursued the advantage that was all his," Schmidt said, "there might have been a German empire today, not a federation of shopkeepers. We are the only major European nation that has been denied an empire. Now there's a second chance." "Yes," Frau Hitler said, "an empire in space." He gazed up at the voluptuous Rhine maidens in the full bloom of their triumph. "I regret now that I went with Rudolf Hess to England in the spring of '41, parachuting like a couple of romantic schoolboys into a Scottish glen. Of course, I was hardly more than a boy. Hess understood the English fascination with the young poet image I could project so well. I think to myself, if only I hadn't been so eloquent. If only the mission had failed, and we had not persuaded the stubborn British to join forces with us against the communist threat, how differently things might have turned out then. But the war would have dragged on, Hans, and Germany would have won. We wouldn't have needed snivelling treaties, promising to love each other and get along like so many peasants at a wedding." How could you be sure about Wolfgang Cherkurka? Born a gypsy, raised a Nazi. She might never know, and not knowing might make a terrible mistake. Frau Hitler said, as if she, rather than Greta, possessed the gift of the Romanes, "Wolfli is not like that. I did not raise him to be so. He will conquer the stars, not people." The old woman radiated a strength beyond her size, Greta thought. In that instant she was willing to believe she was right. Schmidt made an impatient noise in his throat. Frau Hitler looked down at Greta for a long moment, her expression thoughtful. "You have kept your side of the bargain twice over, Fräulein Bradford. Germany will remember that." She turned to the fireplace, withdrawing something from a pocket in the embroidered apron over the voluminous folds of her dirndl. Flames leaped up as the first sheets reached them. Schmidt crossed the room in 3 strides. "Gott in Himmel! Was tun Sie?" "Do not touch me, Hans." Frau Hitler stood back to the fireplace, protecting it with her upraised cane. "You have no right to prevent me disposing of trash I find in my own home." Gone. Her ticket to England vanished in a shower of sparks. But the formulas for destruction, the equations themselves that led to twisted minds and grotesque bodies, were etched on her brain for as long as she lived. Schmidt cursed loudly in German and English. "Leave us now, Hans," Frau Hitler said, as smoke billowed into the room from the last of the pages. "I will overlook this impoliteness, for today you are overwrought. You may succeed in delaying us, gnädige Frau, but you can't stop us." He clicked his heels and lunged out of the room. Greta lay back against the pillow. How long had she been without sleep? Since Indianapolis. Sometime soon she'd have to think what she was going to do here in Germany. Her only skill was as a biochemist. There would be other nations anxious to buy what she knew, if she were willing to sell. The shoulder began to throb. She was aware of the old woman's arthritic fingers laid on her brow. and made an effort to swallow down fatigue. "I'm glad you burned them." Frau Hitler smiled. "Do you not suppose I had enough talk of genetic selection years ago? It is our destiny and our danger to be always thinking of improving the race, you see. But not this way." Greta exhaled. If it had only been that simple. She felt the pull of the painkillers and tranquilizers they had obviously pumped into her. Schmidt suspected her of the wrong mental powers. He hadn't guessed what templates for disaster were really locked in her brain. Worthless treasure, like the rest of the trivia, for she knew she could never bring herself to use it now. Perversely, she felt only a great relief. Perhaps the time has come for me to tell Wulfli my secret. He has children of his own. He will understand now. Besides, a little insurance against Herr Schmidt might be useful. Ugh, we are in for interesting times again. How tiresome. Lethargically, Greta opened her eyes again and saw the old woman's hands with their swollen knuckles. One of the formulas someone else at Lily had been working on had promised relief for arthritis. She'd seen it once, but hadn't paid much attention, absorbed as she was then in her own deadly equations. If she worked hard enough, she could reconstruct it, or at least enough of it to give somebody else a clue. Greta sighed. "Tomorrow You will stay in Germany long enough to welcome Wulfli home?" "No, What?" "I need a companion to accompany me to London next month. The Queen's garden parties are always such fun, but exhausting for a woman of my age. I had hoped you would come." Tears that Schmidt had not been able to command spilled over now. Frau Hitler settled back in her favorite chair, the dachshund on her lap. "And I would not be offended if you did not return with me, you see." Behind her, Greta glimpsed the bright moon framed in the mullioned window, a promise that the Reichs-Peace would be kept a little while longer. "Rupa's children bless you, Eva Hitler," Greta said, "and so does history." Angel. Pat Cadigan. "Stand with me a while, Angel," I said, and Angel said he'd do that. Angel was good to me that way, good to have with you on a cold night and nowhere to go. We stood on the street corner together and watched the cars going by and the people and all. The streets were lit up like Christmas, street lights, store lights, marquees over the all-night movie houses and bookstores blinking and flashing. Shank of the evening in East Midtown. Angel was getting used to things here, and getting used to how I did nights. Standing outside, because what else are you going to do? He was my Angel now, had been since that other cold night when I'd been going home, because where are you going to go? And I'd found him and took him with me. It's good to have someone to take with you, someone to look after. Angel knew that. He started looking after me, too. Like now. We were standing there a while, and I was looking around at nothing and everything, the cars cruising past, some of them stopping now and again for the hookers posing by the curb, and then I saw it, out of the corner of my eye. Stuff coming out of the Angel, shiny like sparks, but flowing like liquid. Silver fireworks. I turned and looked all the way at him, and it was gone. And he turned and gave a little grin like he was embarrassed I'd seen. Nobody else saw it, though. Not the short guy who paused next to the Angel before crossing the street against the light. Not the skinny hype looking to sell the boombox he was carrying on his shoulder. Not the homeboy strutting past us with both his girlfriends on his arms. Nobody but me. The Angel said, "Hungry?" "Sure," I said. "I'm hungry." Angel looked past me. "Okay," he said. I looked too, and here they came, 3 leather boys, visor caps, belts, boots, keyrings, on the cruise together. Scary stuff, even though you know it's not looking for you. I said, them? Them? Angel didn't answer. One went by, then the second, and the angel stopped the third by taking hold of his arm. Hi. The guy nodded. His head was shaved. I could see a little gray-black stubble under his cap. No eyebrows, disinterested eyes. The eyes were because of the angel. I could use a little money, the angel said. My friend and I are hungry. The guy put his hand in his pocket and wiggled out some bills, offering them to the angel. The angel selected a 20 and closed the guy's hand around the rest. This will be enough, thank you. The guy put his money away and waited. I hope you have a good night, said the angel. The guy nodded and walked on, going across the street to where his 2 friends were waiting on the next corner. Nobody found anything weird about it. Angel was grinning at me. Sometimes he was the angel when he was doing something. Sometimes he was angel when he was just with me. Now he was angel again. We went up the street to the luncheonette and got a seat by the front window so we could still watch the street while we ate. Cheeseburger and fries, I said, without bothering to look at the plastic-covered menus lying on top of the napkin holder. The angel nodded. Thought so, he said. I'll have the same, then. The waitress came over with a little tiny pad to take our order. I cleared my throat. It seemed like I hadn't used my voice in 100 years. 2 cheeseburgers and 2 fries, I said, and 2 cups of... I looked up at her and froze. She had no face, like nothing, blank, from hairline to chin, soft little dents where the eyes and nose and mouth would have been. Under the table the angel kicked me, but gentle. And 2 cups of coffee, I said. She didn't say anything. How could she? As she wrote down the order and then walked away again. All shaken up, I looked at the angel, but he was calm, like always. She's a new arrival, Angel told me, and leaned back in his chair. Not enough time to grow a face. But how can she breathe? I said. Through her pores. She doesn't need much air yet. Yeah, but what about, don't other people notice that she's got nothing there? No. It's not such an extraordinary condition. The only reason you notice is because you're with me. Certain things have rubbed off on you, but no one else notices. When they look at her, they see whatever face they expect someone like her to have, and eventually she'll have it. But you have a face, I said. You've always had a face. I'm different, said the angel. You sure are, I thought, looking at him. Angel had a beautiful face. That wasn't why I took him home that night, just because he had a beautiful face. I left all that behind a long time ago, but it was there, his beauty. The way you think of a man being beautiful. Good, clean lines, deep-set eyes, ageless. About the only way you could describe him. Look away and you'd forget everything except that he was beautiful. But he did have a face. He did. Angel shifted in the chair. These were like somebody's old kitchen chairs. You couldn't get too comfortable in them. And shook his head, because he knew I was thinking troubled thoughts. Sometimes you could think something and it wouldn't be troubled, and later you'd think the same thing and it would be troubled. The angel didn't like me to be troubled about him. Do you have a cigarette? He asked. I think so. I patted my jacket and came up with most of a pack that I handed over to him. The angel lit up and amused us both by having the smoke come out his ears and trickle out of his eyes like ghostly tears. I felt my own eyes watering for his. I wiped them, and there was that stuff again, but for me now. I was crying silver fireworks. I flicked them on the table and watched them puff out and vanish. "Does this mean I'm getting to be you now?" I asked. Angel shook his head. Smoke wafted out of his hair. "Just things rubbing off on you. Because we've been together and you're susceptible. But they're different for you." Then the waitress brought our food, and we went on to another sequence, as the angel would say. She still had no face, but I guess she could see well enough because she put all the plates down just where you'd think they were supposed to go, and left the tiny little check in the middle of the table. "Is she... did you know her from where you—" Angel gave his head a brief little shake. "No, she's from somewhere else. Not one of my people." He pushed the cheeseburger and fries in front of him over to my side of the table. That was the way it was done. I did all the eating, and somehow it worked out. I picked up my cheeseburger, and I was bringing it up to my mouth when my eyes got all funny, and I saw it coming up like a whole series of cheeseburgers. Whoom, whoom, whoom! Trick photography, only for real! I closed my eyes and jammed the cheeseburger into my mouth, holding it there, waiting for all the other cheeseburgers to catch up with it. "You'll be okay," said the angel. "Steady now." I said with my mouth full, That was weird. Will I ever get used to this?" "I doubt it, but I'll do what I can to help you." "Yeah, well, the angel would know. Stuff rubbing off on me, he could feel it better than I could. He was the one it was rubbing off from." I had put away my cheeseburger and half of Angel's, and was working on the French fries for both of us, when I noticed he was looking out the window with this hard, tight expression on his face. "Something?" I asked him. "Keep eating," he said. I kept eating, but I kept watching, too. The angel was staring at a big blue car parked at the curb right outside the diner. It was silvery blue, one of those lots of money models, and there was a woman kind of leaning across from the driver's side to look out the passenger window. She was beautiful in that lots of money way. Tawny hair swept back from her face, and even from here I could see she had turquoise eyes. Really beautiful woman. I almost felt like crying. Geez. How did people get that way, and me too harmless to live? But the angel wasn't one bit glad to see her. I knew he didn't want me to say anything, but I couldn't help it. "Who is she?" "Keep eating," Angel said. "We need the protein, what little there is." I ate, and watched the woman and the angel watch each other, and it was getting very something between them, even through the glass. Then a cop car pulled up next to her, and I knew they were telling her to move it along. She moved it along. Angel sagged against the back of his chair and lit another cigarette, smoking it in the regular, unremarkable way. "What are we going to do tonight?" I asked the angel as we left the restaurant. "Keep out of harm's way," Angel said, which was a new answer. Most nights we spent just kind of going around, soaking everything up. The angel soaked it up mostly. I got some of it along with him, but not the same way he did. It was different for him. Sometimes he would use me like a kind of filter. Other times he took it direct. There'd been the big car accident one night, right at my usual corner. A big old Buick running a red light smack into somebody's nice Lincoln. The angel had to take it direct because I couldn't handle that kind of stuff. I didn't know how the angel could take it, but he could. It carried him for days afterwards, too. I only had to eat for myself. "It's the intensity, little friend," he'd told me, as though that were supposed to explain it. "It's the intensity, not whether it's good or bad. The universe doesn't know good or bad, only less or more. Most of you have a bad time reconciling this. You have a bad time with it, little friend, but you get through better than other people. Maybe because of the way you are. You got squeezed out of a lot. You haven't had much of a chance at life. You're as much of an exile as I am, only in your own land. That may have been true, but at least I belonged here, so that part was easier for me. But I didn't say that to the angel. I think he liked to think he could do as well or better than me at living. I mean, I couldn't just look at some leather boy and get him to cough up a $20 bill. Cough up a fist in the face, or worse, was more like it. Tonight, though, he wasn't doing so good. And it was that woman in the car. She'd thrown him out of step, kind of. Don't think about her, the angel said, just out of nowhere. Don't think about her any more. Okay, I said, feeling creepy, because it was creepy when the angel got a glimpse of my head, and then, of course, I couldn't think about anything else, hardly. Do you want to go home? I asked him. No, I can't stay in now. We'll do the best we can tonight, but I'll have to be very careful about the tricks. They take so much out of me, and if we're keeping out of harm's way, I might not be able to make up for a lot of it. It's okay, I said. I ate. I don't need anything else tonight. You don't have to do any more. Angel got that look on his face, the one where I knew he wanted to give me things, like feelings I couldn't have any more. Generous, the angel was. But I didn't need those feelings. Not like other people seemed to. For a while it was like the angel didn't understand that, but he let me be. Little friend, he said, and almost touched me. The angel didn't touch a lot. I could touch him and that would be okay, but if he touched somebody, he couldn't help doing something to them, like the trade that had given us the money. That had been deliberate. If the trade had touched the angel first, it would have been different. Nothing would have happened unless the angel touched him back. All touch meant something to the angel that I didn't understand. There was touching without touching, too, like things rubbing off on me. And sometimes, when I did touch the angel, I'd get the feeling that it was maybe more his idea than mine, but I didn't mind that. How many people were going their whole lives never being able to touch an angel? We walked together, and all around us the street was really coming to life. It was getting colder, too. I tried to make my jacket cover more. The angel wasn't feeling it. Most of the time, hot and cold didn't mean much to him. We saw the 3 rough trade guys again. The one Angel had gotten the money from was getting into a car. The other 2 watched it drive away and then walked on. I looked over at the Angel. Because we took his 20, I said. Even if we hadn't, Angel said. So we went along, the Angel and me, and I could feel how different it was tonight than it was all the other nights we'd walked or stood together. The Angel was kind of pulled back into himself and seemed to be keeping a check on me, pushing us closer together. I was getting more of those fireworks out of the corners of my eyes, but when I'd turn my head to look, they'd vanish. It reminded me of the night I'd found the Angel standing on my corner, all by himself, in pain. The Angel told me later that was real talent, knowing he was in pain. I never thought of myself as any too talented, but the way everyone else had been just ignoring him, I guess I must have had something to see him after all. The Angel stopped us several feet down from an all-night bookstore. "Don't look," he said. "Watch the traffic or stare at your feet, but don't look, or it won't happen." There wasn't anything to see right then, but I didn't look anyway. That was the way it was sometimes. The Angel telling me it made a difference whether I was watching something or not. Something about the other people being conscious of me being conscious of them. I didn't understand, but I knew Angel was usually right. So I was watching traffic when the guy came out of the bookstore and got his head punched. I could almost see it out of the corner of my eye. A lot of movement, arms and legs flying, and grunty noises. Other people stopped to look, but I kept my eyes on the traffic, some of which was slowing up so they could check out the fight. Next to me, the angel was stiff all over, taking it in, what he called the expenditure of emotional kinetic energy. No right, no wrong, little friend, he'd told me. Just energy, like the rest of the universe. So he took it in, and I felt him taking it in, and while I was feeling it, a kind of silver fog started creeping around my eyeballs, and I was in two places at once. I was watching the traffic, and I was in the angel, watching the fight, and feeling him charge up like a big battery. It felt like nothing I'd ever felt before. These two guys slugging it out, well, one guy doing all the slugging and the other skittering around trying to get out from under the fists and having his head punched, but good, and the angel drinking it like he was sipping at an empty cup and somehow getting it to have something in it after all. Deep inside him, whatever made the angel go was getting a little stronger. I kind of swung back and forth between him and me, or swayed might be more like it was. I wondered about it because the angel wasn't touching me. I really was getting to be him, I thought. Angel picked that up and put the thought away to answer later. It was like I was traveling by the fog, being one of us and then the other, for a long time, it seemed, and then after a while I was more me than him again, and some of the fog cleared away. And there was that car, pointed the other way this time, and the woman was climbing out of it with this big, weird smile on her face, as though she'd won something. She waved at the angel to come to her. Bang! Went the connection between us, dead, and the angel shot past me, running away from the car. I went after him. I caught a glimpse of her jumping back into the car and yanking at the gear shift. Angel wasn't much of a runner, something funny about his knees. We'd gone maybe 100 feet when he started wobbling, and I could hear him pant. He cut across a parking lot that was dark and mostly empty. It was back-to-back with some kind of private parking lot, and the fences for each one tried to mark off the same narrow strip of lumpy pavement. They were easy to climb, but Angel was too panicked. He just went through them before he even thought about it. I knew that because if he'd been thinking, he'd have wanted to save what he'd just charged up with for when he really needed it bad enough. I had to haul myself over the fences in the usual way, and when he heard me rattling on the saggy chain link, he stopped and looked back. "Go!" I told him. "Don't wait on me!" He shook his head sadly. "Little friend, I'm a fool. I could stand to learn from you a little more." "Don't stand! Run!" I got over the fences and caught up with him. "Let's go!" I yanked his sleeve as I slogged past, and he followed at a clumsy trot. "Have to hide somewhere," he said. "Camouflage ourselves with people." I shook my head, thinking we could just run maybe 4 more blocks and we'd be at the freeway overpass. Below it were the butt ends of old roads closed off when the freeway had been built. You could hide there the rest of your life and no one would find you. But Angel made me turn right and go down a block to this run-down crack in the wall called Stan's Jigger. I'd never been in there. I'd never made it a practice to go into bars, but the Angel was pushing too hard to argue. Inside, it was smelly and dark and not too happy. The Angel and I went down to the end of the bar and stood under a blood-red light while he searched his pockets for money. "Enough for 1 drink apiece," he said. "I don't want anything. You can have soda or something." The Angel ordered from the bartender, who was suspicious. This was a place for regulars and nobody else, and certainly nobody else like me or the Angel. The Angel knew that even stronger than I did, but he just stood and pretended to sip his drink without looking at me. He was all pulled into himself, and I was hovering around the edges. I knew he was still pretty panicked and trying to figure out what he could do next. As close as I was, if he had to get real far away, he was going to have a problem, and so was I. He'd have to tow me along with him, and that wasn't the most practical thing to do. Maybe he was sorry now he'd let me take him home. But he'd been so weak then. And now, with all the filtering and stuff I'd done for him, he couldn't just cut me off without a lot of pain. I was trying to figure out what I could do for him now, when the bartender came back and gave us a look that meant order or get out, and he'd have liked it better if we got out. So would everyone else there. The few other people standing at the bar weren't looking at us, but they knew right where we were, like a sore spot. It wasn't hard to figure out what they thought about us, either. Maybe because of me, or because of Angel's beautiful face. "We got to leave," I said to the Angel. But he had it in his head this was good camouflage. There wasn't enough money for 2 more drinks, so he smiled at the bartender and slid his hand across the bar and put it on top of the bartender's. It was tricky doing it this way. Bartenders and waitresses took more persuading because it wasn't normal for them just to give you something. The bartender looked at the Angel with his eyes half closed. He seemed to be thinking it over, but the Angel had just blown a lot going through the fence instead of climbing over it, and the fear was scuttling his concentration, and I just knew that it wouldn't work. And maybe my knowing that didn't help either. The bartender's free hand dipped down below the bar and came up with a small club. "Faggot!" he roared, and caught Angel just over the ear. Angel slammed into me, and we both crashed to the floor. Plenty of emotional kinetic energy in here, I thought dimly, as the guys standing at the bar fell on us, and then I didn't think anything more as I curled up into a ball under their fists and boots. We were lucky they didn't much feel like killing anyone. Angel went out the door first, and they tossed me out on top of him. As soon as I landed on him, I knew we were both in trouble. Something was broken inside him. So much for keeping out of harm's way. I rolled off him and lay on the pavement, staring at the sky and trying to catch my breath. There was blood in my mouth and my nose, and my back was on fire. "Angel?" I said, after a bit. He didn't answer. I felt my mind get kind of all loose and runny, like my brains were leaking out my ears. I thought about the trade we'd taken the money from, and how I'd been scared of him and his friends, and how silly that had been. But then I was too harmless to live. The stars were raining silver fireworks down on me. It didn't help. "Angel?" I said again. I rolled over onto my side to reach for him, and there she was. The car was parked at the curb, and she had Angel under the armpits, dragging him toward the open passenger door. I couldn't tell if he was conscious or not, and that scared me. I sat up. She paused, still holding the Angel. We looked into each other's eyes, and I started to understand. "Help me get him into the car," she said at last. Her voice sounded hard and flat and unnatural. "Then you can get in too, in the back seat." I was in no shape to take her out. It couldn't have been better for her if she'd set it up herself. I got up, the pain flaring in me so bad that I almost fell down again, and took Angel's ankles. His ankles were so delicate, almost like a woman's, like hers. I didn't really help much, except to guide his feet in as she sat him on the seat and strapped him in with the shoulder harness. I got in the back as she ran around to the other side of the car, her steps real light and peppy, like she'd found $1 million lying there on the sidewalk. We were out on the freeway before the Angel stirred in the shoulder harness. His head lolled from side to side on the back of the seat. I reached up and touched his hair lightly, hoping she couldn't see me do it. "Where are you taking me?" the Angel said. "For a ride," said the woman. "For the moment." "Why does she talk out loud like that?" I asked the Angel. "Because she knows it bothers me." "You know I can focus my thoughts better if I say things out loud," she said. I'm not like one of your little pushovers." She glanced at me in the rearview mirror. "Just what have you gotten yourself into since you left, darling? Is that a boy or a girl?" I pretended I didn't care about what she said, or that I was too harmless to live, or any of that stuff. But the way she said it, she meant it to sting. "Friends can be either," Angel said. "It doesn't matter which. Where are you taking us?" Now it was us. In spite of everything, I almost could have smiled. "Us? You mean you and me? Or are you really referring to your little pet back there?" "My friend and I are together. You and I are not." The way the angel said it made me think he meant more than not together. Like he'd been with her once the way he was with me now. The angel let me know I was right. Silver fireworks started flowing slowly off his head down the back of the seat, and I knew there was something wrong about it. There was too much all at once. "Why can't you talk out loud to me, darling?" the woman said, with fakey-sounding petulance. "Just say a few words and make me happy. You have a lovely voice when you use it." That was true, but the angel never spoke out loud unless he couldn't get out of it, like when he'd ordered from the bartender, which had probably helped the bartender decide about what he thought we were, but it was useless to think about that. "All right," said the angel, and I knew the strain was awful for him. "I've said a few words. Are you happy?" He sagged in the shoulder harness. "Ecstatic. But it won't make me let you go. I'll drop your pet at the nearest hospital, and then we'll go home." She glanced at the angel as she drove. "I've missed you so much. I can't stand it without you making things happen, doing your little miracles. You knew I'd get addicted to it, all the things you could do to people, and then you just took off. I didn't know what had happened to you, and it hurt." Her voice turned kind of pitiful, like a little kid's. "I was in real pain. You must have been too, weren't you? Well, weren't you?" "Yes," the angel said. "I was in pain, too." I remembered him standing on my corner, where I'd hung out all that time by myself until he came. Standing there in pain. I didn't know why or from what then. I just took him home, and after a little while the pain went away. When he decided we were together, I guess. The silvery flow over the back of the car seat thickened. I cupped my hands under it, and it was like my brain was lighting up with pictures. I saw the angel before he was my angel, in this really nice house, the woman's house, and how she'd take him places, restaurants or stores or parties, thinking at him real hard so that he was all filled up with her and had to do what she wanted him to. Steal sometimes, other times weird stuff, make people do silly things, like suddenly start singing or taking their clothes off. That was mostly at the parties, though she made a waiter she didn't like burn himself with a pot of coffee. She'd get men, too, through the angel, and they'd think it was the greatest idea in the world to go to bed with her. Then she'd make the angel show her the others, the ones that had been sent here the way he had, for crimes nobody could have understood, like the waitress with no face. She'd look at them, sometimes try to do things to them to make them uncomfortable or unhappy, but mostly she'd just stare. "It wasn't like that in the very beginning," the angel said weakly, and I knew he was ashamed. "It's okay," I told him. "People can be nice at first, I know that. Then they find out about you." The woman laughed. "You two are so sweet and pathetic, like a couple of little children. I guess that's what you were looking for, wasn't it, darling? Except children can be cruel, too, can't they? So you got this creature for yourself." She looked at me in the rearview mirror again as she slowed down a little, and for a moment I was afraid she'd seen what I was doing with the silvery stuff that was still pouring out of the angel. It was starting to slow now. There wasn't much time left. I wanted to scream, but the angel was calming me for what was coming next. "What happened to you, anyway?" "Tell her," said the angel. To stall for time, I knew. Keep her occupied. "I was born funny," I said. "I had both sexes." "A hermaphrodite!" she exclaimed with real delight. "She loves freaks," the angel said, but she didn't pay any attention. "There was an operation, but things went wrong. They kept trying to fix it as I got older, but my body didn't have the right kind of chemistry or something. My parents were ashamed. I left after a while." "You poor thing," she said, not meaning anything like that. "You were just what darling here needed, weren't you? Just a little nothing. No demands, no desires for anything." Her voice got all hard. "They could probably fix you up now, you know." "I don't want it. I left all that behind a long time ago. I don't need it. Just the sort of little pet that would be perfect for you," she said to the angel. "Sorry I have to tear you away. But I can't get along without you now. Life is so boring and empty and—" She sounded puzzled. "And like there's nothing more to live for since you left me." "That's not me," said the angel. "That's you." "No, it's a lot of you two, and you know it. You know you're addictive to human beings here. You knew that when you came here, when they sent you here. Hey, you, pet. Do you know what his crime was? Why they sent him to this little backwater penal colony of a planet?" "Yeah, I know," I said. I really didn't, but I wasn't going to tell her that. "What do you think about that, little pet neuter?" she said gleefully, hitting the accelerator pedal and speeding up. "What do you think of the crime of refusing to mate?" The angel made a sort of out-loud groan and lunged at the steering wheel. The car swerved wildly, and I fell backwards, the silvery stuff from the angel going all over me. I tried to keep scooping it into my mouth the way I'd been doing, but it was flying all over the place now. I heard the crunch as the tires left the road and went onto the shoulder. Something struck the side of the car, probably the guardrail, and made it fishtail, throwing me down on the floor. Up front, the woman was screaming and cursing, and the angel wasn't making a sound, but in my head I could hear him sort of keening. Whatever happened, this would be it. The angel had told me all that time ago, after I'd taken him home, that they didn't last long after they got here, the exiles from his world and other worlds. Things tended to happen to them, even if they latched on to someone like me or the woman. They'd be in accidents, or the people here would kill them, like antibodies in a human body rejecting something or fighting a disease. At least I belonged here, but it looked like I was going to die in a car accident with the angel and the woman both. I didn't care. The car swerved back onto the highway for a few seconds and then pitched to the right again. Suddenly there was nothing under us, and then we thumped down on something, not road, but dirt or grass or something, bombing madly up and down. I pulled myself up on the back of the seat just in time to see the sign coming at us at an angle. The corner of it started to go through the windshield on the woman's side, and then all I saw for a long time was the biggest display of silver fireworks ever. It was hard to be gentle with him. Every move hurt, but I didn't want to leave him sitting in the car next to her, even if she was dead. Being in the back seat had kept most of the glass from flying into me, but I was still shaking some out of my hair, and the impact hadn't done much for my back. I laid the angel out on the lumpy grass a little ways from the car and looked around. We were maybe 100 yards from the highway, near a road that ran parallel to it. It was dark, but I could still read the sign that had come through the windshield and split the woman's head in half. It said, "Construction ahead. Reduce speed." Far off on the other road I could see a flashing yellow light, and at first I was afraid it was the police or something, but it stayed where it was, and I realized that must be the construction. "Friend," whispered the angel, startling me. He'd never spoken aloud to me, not directly. "Don't talk," I said, bending over him, trying to figure out some way I could touch him just for comfort. There wasn't anything else I could do now. "I have to," he said, still whispering. "It's almost all gone. Did you get it?" "Mostly," I said. "Not all." "I meant for you to have it." "I know. I don't know that it will really do you any good." His breath kind of bubbled in his throat. I could see something wet and shiny on his mouth, but it wasn't silver fireworks. "But it's yours. You can do as you like with it. Live on it the way I did. Get what you need when you need it. But you can live as a human, too. Eat, work, however, whatever." "I'm not human," I said. "I'm not any more human than you, even if I do belong here." "Yes, you are, little friend. I haven't made you any less human," he said, and coughed some. "I'm not sorry I wouldn't mate. I couldn't mate with my own. It was I don't know. Too little of me, too much of them, something. I couldn't bond. It would have been nothing but emptiness. The great sin. To be unable to give. Because the universe knows only less or more, and I insisted that it would be good or bad. So they sent me here. But in the end, you know, they got their way, little friend." I felt his hand on me for a moment before it fell away. I did it after all, even if it wasn't with my own. The bubbling in his throat stopped. I sat next to him for a while in the dark. Finally, I felt it, the angel stuff. It was kind of fluttery, churny, like too much coffee on an empty stomach. I closed my eyes and lay down on the grass, shivering. Maybe some of it was shock, but I don't think so. The silver fireworks started, in my head this time, and with them came a lot of pictures I couldn't understand. Stuff about the angel and where he'd come from and the way they mated. It was a lot like how we'd been together, the angel and me. They looked a lot like us, but there were a lot of differences, too. Things I couldn't make out. I couldn't make out how they'd sent him here, either. By light, in like little bundles or something. It didn't make any sense to me, but I guessed an angel could be light. Silver fireworks. I must have passed out, because when I opened my eyes it felt like I'd been laying there a long time. It was still dark, though. I sat up and reached for the angel, thinking I ought to hide his body. He was gone. There was just a sort of wet, sandy stuff where he'd been. I looked at the car and her. All that was still there. Somebody was going to see it soon. I didn't want to be around for that. Everything still hurt, but I managed to get to the other road and start walking back toward the city. It was like I could feel it now, the way the angel must have, as though it were vibrating like a drum or ringing like a bell with all kinds of stuff, people laughing and crying and loving and hating and being afraid and everything else that happens to people. The stuff that the angel took in, energy, that I could take in now if I wanted. And I knew that taking it in that way, it would be bigger than anything all those people had, bigger than anything I could have had if things hadn't gone wrong with me all those years ago. I wasn't so sure I wanted it. Like the angel, refusing to mate back where he'd come from. He wouldn't there, and I couldn't hear. Except now I could do something else. I wasn't so sure I wanted it. But I didn't think I'd be able to stop it either, any more than I could stop my heart from beating. Maybe it wasn't really such a good thing or a right thing. But it was like the angel said. The universe doesn't know good or bad, only less or more. Yeah, I heard that. I thought about the waitress with no face. I could find them all now. All the ones from the other places, other worlds that sent them away for some kind of alien crimes nobody would have understood. I could find them all. They threw away their outcasts, I'd tell them. But here, we kept ours. And here's how. Here's how you live in a universe that only knows less or more. I kept walking toward the city.